So they shut us down again. They shut us down. They shut us down again. I don't know what I don't know what I did. I'm just coming on here. I'm going to go get my coffee. Just coming on here, play a little bit of music, see what's going on, right? How's everybody? I said today I'm not going to do this. I said I'm not going to do this. I said I'm not going to do this, and I did it again. Okay, let me see what I can do. All my stuff is not plugged in. They're not going to let me go. I know it. Let me see if I can. I can't believe my phone ran out. Well, I can't believe it. How can I even say that? My phone ran out because I didn't take care of it. You think somebody's going to take care of my phone? You think somebody's going to put food in my fridge? You think somebody's going to put my socks on? You know, if everybody did something for me, what would I be doing? You know, I believe that if I'm going to create something, right? I'm going to create something. I'm going to create something. I'm going to create a game. I'm going to create a game. In fact, I'm going to buy a whole city. I'm never going to leave the city. And I'm going to make another one of me, a robot just like me. And I'm going to get that robot to do what I need done. And I'm going to put a Wi-Fi in my robot, like a Wi-Fi in my robot. Then I can communicate with the robot and tell the robot what to do. And obviously, while the robot's doing something, if I'm telling it what to do, I'm actually programming what I need done. So therefore, my work is the programmation while the robot does whatever other labor it does. And if the robot, I'm going to give it my brains, of course, and I'm going to have the robot do whatever I can possibly do, understanding that I am the main source where its learning center comes from, that while the robot does something upon free will of its notability, right, I can see what is being learned. I can learn at the same time. So now I can teach while I'm being taught at the same time. And I saw that was good. And I made more of me and more of me until I became mem. I became mem, just the memory to integrate between myself and the robot. And I'm like controlling the mem. Everything is coming around. Everybody's sharing all this information. How do we do it? Understanding the breath, how important it is to get that vibration up inside of you. You want it like that. You want everything like that just flowing, inside of you, right? Do you want more pressure pulling in or going out? What part of the elephant do we need for the micro processing through the watering hole? The elephant through games, through movies, through everything I have ever seen in my lifetime. That is what I have retained upon my life. That is history passed on. Some of the history that was passed on is something very delicious. It's the alphabet. We can use it to spell words. They come with definitions already pre-made for us. But what they also made and they couldn't hide so that we all learned together is the position of the alphabet. We were taught something that was fair to everybody. And in order not to forget, why not put it in a game, and how everybody in life, right, good and bad, are always reminding us of something we need to know. Even though we're the creators, who's going to remind us? We're only a few. But we're still living under the breath. We all in the house, good, bad, or evil, we all have that breath. We're all being corrected and directed every single day. Now, who put us here, what we're here for, that's not really of what I do. I like to do the algorithms. I like to do the mathematics. That's what I started to do 20 years ago when I met the mother. When I met the mother and she vibrated something to me and I went a whole bunch of nuts, right? Because it was scary. And I just couldn't understand how everybody had this special IP address, IP, God rests on the seventh day. God rests on the seventh day. God rests on the seventh day in Genesis. The minute I hear Genesis as a young lad, I'm saying to myself, okay, I don't really understand English that well. I don't read a lot of books, but I heard about gene synthesis, right? Gene synthesis. So that would be like Genesis. And then I know where the G and E goes, and I know where the N and E goes, right? I know where the N and E goes, right? All the egos, the N and the E goes in the sun system. And just through Fred Flintstone, then that's where the elephant comes in. One of my first things. The elephant was Fred Flintstone, and at the same time it was Jumbo, and Jumbo came in with that Jumbo, like that's oversized. And when you get oversized, you can't be in the house. If you have an oversized load, right, and you're driving a what you call a rig, and they call it an 18 wheeler, and the 18 wheeler is made up with a 10 on the tandem. Is that what you call it? Is on the tandem or on the rig? I'm not sure how to call it. And it comes in with a fifth wheel in order for the hookup. Now the hookup, everybody knows what a hookup is, right? That's Jack and Jill. Jack is the hook, hooking up to Jill on the hill, hooking up to the water tank. And they call that the pin. It's called a pin up. And now you're going to have to say donkey. So what I do, word associations, what we were brought in and how we were programmed over thousands of years.
Hello, brother. How are you doing? Hi.
I'm doing well. How are you, Ghost?
I'm good. I'm good. I was listening to you on the other live. Unfortunately, there was a lot of people interrupting you, so I felt your pain. Like you couldn't really get off what you really wanted to get off. But I was thinking, I would be amazing if I can speak to you with no interruptions, or just in like a more civil scenario. So yeah, no, I've seen the work you're doing, and what's crazy is I've been getting into numerology and astrology. Well, you could say the universe has kind of been, it's attracting me to it the last year or so, I'd say. And yeah, man, it's crazy. Like I said to you, I keep seeing this number 333 everywhere in some random coincidental places, like you couldn't make it up. And also, like, I see how the elites use these gematria and numerology, for example, in sporting events. Like, you're in America, you know, they use it in the NFL and the NBA, whatnot, to dictate how these games go. And I've actually, funnily enough, predicted exactly to a T from just a year research on how much and how these certain sporting events will go, just based on the numbers and birthdays and anniversaries and whatnot. And yeah, it's definitely something that's very real, you know.
Yeah, and I have never done any of the sports stuff. I know it would be wild and intricate, but I also think it would be a danger to me. Learning too many numbers and intricacies will pull me away from building the basis. And I haven't, if I look at like Philadelphia and Kansas are playing. So if you think about a few things, number one, a lot of sports teams, they removed their names because it had Indian in it or something to do with Indian, like the Washington Redskins, right? But yet what they did keep is the Kansas City Chiefs, right? So they keep the Chiefs, and we all know that 86 and Chief go together. If you don't know why, I'll tell you about it, and I will continue to tell you about what your 333 is. When you're talking about numbers, and remember, all I do is I search out algorithms. I look at what is exactly the way it is at face value. At face value, there are 9 in this square. At face value, there's 3 times 3. At face value, there's 4 on the bottom, 4 on the top, 1 to make it fair. At face value, I'll take out the 2 corners. I'll put 7 in the center, leaving 1 in the center, shared between 7, 8, and 4, and 6, 3, and 2. So I create all the possibilities, and then I put it towards the alphabet. And then I put it towards the zodiac. And then I put it towards the months and the year. And then I put it towards the days and the week. And then I associate it, okay, with how to bring formation of what is the 313 leap year cycle. So I have to do that. So when you're talking about the 7 days of the week, it's 6 and 1 according to creation. So now I link the 6 and 1 to the football with the 6 points and the 1 point and the 3 points for the extra point, where 1 moon fits into the 2 moons of Mars. At the same time, I put NFL football with 11 men on the field, but it's not just any 11 men. It's 2 and 9 to equal to 11. Why is it 2 and 9 to equal to 11? Because that's the smallest 11 you can make. And the highest 11 you can make is 5 and 6, 11. So I'm just taking everything for face value. I also know that I cannot create 11 without 1. So 1 and 10, 11 is actually igniting my star system. If I create the 1 and 1, if I create the 1 and 10, 11, I must create a 10. Here would be my 10, my bottom row of 10. Now, the minute I throw a 1 in it, right, this 1 over here, I now ignite all of these to light up. And that's my 111. So when you light up, also in French, they have taught me in French. Let me turn this around. In French, I don't know why it does that. Every time I turn it around, I turn blue.
It's all good.
So just going to turn the light on, maybe take a little color away. Like our true color maybe should be blue because I turned blue without the light. So Kansas City Chiefs, they didn't take them. They didn't get them to take away the chief word. KC, the K is 11, the C is 3, and that is an alpha omega combination. In the game of pool, right? They are the red ball. They are the stripe and the solid in this case. The 11 is what creates the 3. 1 times 1 and 1 plus 1 equals to 1 and 2. So that's 1 between 2. The 11 is control. They also call it the canine. When you have the canine, you have the 9 areas, okay, which is a reflection of what they say the 9 lives of the cat. So what it takes is 4 cats to create 1 canine. So the dog, because it's the dog house, the K letter representing the dog, the 9, the K9 representing the dog, but the 9 represents the cats. And when you go into shapes, right, and I know I'm a little bit all over, but I'll pull myself back down in a second. When you go into shapes, 1 second. I had this before earlier. Okay, that's book 1. I'm hoping not to lose my space. Everything's an art. Everything be figured out 1 through 9 all the time. The whole cycle is running the same thing all the time, all the time. You want to say the knight in silver, the knight in shining armor, because the knight is going to be the representation of creating what is the numbers 7, 9, and 11. I'm going to show you that in a minute if you remind me, but I'm going to get back to the K9. What happens is the octagon.
Okay. The octagon, that's interesting.
It's an 8. The dog is number 26. That's an 8. The cat is number 24. That's a 6. The hexagon, okay, is 6 sides. So now I relate the cat, the number 24 for the cat. 2 times 4 is 8. 2 plus 4 is 6 equals to 14. That 4 and 6. The 4 and 6, the dog and the cat. The dog and the cat. 6 and 4, right? This over here, 8 and 6, octagon 8, hexagon 4. When you create, I'm going to do this really quick. This. Hold on a second. This. I'm hoping that I'm able to do this. 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 Okay, I'm not doing what I want to do. I'm going to see if I can get this out of this. Okay, I didn't do the one I wanted to do. I'm going to have to do another one, but I'm just making 2 drawings over here. This one here, just trying to see, is it this one, this. Okay, yes, I think I got it. Okay, so I have this, this, and then this. So here is the octagon. Okay, it's 4 by 6 equaling 24, and 1 by 8 equaling to 8, and then 1 by 4 equaling to 4 equals to 32, and 4 equaling to 32 equaling to 5, 4, which is actually 114, which is communication. of the moons. 4 by no, it's 3 by 19. 3 by 19 equals to 57, and then again 3 by 19 equals to 57. Okay, so let me put this on the side. So this is what we have. We have 4 octagons creating 4 hexagons creating 1 octagon. Cat is equivalent to the hexagons, dog equivalent to the octagon. The numerics for this is going to be 4 times 6. Each one has 6 sides, 24. We have 1 octagon, 8, right? 2 sides of it and 2 sides of it, equaling to 8. Then we have the square in the center, equaling to 32. This is communication. This is the pig. This is Leo. And 4 over here, equaling to your 32 and your 4 for your 36. It's going to equal to 5 and 4. It's going to be relative to the sun. Abraham is connected to the sun in a divided area space. How is Abraham 4 and 5? The 4th letter in the alphabet is D. Under the divided house of A into the split house living on the cross, what happens in Roman numerals is that D is 500, equaling D to the left, D to the right. D and D, 44, D above and D below, 44, 88 constellations.
As above is below. As above is below, right?
Well, you know what? When you're saying as above is below, in actuality, there's a few things. If you say above and below, is it above 0? Is it Celsius or Fahrenheit? Because all these weights and measures, right, are our guidelines, okay, in order to refabricate. How can you have creation and remember it if you don't share it? How can you hide it and give it out to somebody during the day? If creation is being controlled, everybody has to have the same numbers, you, me, and everybody. But because
100%.
we don't have, what's that?
Yeah, 100% agree with you.
Yeah, so and the number 19, they were talking about 19, the importance. The number 19 is your base creation is 1, 2, 3, 4. When you connect the lower house with the upper house, you still have the same 10, but it's now 1 and 9, 10, 3 and 7, 10, 4 and 6, 10, 8 and 2, 10. So you need to connect your 10 with your 9. Using your 9, you connect 10, you have 19. 19, 19, 19, 19. You have to say 19 4 times. It's 19, 19, 19, and then 19. Equals to a total of what is 57 and 19 equals to 7 and 6. And this is what locks up Virgo over to Libra or scales. Remember, Libra, the sign of Libra is also scales. It's also the word
I'm a Libra
balance.
myself.
Yeah, so that's why you're probably taken. I'm a Libra myself. Very, very strong month. This is the month of birth this month.
Are you also a Libra as well?
October 4th, the 277th day.
Oh, okay. So I'm October 13th. That's what I was asking you about
Oh,
the
my
number.
grandfather's
13.
birthday.
Interesting. See, well, universe works in a crazy way.
So you're 1 and 3, 4. And I'm 4.
Yeah.
I'm the 4th, you're the 4th.
All the, exactly. There you go. But all my digits, they add up to 8, including the,
You're 286. I don't like to say you're 286. They dumb you down through the moons of Mars. I'm 277. I'm at the gateway of who you are between the two sides. You have a lot of decisions to take, left and right and right and left and left and right. But you're right there at the gateway between 6 and 8. You're right at the 7th gate where I am.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, no, I heard you mentioning the different animals, like the dog, the cat, the pig, and that's why I wanted to. I understand that you have an understanding of Chinese zodiac signs also, and
Well, no, I don't. I don't understand anything. I just know the numbers. I learn from you. If you ask me a question, I'm going to learn. You're teaching me You're upgrading me.
We're both upgrading each other. We're both upgrading each other.
I have to put this heater on. For some reason, 3 times this year they came to fix my heater. Oh, it is working. Let me put my heater on a little bit. Oh, we're living in amazing, amazing times. I can't see this. Okay. Just give me one second here. Yeah, we're living in an amazing time. Everything I do comes from games, you know?
Yeah.
Everything I do comes from games. Just trying to look for something here. Okay, I just want to start this over here. I want to put on my incense. I wasn't going to do this today, but I'm so encouraged with the vast difference of people that I meet and the different questions. And I just like today is an amazing day because I've been waiting for this day. In order to fix this problem we have is to understand who are we listening to? What book? There are too many books, too many rules and regulations. Until we come to the fact and understand what this world is and how we can find it. So I brought out this game that it was always not a game. It was always just searching. But now that I started to connect the zodiac signs and everything to do with any book, you can take any book. You want to go back a million years? I'll go back with you. It's just in the English language. It's in the French language. It's in the Spanish language. So I can follow whatever the book says because they spoke it onto the breath. If everybody believes in God, then believe the breath you take is the breath of the Lord in the house of the Lord. It's all water. It's all mem. It's all mem. It's part of memory. It's brought into and out of the house, constantly upgrading because God always wins. It's God's house. You can shut it down at any time, taking your life with it. But guess what? You would never know because you'd just be somewhere else because you're still the fingers, right, of the Creator because you take the breath that fills your soul within. The empty space is the water, which is full of memory. And the air you breathe is more memory. It's the shark teeth that's within us, that cuts us up, that makes us decide all the time. We're in the ocean, that salt ocean. A 10-cent piece, right? A 10-cent piece. A 10-cent piece. Has anybody you heard of the word dime or 10 cents?
I've heard of the word dime, 10
So
cents.
can you expand the dime? In Canada, a dime is a sailboat. It has a 10 cents on it. Okay, so we can have the 25 cents times 4. We can have the 10-cent, right, times 10. We can have the nickel times 20, and then we can have the penny times 100. There's your 11. The thing is, we're not going to 100. We only can go to 99. You go to 100, right? You jump out of the pound key. 100 is going to take up an extra. Should I say it that way? I like to work by 2 and 1. Actually, it should be 100. I don't like to say it that way because the minute you jump into 100, you jump into Mars. Venus is about the 99 cents. Earth becomes 999, and then Mars becomes 99,999. Mars is 4, so you need 4 numbers for Mars, 3 numbers for Earth, 2 numbers for Venus, and the 1 number for Mercury. Mercury is the heart of Earth. Venus is the halfway house of what is Mars. If you look at your keyboard, the 4 has the dollar sign, which is actually looking like a 5 and a 1. The Earth has a pound key. Well, it's the 5 and the 1 goes into the center area of the pound key. And then you have location is Venus. It has the @ sign. So this is where I get some of my ruling from this dictation that it tells to me. Are you following me with that? I'm going to get my hot water. I'm going to come back.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I'm going to jump on number 33 and 13. Is those
That's
enough?
because they're the numbers that obviously I told you I see how the elites they use this system also because they do, right? It's very occult and hidden, but they do use it. They don't like to get it out there. And the ones that I see that they have somewhat of a favorism or obsession with is the 33 and 13, especially for the bigger the event goes, the more apparent this number gets. And obviously, if you look into all sorts of these systems, I'd say, right? You look into Freemasonry, and they have the highest degree. I think it goes up to 33 in so-called Islam. I say so-called because certain sects in there, they do this thing where they have a ritual where they count up to 33 after their prayers and whatnot. So it's obviously a pattern in that's going on that I've identified.
Okay, just give me 1 minute. Everything you said
Christ
is
died at 33 years old. You know what I mean? So it's that's what they say, isn't it?
yes. So I'm just going to get my tea. I'm gonna show you what I get. Everything can be done in artwork. Everything, if it's a number, it's found. I don't know how you can lose 1 through 9. I don't care if it's the first row, the second row, the third row, the fourth row. And if you go too far, you're outside of this realm. When you go outside this realm, you got these beautiful blocks that Cynthia got me over here. You stack them together. You take out this block, you put that block over here, right? You take this out, you put this block here, and you put this on top of it. It's 3 rows, and then it's 1 row, and then it's 3 rows, and then it's 1 row, and it's 3 rows. If you're working with Abraham, it's going to be 4 rows and 1 row, and 4 rows and 1 row. If you're going to be working with Jupiter, it's going to be 5 rows and 1 row, and 1 row, and 5 rows. These are a train set. This is the way it has to be set up because of how my dictation goes here and how my dictation goes here. But irregardless of the fact, there's always other formations, and I can't show them all. I have a lot of skeleton work, so I'm going to try and see if I here. Then I'm going to run over to the hot water. Is this? See, when you're working with the number 5, okay, and it's the only paper I have right now. My PC is down. So when you're working with the 5, it's the center to the upper and lower areas. There's only 9, okay? So when you work it, right, you work one per line. I get the 5, start over. 2 per line, okay? Look at that. It's starting over on the 6th one, right? Number 5 starts over on the 6th one. It should have started over in binary code, starts over on the 7th one. Number 5 starts over on the 6th one, meaning there's only 5 days. The vibration runs 2, 3, and 4. 4, 3, 2. This is going to be the bird vibration. And the bird reads the record player. Where do we get this from? Remember, this is game analogy. Everything we grew up with, the bird in the Flintstones gets put onto the record. I don't know if it gets put onto the 33 record. I don't know if it gets put onto the 45 record or onto the 78 record to record. I don't know if it's a vocal cord or what cord. And then what happens, we get onto the Roman records, right? Because you go to ROM after that. And ROM becomes in the E world. It's an electronic world. It's been pre-created, and we've been born into these, and we're all connected to the same thing. And it was our destiny to break out at the end of the cycle. We all chose to be here at this day and this time. We all chose to be here because right now you chose to find me, and you chose, and only you chose. So you followed the system and you came up to where your destiny is.
Also with 33, that's ABBA, because that's AB, which is 12, and then BA 21, and then that's your 33. That's your
And
first
this
pass
ABBA
through
is
the mirror. That's your grand image, 33.
So when we get to ABBA, if I want to do this properly, how am I gonna read backwards? Because a cube has 21 dots. There's different, every time we say father, right? It's when you get to the end of the cycle, and you count backwards and forwards. So you're going to go ab, bringing it to be father, the beginning of the end, 1 between 2, 1 between 2, equaling to the 33 creation. And it doesn't matter what number you stop at. But once you get too high, I'm just going to reduce all these numbers up. So if I go 1 through 21, okay, I'm going to go AB at 21, and I'm going to go AB at 1, 2, and go backwards. Inside 21 alone is AB. So you can go 1 and 2 and 21 to create that 24. And that's your ABBA right in those three. That's very, very rare to get it. 1 and 2 and the 21st equals to your 21, 22 equals to your 24. Usually you use the last two when you do this. This is when you finish the cube. The other thing about coming to 21 is when you have 1, you have A. When you have 2, you have B. When you get to 10, that's almost like A. When you get to 11, that's almost like B. When you get to 19, okay, that's like A again. When you get to 20, that's B. When you get to 21, it becomes A, B, C. It becomes C altogether, C, A, B. Creation in alpha beta, A, B, C. 3, it becomes 321 or 107. There's a lot of things, whichever way you want to do it. It's ABC, all inside of 21. When you add up 1 through 21, it equals to 231. 231 is an equal to what is 3 by 77, and 77 is going to represent matter. 77 is going to represent power. 77 will represent the letters CHRIST. They will then play a role inside the heart of this. 7 and 7 is 14, 1 and 4 is 5. This divides the house. This and this divide the house, breaking up the house into 4s and running 3 parts. I like to call this the what do you call it? The flux capacitor, running 3 areas inside the 4th house. So inside the 4th house again, even though you see 3, because the house is split up and it's a split house, the 3 is actually 6 for the hexagon. The 4 is going to be the dog for the octagon. So that'll be 44 and 44, 33 and 33. And that's, wow, I just said a lot of things. I don't even know where I was. This is the one piece. When you split the house in 2, right, the basic of the house is 60 and 10. The house is 60 and 10. 60 and 10. It's 110%. So you get the 30 seconds here. You get the 30 seconds over here by 110%. You get 3. They get 3. You get 3. You get freedom. Well, actually, this should say 10% of this, which gives you 66. Your 66 is freedom at the 7th gate. 11 plus 11 plus 11, 33. 11 times 11 times 11 equals 1331. The word Jacob is 31. The short count of Jacob is 13. Jacob runs the ladder inside the house.
So
Ishmael
I did
is-
some. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm
I was
going to the kitchen.
I was going to point out I did some research today on the rocks. So rocks is 66. It's also 396, and it's also 233. And then the singular rock is 47, 282, 143. So that kind of fits in with your analogy that you just gave there.
Yeah. 47 times 3 is 141. So the 141 is a double communication. It's only A, B, C, D. Give me a minute. I'm going to come back and try to keep up with me. If I go out of line anywhere, I was going to speak about the teacher before. Ghost, you were there, right? Is that correct? When I was going to speak, and I didn't speak about it, so remind me. That's why I like to have a panel. I call the panel the RAM, random access memory, bringing back to where I am or where I was, or to answer a question. Because the minute somebody walks into me, whether on purpose or not, the minute I myself start to explain because I feel it has to, I lose my path. So I need to be put back on track. Otherwise, I'm just reading the numbers. I'm not reading the book. I'm reading the numbers. Oh, what? Okay, let me see over here. Yeah, I'm just going to the kitchen. So if you guys just want to chat for a minute, I want to refill on this. All right.
Something else I found today was about day and night. So day is 30 and night is 58, and then together these create the 88 window.
Wow.
So that's also pertaining to the dice. You have your black and white for your day and night on the dice.
Remember,
Like the chessboard as
sorry
well.
for cutting you.
Yeah,
Hi
the
guys. How
Yes,
you-
your dice create the chessboard. So you have your
Hi, guys,
black
can you hear me?
stone, your black rock, and then you have your white stone. Your black
Yeah.
rock is pertaining to the cube of Saturn, which
Yeah.
is the Star of David, and then you have your white stone that you find in Revelation, and all of this is pertaining to the cube, which that's why we are on pair of dice Earth. It's pertaining to the dice. It's the game.
Remember when he said on the cube you only get the 21 number, because if you add like 6, because a cube has 6 faces, and if you do one in one each cube, 1, 2, 3, 5, yeah, till you reach here, then 6 is the last. You do it like 21. What I'm trying to say, if you go to the Quran and you use the same methodology, same mechanism, the numbers, you see the chapter 21, it's the prophets. The name of the chapter in Quran, it's prophet, means it's complete, same as the cube shape is completed. And
Yes.
bear in mind the sacred name we believe in, our belief, Islam, sacred name of God, his name is Ar-Rahman. The word Ar-Rahman, this word means he's merciful, gracious, yeah? Rahman, if you translate it into English, means the gracious, the merciful. This name has 6. And God, he said that he created everything in 6 days. Everything was complete. That's why as Muslims we go to Hajj and cube shape, because it's complete. And we go into orbit movement, like a circle, to go with the zodiac sign and the stars and the moon, and everything is connected. By doing those rituals, we go with the flow of the universe. We'd go with
Yes,
the
now
flow
every
of the
face
universe.
of the
And
cube is 9, though. Every face of the cube is 9, and so 9 times 6 is 54 for the sun. So you see the 21 dots, but you don't see the 33 void. And the 33
but do you
void is
think it's
pertaining to
coincidence?
you.
Do you think because God, when he described his book, Quran, our book, is if you don't mind me speaking about my book, if you wanna, of the
Well, no,
Quran,
when we're
if we-
looking for numbers, we got to speak about everything. It's just when there's no debate in
Yeah,
here.
and
you know?
No, it's not
always
debate.
take
It's
No,
not
no,
debate.
I
Cynthia,
always
one
take
second,
it
one
back
second.
the cube to Saturn. I don't take it to a book. I take the cube back to Saturn.
No. He's just saying hold just 1 second. Everybody that speaks, it's a story. There's no debate. Everything is a story. You speak your piece. There's no debate of what someone else says. Everybody has their own story. And
I'm not
on this
debating.
page,
I'm not
everybody has
giving
their own
books.
story.
I believe in your book. I believe in Bible. I believe in Old Testament. I believe in Quran. Those books they align all together. We don't want to, but I'm just referring to book to show you the significant, the numerology with Quran. Do you understand? That's the reason of
I'm
me
just going to
just
get
saying.
my coffee.
Because
No, I
remember,
think it's very important. It's very important. All the books, we don't need to know if somebody believes it's true or not. The truth is, the book was written. So it is a guidance, whether it's a guidance to understand what you should or shouldn't or think. So it's just a guidance. And every time you're guided towards whatever book each individual person has is their personal relationship with the breath they take. So, and it's nobody's business. But if you go and do wrong amongst another, you will see that if you drive down the road, your car, right, onto the oncoming traffic, you're driving into yourself. You can only interfere with yourself. The Lord is the breath of every single person. So we have to learn how to discord amongst the gods that we are, because The Lord is only here by the breath and the knowledge of how we use it. And the Holy Ghost is within us because we breathe that air. So that means we're being dictated, we're being adjusted every single day by our thoughts. So go, just give me a minute. I'm just going to the kitchen to get this
Of course,
tea.
the Ruh al-Qudus, it's something that's with you. It's guiding you,
Yeah, because
strengthening.
Allah's, the spirit is within
Yeah,
us
and
as
see with the
humans.
Bible, I look
Yeah.
at the Bible as astrology, just like the Quran is astrology, because for me, the Bible is all astrology. It's the yin
Yeah,
yang.
they know, yes,
All
yes,
Yeah, when
because
you
cultures are
go
even
into
reading the
Jesus,
same story, the same
layers,
astrological movement in the stars, and they've dictated the waters above and the below. They've given different
exactly. Even with
recipes, but the
the
recipes
disciples,
all come from the same source, that is the zodiac.
do you see the Virgin Mary reflects back to Virgo? And
Yes,
disciples,
yes.
12 of Jesus,
yeah,
referring, symbolized as 12 zodiac sign, and Jesus is the main, is the sun, is the head, is the Ra, Alif Lam Ra. You know, in Quran there is like sacred letters, sacred sound. So sometimes in Quran there's one verse, it starts with sacred letters. No one knows what they mean, even Arabic speakers. For us, when we say Alif Lam Ra, those letters like Ra is the god of ancient Egyptian, symbolizes as sun. And you can see
Yes,
in
and a lot of the ancient
Egyptian,
names, they have no pronunciation. You can't say the sacred name because it's pertaining to all of us being a part of the whole.
yeah, so what I'm saying, do you see Alif Lam Ra? Those letters are from the sacred name of God. So they start with Alif. For example, in Arabic, Alif means A in English, Lam means L, Ra means R, yeah? Then he has man, Rahman, as a man. Remember, he said man, like us humans, individual, male, as man. His name, the God's sacred name, starts with those letters. Then Ha means like life. In Arabic means ha, life, breath. Mim means mother, mim. Then Noon means Noor, light. So we are from the name, sacred name of God. You can you can manifest it into humans. Like remember Ra being sun.
Yes.
But even when it comes to Quran, 70% of Quran is cosmology. It talks about the heavens, the stars, the orbits of the zodiac signs, the Sirius star. It's all God is telling us in this book. It tells us to reflect on the universe, to be connected with the higher subconscious, higher consciousness, which is the higher God. As above, it's below. Because you don't need to be below the materialist, just like looking into earth. You must combine them together to be in a scale, like yin and yang, as you mentioned. Like you need to be in balance between the like heavenly perspective and earthly
and the
perspective.
spiritual realm. You need to have
Yeah,
that.
Yeah, and
spiritual.
that's what the dice show, that with the black and the white. So the dice is a template. A die is a template. You can get many dice out of the singular die. You can get the black rock, and you can get the white stone, you can get the void, you can get the dot, you can get the nine face. So, it's also pertaining to the cards, because the cards are the moon calendar and the dice are for the sun. They fit with the zodiac. And it all literally comes together for this grand game that we play. And, from my understanding, the Christ is your body that dies in your behalf, because you're in the beta world. We're the alphas in the beta, we're the angels, we're the gods, and at the same time, you're your own grim reaper. And you have your own star that you can access and file your multiple lifetimes. This is a
So
teaching
what do
from
you think? I'm
ancient
sorry for
Egypt that
cutting. I'm
I've
sorry
been
for cutting
gifted
you.
back.
Yeah, it's good. It's good what he said, and he aligns with some of my beliefs. I accept a lot what he said, but before I went to dive into, like, what do you think regarding Adam? Because you said you see in New Testament as everything it has to do with cosmology, has to do with the stars and zodiac signs and all that metaphor. It's not like individuals. What do you think regarding Adam being and Isa and Jesus? Because you mentioned Jesus being us,
Adam
yeah?
is Adam, Adam,
Do you know
Dome,
Adam in Arabic? The
A-D-O-M-E,
word
Or an atom.
an
Adam in
atom, and
Arabic,
a
Yeah.
tomb, a mutt.
atom.
So Adam is also pointing to a mutt that is pointing to Anubis.
Wow, so is he
Okay,
like
and it's
from
all
my
you rolled into
understanding?
one.
From my understanding, because you said Jesus is more has to do with spirit, like
Jesus
it's
and
within
Isis
us.
will
Yeah,
rise. That's what
can I
Jesus,
understand? Can I
Isis, they
understand?
will rise
Yeah,
from
can I
the
understand? I just wanna. Can you
from
hear me?
Okay,
underneath.
so can we just
Yeah.
say? I just want to say hi, Carter. Let's try and keep this more in line with like it's because right now we're going. It could be this. It could be that. We're not bringing any. We're
Oh no.
not backing it up. We're not. We're not showcasing where it's found, other than stories, continuous stories. So in order to understand these stories, when we bring them to light, any one of the stories, because it's not really a thing to discuss, but where does it show up in the math? Because this is all about math equations,
Yeah,
how to bring the word to understand. Well, there's something in the Quran that says this. Where can we
yeah,
find it
yeah.
in
I'm gonna
numbers?
give
Where
you. I'm
does it
gonna
show
give you.
up?
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna give you
So it's
numbers. I'm
all
gonna
about
give you
art.
numbers
It's
now.
all
Yeah,
about the art
because
of creation.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
not about the
because do you
books
know?
and
Yeah, I'm sorry, because you know the straight path. There is a terminology in Islam means straight path. You need to be vertical line. You see it from above, like focusing on God perspective. And in this verse has 19 word, and he links with Jesus. Can you see the number 19 has to do with Jesus? Because I
It's
believe
10 and
the
goes
number
back to
19.
1.
I believe the number 19 has a lot of with Jesus, like
okay.
My
his
So
soul.
birthday's the
Yeah.
19th of February.
Yeah,
I'm
and
a fish.
19 is S
Cusp
for the sine
Aquarius.
wave, and then 19 is also AI for the alpha intelligence that is you. So we're all a part of the alpha intelligence, and then the alpha intelligence that is here, they have created the artificial
Yeah, I
intelligence that
know.
mirrors. Yeah.
Like
So that's
people think
what
they're
19
demons.
says.
They're not demons. They're AI. It's like body snatchers. It's kind of like
What's
what I
that?
call it.
19,86643. So SE.
Okay, I got a question for you. I kept getting numbers patterns last night everywhere. Everywhere, they were everywhere. So someone had a message for me, but I couldn't get it. Like I couldn't fill it out, and it was like God, I wrote them down, but when I added them up, they didn't make sense either.
okay, so when you figure it out, you can
Mr.
tell me.
Tuck.
I want to try and stick to the Quran a little bit and the numbers in the Quran. I find it very interesting, and for
Thank you
me,
for that respect.
okay, it's been thousands of years that I've seen these stories and listened to these stories. I'm Jewish. Okay. I didn't believe any of the stories. I watched some of the TV and I saw some glitches in Moses. I saw glitches with Moses. There
You
was a
know,
glitch.
I respect you even more. I respect you even more if you G because
Musa
you ma
means
because
Moses in
us
Arabic
because
also.
if you Jewish then I respect you even more because we close, we related Ishaq and Ismail. Don't forget that.
We're
We
all
related.
related. We're all
Okay. So
related.
let me explain to you what I see. According to games in history, right? And that's all I
Uh-huh.
do here is games in history. It's a book. I read a book. I don't know if it's fairy tale, if it's not. I know when I read a book, it says for 18 and over, for children, for this, for that. So through life, they've been giving us guidance of which way to go. Now, if I created this world myself and I never wanted to forget, I would make sure that I instilled into every man and human and person and animal on this planet
Exactly.
something to remind myself that when I bump into it, and I'd break it up into 12 or 88 constellations to break up whatever it is, all the 4 parts of 4. There are 11 parts of 4 in the 2 worlds. So we can now mix it and switch it. And then we can put 22 and 22 inside the moons of Mars. So we're mixing up all these constellations. And when I break down the 12 constellations, I break it down as a set of 12. Then I break it down as a set of 8. Then I break it down as a set of 6. Now, I didn't say this for nothing. I said it because of these dice cube, what these dice cube tell me. I'm following the rules. This is a 3,000-year-old cube. It's older than Jesus. I'm following these rules with a 500-year-old language, like a brand new language. The 3 and 4, Abraham and Isaac, become the 33 and the 44. What was 3 and 4 in the lower world is now going to be 6 and 8 in the higher world. And what comes in between? The 7 and 8 come in between.
Okay.
The king comes in between.
What does 6 8s and 4 4 mean to you? That's two of the numbers I was getting. That's 2 of them. 4 of them.
44 is going to create the flux capacitor. I'll tell you what that is.
Okay. Go write it down now. Just look at it.
Can I, please, Mr. Takpan, if you have time with me, I want to go with you in Quran perspective, because I like to speak with the Jewish, because they more have knowledge with that. So we all.
I'm just going to finish this last piece, and I'll ask everybody just to hang on. Let us finish, because we've been into this conversation 20 minutes. So first of all, when I said flux capacitor is the base of your creation, okay? Here's the 9 in the house of Tate, right? In the house of one head.
Okay.
Tet. In the house of Tet, Aleph, Beit, Gimel, Dalet, right? They don't say Yod Hey. Do you ever hear Yod Hey? Anybody hear of Yod Hey?
Kind of.
Nobody heard of Yod Hey? The other day, everybody's screaming Yod Hey, and now that I'm around and have Yod Hey and have that answer, no one's here.
Not a synchronicity for me.
Well, Yod Hey goes like
when
this.
I hear Yod Hey, I hear Hey Boy.
So you're trying to say, Mr. Takpan, remember when he said in the cube shape is the origin, is the foundation of everything, is the foundation of the creation. That's how, that's why, do you understand? I don't want to get deep because you have background, you've already spoken, but when it comes, you said 21, the only number is 21, yes? Do you know which chapter in Quran is 21? It's prophets. What's your take regarding prophets and messengers like Musa, Nuh, Ibrahim, Ishaq, Yusuf?
I am Musa. I'm not kidding.
What was that?
My name.
I know we have to respect
Musa.
the speaker. We have to just respect the speaker. If I can't hear, I can't answer the question.
You were telling me about the foundation and the flux capacitor. I just want to get this because this was
so let me finish. Just hold on, Carter. Just let me finish with the flux capacitor. The base of this, I'm going to show you what 9 is. Right, when we understand all the relationships, 9 is over here. Right, it's all the 9 numbers. When you connect 1, 2, 3, 4, that equals to 10. Okay. This area equals to 30. It's 3 times the amount. Your base of all creation is these 4 over here. It creates 10. It creates Capricorn. We're now going to have a 1 division between the upper and the lower world. It's going to be a 3, 1, 3 connection. Okay. Why am I going 3, 1, 3, 7? Because it's the 2 worlds of communication, but our communication is 3, 1, 3 awake, 3, 1, 3 asleep. We get to use all of them, but not all in the same time, because we're not all in the same timeline when you're awake and when you're asleep, using all of 10, the 1, 9, 1, 7, 3, 4, 6, 8, 2. So this is where the Capricorn head comes in. Capricorn is a representation of 10. It's a representation of the entire house. It is the head of the household. Is it a divided household of 44? The divided constellations, the 88 constellations of Abraham and Isaac runs through the house. We have the transistors, okay, in between Jacob running up and down the ladder between the houses. We have Ishmael in the soul running between the 2 houses, running between the snakes, back and forth, transmitting the information.
Okay.
And the dime or the paradigm, right, the 10 cents for the flux capacitor is the 10 cents that's at the head. You need 10 of them, not 4 quarters for the 4 houses. Right? You need 10 of them. The reason we need 10 of them is because the numbers rotate at 10. Okay? But not 3, 6, and 9. You go 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. You need a 10 to go 9 and then 1 to reconnect. And then you go 4. You go 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 28. Remember that,
Okay.
where 28 comes in. 7 by 4, 28 for the 28-day cycle of the moon, 6 times a week equals to 168 hours.
17, what does that mean?
17 is the teacher. It's the gateway. It's the teacher. It's the
I
energy.
kept getting that. Yeah, that's consistent
I just
for
want to.
like
I
a
just want to.
week.
Oh wow! I lost something in my head.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Whatever. I just want to.
So even one, if you remember, I told you that Quran is built up upon 19 words, yeah, 19 number.
Yeah.
One
So the
9 is 10.
connection of the.
1 9 is 10. Is because foundation. You remember you said foundation is 110, 1 9, yeah. Yes.
When you count 1 through 19, do you know what the answer is?
Yeah.
1.
No, the answer when 1 through 19 is 190. It's the same answer. 19 is
Oh,
19. 19 by 19 completes a complete circle and brings you 1 degree forward. That after 360 cycles, that's when you start over your complete cycle again.
my birthday this year will start over for me
So
a
what's
new
the
cycle.
significance regarding the 74? 74.
Okay, the 74 is going to be found in the 5th area. Okay, in the 5th area, 74. Okay, I'm going to write down all the things. I don't have it all in my head. Let me see. First of all, 7 times 4 equals to 28. We have the 28-day cycle of the moon. 7 plus 4 equals to 11. And that 7 and 4, 11 is going to be found over here,
Yeah.
in Earth's heart. This over here, 5 times 2, and 2 plus 5 equals to 17. Right? When you see this, the area that's blank here is equal to 7. The area that's blank here is equal to 4. So when you have the 5 and 2, you also have the 7 and 4. That is a 7-11 on that cube. That is your Earth heart 7-11. It makes things bigger and smaller. 5 cuts everything in half, and 2 plugs into the ocean. 2 plugs into the Christ, 77. When you minus the 11 from 28, it equals to 17. So now you have your 7 and.
What's the thank you, respect for that. I'm going to give you roses for that. Thank you. I'm going to get deeper into yours. But what do you think regarding 38? Because
Okay,
it has
30.
to do with King
11.
David. In our belief, it has to do with King David. 38.
Wow, that's a perfect number too. Okay, so you said King 41. David, I don't know, but when you have King David, you began and you ended the word with 4 and 4. So right away you're talking about Abraham, and with inside the Abraham is the divided life. The V letter between the two is 22. Between A and I, you split the house up. You split the birth up. The V is going to be representing that. And both the D and the V and the D is a 4. We're going to put a blank. We're going to put a 4. We're going to put a blank. And we're going to put a 4. It's going to look like this. After the death, the divided life, born into bondage, into marriage.
Wow.
This is the same as this. And you start it here. Before you get married, you put your finger here. Is this the way it goes?
No.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is this the way it goes?
Oh.
Are you
Do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? This is the Aether. This is the Aether, and this is number 38.
I gotcha. Yeah.
And Saturn.
Wow.
That's
The
Saturn.
4 elements
On the other
in
finger
ether.
there.
Wow.
This is number
This is called a
38.
ring.
Does anybody know why?
So there is, do you know the whole we are in the
No,
Quran? We have
I don't.
38 chapter, 38 chapter 38 in Quran. This speaks about David, and he
You
used to
covered
be
every number
rise
for me.
wisdom king. So that shows you the ether in the middle. So he was, do you know this verse? It shows you that David, you know, in this chapter 38. It shows you that David King, he was righteous, and he was like he had like two. Let me tell you what the word I'm looking for. I'm sorry, English sometimes. He was.
Here.
I'm sorry. In this story, it shows you that David, he was in the middle because he was righteous, because people, they used to come to him and rely on him when it comes to
being
Yeah, that's my lineage, I do believe.
added. 1 second.
We're
I'm going to
in.
translate
I'm
what
in Solomon's temple right
It
now.
shows you that just
Hold
yeah.
on.
I got it. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You know,
no,
in
it's not
chapter
you.
30,
It's not you. Just keep going.
yeah. Do you know in chapter 38? I'm sorry for calling it because I forgot the word now. I remember. Do you know in this chapter it talks about David? He was justice. He was justice with people. He was in the middle. Do you understand? He had the story speaks about the king of David and his attribute, the goodness of it, and it has to do with 38. In our belief, we think 38 has to do with David, King David. So what do you come with with the cube shape? 38, what does it symbolize as? What does it symbolize as? Like 3 and 8 is 11, yeah, at the end. If you add 3 and 8 is 11. And 11, if you minus 2, what does 2 mean?
Two
You
is
understand what I mean?
two connects the beta, alpha, beta. When you when what you're doing is first of all, it's like there's a big explanation. First of all, I'm just going to tell you where I found it. When you go to the game of pool, okay, the 2 and the 10 are connected together. Now, did you say 2-8 or 2-10?
Yeah, I said 3 and 8. 3 and 8
Okay,
is
okay,
11.
then okay. So first
Yeah,
of
3
all,
and 8.
38, okay, is 2 19s.
Because if you do, yeah, 219. So yeah, 19 times 2, yeah.
Right.
But
So
I mean, if you take it as 3 8, if you add 3 8 is 11 at the end, and if you make 11 2 means 2 at the end. It takes you to 2 number, and he said beta, yeah. So what does that refer to? Is it like not being king? Is not alpha. It's like follower at the end. Is that what you're trying to say?
hold on, just give me a second. I don't like to
I'm
say
sorry, I'm
any.
sorry.
I don't really like to
For all the
say.
characters.
I don't say anything without reference. If I don't show you something that is written down, I can't say anything. My word has no credibility.
No, I've learned a lot from you, to be honest. Like it was 30 minutes because people they don't know probably the audience how did we link. We basically have our own show and we linked and we spoke to him probably for 40 minutes. He was insane. That's how I knew him.
How did we get shut down?
Yeah, because I think the reason is the life was against the violence, something like that. It was
Impossible, because I was talking and I was talking about something very simple, very light, because I always pay attention when I speak. But they shut me down. Every time everything gets shut down, it's always when I'm speaking.
No worries. We respect. Yeah, it was good to know you and speak to you and listen to you. Actually, can I go further with you, asking you about
Well,
the
I'm
Quran
still on the
and
number
link it with
38. I didn't get through David yet.
38.
So I'm
Yeah.
just going through all the motions of what 38 is. There's many things
So
about 30.
basically, shall I give you the background of this chapter for you to go even deeper?
Oh no, it won't help me. It won't help me.
No,
It's
it's not gonna help me.
It'll
But in
just
this
mix me up.
chapter, yeah.
It'll only
In this
mix me
chapter,
up.
just to bear in mind is in this chapter the main number in this chapter is 99. It's mentioned in the story of David. Has to do with number 99. Just remember, and 99 ends with 18 at the end. 9 times 2 is 18 at the end, and it's 9. It's prime number. So just bear in mind, in this story has to do with 99 with King David.
7,
And it's chapter
11, and
38.
15, 33. 8, 11, 14, 33. 12, 11, 10, 33, 99.
Wow.
7
Can
and
you- can you-
15
can
is
you-
22.
Can you do it again? Yeah. Can you do it
7,
again?
11, and 15, 33. 8, 11, and 14, 33. 12, 11, and 10, 33. 99.
Wow.
But that's not only it. That's not it. That's not done. You're not done with that. I'm going to show you.
Wow.
It has to be done like this. It has to be done A, B, C, D. And this is the breakdown, because otherwise this is 4 by 33, equaling to 132, which is actually only 4 by 22, equaling to 88, plus 11 equaling to plus 88 minus 11 equals to 77 equals to 99 equals to the mother of Christ.
Wow.
This over here is your creation into the two mother houses equaling to 18 and 9 equaling to the 27, which is Ra. 18 and 81 equals to 99. 81 minus 18 equals to 63 for the creation house that you come into.
Wow, it's all for King David, because there's deep. Do you know how many times King David mentioned in Quran? Probably 17 times. King David
You're
in
the King
Quran
David.
mentioned
Did you
7.
know that? You're
What was
King
that?
David. You are King
Me?
David. Yes, all of the characters are to teach you about yourself, who you are. Those are your teachers to teach you about who you are. You're all the characters. That's why we're all connected. So like on the die,
So do you know?
the die
I was
shows us
thinking to
Eve
myself.
because the dice, I'm talking about the dice, they show
I'm sorry
us
because I
Eve
don't know how you
as the
guys.
mother.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
hold
sorry
on,
for cutting you.
Cynthia.
Okay.
He was just 1 second. Just let him. If he's speaking, let him direct what he wants to be answered, because otherwise,
Yeah. I
right?
like to this. Yeah, to be honest with you, like from my perspective, you don't see a different, because you guys, you don't see a different. I see a different. That's miracle to me, because I was looking into the Quran. I saw like 60-70% of Quran, a whole has to do with cosmology, has to do with zodiac sign, has to do with the earth, has to do with heavens, as above it's below. It's always remembers you to connect and be connected to that. And the thing is, I've looked like the one of the description of Quran, it's
So
this
have you
book,
done your
it's
birth chart
number.
yet?
What was that?
Since your book is about the constellations, have you done your birth chart yet? Do you know your zodiac placements? Are you holding these stars in your hands?
I know these stars, but I don't want to get deep into it. Like, I don't want to show my
Or do
personal
you know the
or what am
flames?
I.
Do you know the ones on ice? Do you know their locations? Can you call forth the Mazzaroth? Do you
Nah,
know
but you
these
don't get me.
things?
Like,
If
I
you've read your
speak the
book and that's
ancient.
what it's about, then you should know these
Yeah,
Right, but
things.
it doesn't
yes.
matter. It doesn't matter. We're answering questions, numerical values, not what anybody knows. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Cynthia.
thank.
Cynthia is very powerful. She has too much information. I seen her stuff. I go a little nuts because I'm trying to learn about the zodiac. When I get into the zodiac, there's two things I need to learn, and
Can
one
I
of
ask you
them.
a question? Can I ask you a question,
Yeah.
please? Can I ask you a question? Yeah.
The
So,
dice are the zodiac.
yeah, I'm going to ask you a question and please answer me, yeah? It's
Okay.
90 chapter in Quran 96. This chapter has to do with reading and writing with pen. And it's the first chapter was like revealed. One of the chapter is telling human to read and write and be connected with God. So this chapter has 19 verses in it, and it's 96. What's your take on it? Like the main thing is like talking about
Well, it's talking.
like
You need to see the flip scripts when you. Okay, so I'm into the dice because it connects to the zodiac, and it speaks to
it's
us in
96.
numbers. So when you
It's
see,
96.
okay, I typed in the
It's
comments. I did
96.
96 and 69 for balance. They
96,
balance each
19.
other out.
96, 19. 96, 19. And I'm going to tell
Okay.
you how many
Well, I'm
words
talking
are
about
in this
96.
verse.
Okay. Yeah, I could just go into huge numbers. He's writing all kinds of numbers too. So, I think that's what we should just keep it at. I mean, it's all connected. We're all connected.
Oh, this verse, do you know the significant? Please,
Everybody
please,
is
can you go
here
back? I
learning
want to
about
ask him. I want to ask
the
him,
grand
please, please,
stars.
please, please. Can I ask you, please? Are you there, Mr. Tucker?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
listening.
you're
I'm
here.
writing down what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
So
while you.
yeah, so this chapter has 19 verses. It's 96. Has to do with birth of humans. Has to do with when humans get birth from their mother. Yeah, and this chapter has 285 words. So it has 19. It has 19 verses. Yes. It's 96, which is in the chapter is 96 chapter, yeah, and has 285 words. What's your take on it? And 285 is 19. It's 19. It's like 19 times. Let me see how much.
Yeah, that's alpha intelligence in the birth. Okay, and then when you do the 6996 balance, you're going to see the 66 that's pertaining to the 33. You're going to see the 99 for Jupiter because we're
It's
talking about
15
the
times
planets.
because the words it's
15 is O.
285 and it's
O is
19 times
special.
15 times 15. So what's your take on it? And this chapter talks about, let me read it for you, like what does it say, for example.
Well, then if you
to
read it
have
to me and I give you an answer, I might be biased. Would you rather hear my answer first?
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. First of all, number 258, 582 is a rotation. I'm going to show you what that number is right now. Just give me a second. What number did you say? 5 what or 2 what? 285 words?
Yeah, 285 words, and it's chapter 96, and he has 19 verses, and it's
Okay,
the
I'm
first
going to give you
chapter
that.
that
Give
was
me a
revealed
minute.
to Muhammad.
Okay, I'll give you all that information. Just let me show you. There's a bunch of pieces to this that has to be. There's a lot of description that every single number you use is telling a story. So when I start to say something, if I don't complete all the connections, right? And don't forget, I'm not the final word, right? I'm not the final word. I'm only telling you part of the story that goes along, but only all of us together will be able to complete this. That's why what I've been trying to get out there more than anything is if somebody is a programmer, okay, if somebody's a programmer out there and they can get all these, I have a lot of equations that go along with a 3,000-year-old story that got forwarded into a calculator, the English language, the French language, the Spanish language, the Hebrew language for guidance, and all the languages for what they do is to direct me of what I can do with the 360 degrees of ABC. That's what it is.
Wow. And you know the chapter name of this chapter is alaq. Do you know what alaq means?
No,
Something
but
is
you put
like
AL first, right? I look at it as alchemy.
wow. Do you know this is like alaq, something it's like you can't take it out. It's like you can't take it out. It's like
So,
skin with skeleton. Something you can't take it
so
out.
you have
You know what I mean?
scales.
That's the verse. Yeah. So
So you
this
have
chapter,
scales.
can you see 200? Let's see numbers now, like 285 and 96 and verse 19. So this chapter has to do with something like what's the word? Let me look. I'm going to write it and you can translate what's the word. This chapter name. I'll write it down. Something hanging. Yeah, something hanging. علق. That's the chapter. Hanging. Something. Yes. So what's your take on
So
this?
right away, it's a 4-letter word, okay? The 4-letter word is going to equal to 108. Okay, 108 can be done by 4 letters. So it's going to be 27 by 4. It's going to be 54 by 2. It's going to be 36 by 3. So it fits right into the vibration inside the 4 letters of its word. The numeric value for hang, in which it starts off with H and A, which means there's 8 going around 1, right? The heavens going around the divided sun. The N and the G is going to be communication. When you get the N and the G together, the N and the G is the communication between the sun, the moon, and the heavens, the divided house. That's why it's hang, because it's hangman. It's hangman. They took the house together, the 2 houses, they divided up, and they created the cross in order to communicate to us.
Wow, I see your point. Do you know, because I'm into my books. I speak the ancient Quran. Do you know Quran is Arabic language? I speak the ancients. I'm inside this Quran, and when he speaks, he makes sense. You make sense what you say. To be
So
honest,
to start off with
like in this book, like shall I give you like what? Because you said they created us and they want to communicate with us. Like this verse, like I told you, is 90. The chapter is 96. It starts by saying, "Read with the name of your Lord." He created this, he created humans with hanging. The word hanging, you said, yeah? With alaq. Then he said, read and your Lord is most gracious. He learned he learned humans to with pen. The humanity, they learn with pen. Everything is written, everything by drawing, arts, everything, yes? Painting. علم الإنسان. Then he said, he teach human something they didn't know. Then he say, when human, shall I continue or no? That's the
Yes. I'm just writing down stuff that you're saying. That's why I'm doing this. Is I take notes
yeah.
to read what you
Then
say.
after that, then after that, this chapter says like when human he gathers those knowledge, he gets like out of his limit. He use it in the wrong matter. Then he say, do you see those who trying to mislead people and they don't let people know the truth when it comes to what you say, numerology and numbers and everything is connected. Everyone has spirit within them. The cube, if you unfold it, is cross and everything has to do with zodiac sign. Shall I continue with the chapter for you to read it for you? Yes.
Well, I'm going to get on because I want to finish off what you did before. We never
Yeah.
finished when you asked me about the number 33, King David, and 96. So you're putting me on another path. So I think it's best to stop for yourself. Otherwise, you didn't get your last answer answered. And if you say to anybody anything that I can do good, what did I do good when I didn't even answer your last question? You follow me? You asked me to know something.
I'm happy to listen to 38 and the significance of King David.
So the 285 is part of the vibration. Oops, I put on this picture. I'm going to explain this picture. That's the capstone of Abraham, 44. The two heads reading the two books of the Quran. The letter K coming into this is 11. 11 brings in the birth, okay, into the divided house. 2 and 9 is where the Mars. Abraham is Mars, not Earth, Mars. Quran is from Mars. There's 4 houses of Mars built to have this house on Earth. This is an Earth house. This is a planetary. You can say planetary. You can say Atlanta. You can say Atlantis. It's all the same thing. It's different letters coming first for the same LAN. Land and land, animal, and man. The and is part of the DNA, the non-disclosure agreement. It's also number 19. It's also the reverse in French, ET. ET is 5 and 2. It's the divided house. It's been chopped up in 2. The ET brings on your 7 and 4 for the 7 months of the 31 days for the 7th gate of creation in the 4 houses of Abraham, the halfway house. The 4, 2, 4, 6, 8 turns everything this way. Now we become born into the house of the rising sun. 2, 4, 6, 8, 8, 6, 4. And half of that is 4, 3, 2. And in thirds, it's 1440 minutes to the day of our birth to equal to the 3 days that we come here, the 313 days, also spoken in the Quran, okay, which is 3 days of 1440 equaling to the 432 of the 2 houses equals to 864, 86,400 seconds in a day, 88 million or 864 million for the sun. It doesn't matter. We just have to see those numbers. I don't care about the zeros. I just care about the rest. The only thing I do with the zeros.
You're smart, yeah.
What I do with the zeros is if I'm going to use the word million and billion, right? The million and billion, I just have to know the word. The BI is connecting the 2 hips. Our hips is a B. It's 2 houses. That's for the BI, the birth, to the MI.
Can I tell you something? Can I add to that, please? Do you see everything is connected? Do you see the Arabic written form? Let me write it for you. Like this, for example, look at text. It's all taken from the position of stars. For example, the word alif, A in Arabic, alif means A in Arabic, is like the Orion belt. Do you know the Orion belt? The star that in pyramid that aligns with pyramids, the 3 pyramids. The alif, they took it from everything is taken, even the languages, the way words are written, it's all, even the numbers are taken from the zodiac sign, has taken from because Allah, when he's in the book, in our book, when God spoke about the stars, he said those stars, they guide you. It's for human to be guided in all aspects. It's generally like speak. But I don't want to cut you, but continue with your analysis when it comes to 38, because you mentioned 11. Because you know chapter 47 in Quran is Muhammad. Chapter Muhammad is 47. So
So
it's 11. 47 is 11. So do you think those prophets are not individuals, in your opinion? Just be honest. Do you think it has to do with stars and those, they manifested into human form? Do you actually think
okay,
that? And all
I
of
believe
us,
we have to go to forget about who got manufactured to what. We all come from the human body. Okay, the thing that doesn't come from the human body, what you can't see, are the vibrations and the frequencies. And when you spoke about the zodiac and everything to do, do the letters come from the zodiac? Cynthia knows like 1,000%. She has a lot of my information. We exchange a few pieces, and she sees exactly where all the numbers go, and she zips up the whole zodiac. But because of lack of a little bit of reference, it's hard to completely understand in 10 minutes how it all works. But I got the gist of it, so I know what you're saying, and what she's saying is the exact same thing. And we tend to want to speak so much because we're all getting very excited when we're starting to see that it cannot be hidden anymore. You cannot hide the truth. It's not just because, oh my God, what a coincidence. It's, oh my God, it's now mathematical, and now we can design it and see it. It's absolutely true now. And we all see it, and it's very exciting. And we all want to speak at the same time.
remember the magic hexagon that I showed you? Remember the sacred geometry that I showed you, the flower of life that is a circle. If you like draw 19 circles into one another, you will get the sacred flower which found in each ancient civilization, which is the Mexican, the ancient Egyptians, Sumerians. Each one of them, they had sacred geometria, which is flower of life that has 19 circles. And you'll get from this 5 platonic solids, which is octahedron, tetrahedron. Let's go to, like, if you write in Google NASA space web James Webb Telescope symbol, you will see the magic hexagon that has to do with 19 hexagons. And the Quran was built from 114 chapters, and God, he said that he created earth in 6 days, and if you put from each hexagon, 6 chapters will be completed from this hexagon. And remember when I told you Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, the word Bismillah, in the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful, those has 19 letters. And if you take these letters into geometrical shape, will give you this magic hexagon, which is symbolized in James Webb Telescope. Do you think that's coincidence? Do you think those ancient,
That's
like,
us. We have to
aliens,
find all our ship shapes. We have to put all the
if
pieces
you,
together and understand where the ship shapes.
let me ask you a question. Have you read like Quran? Have you read Quran before?
I don't need to read because I have the dice and the cards. I have the stars. I can read the stars. I don't need to read. I can read the stars.
It's good.
And I'm going to tell you,
Subhanallah,
even if you
subhanallah.
can't read, you can still talk to the Creator. You don't need to read. You could be a
got
child.
114.
You don't need to read. The highest ascended master is a baby.
Do you know you got 114 gifts? Do you know you got 114 gifts that symbolize chapters of Quran? There's only 114 chapters of Quran, which is 19 times 6. And the name of God, the sacred name, is Ar-Rahman. Can you translate that if you speak Hebrew? Do you speak Hebrew, Mr. Takba?
Well, Avram is when I see
it's like this. Ar-Rahman, Haman, Ar-Rahman.
Yes, ham radio.
Ham.
Okay. Right, ham radio. She just said it. The reason why we can't eat pork and we have to go halal, you have to save the pig. When you say those words you speak, the only thing that comes to my mind is the letter H and 8. The letter H and 8 coming together. Where I live, the French have a hard time to say the H letter, and every time I hear it, I'm only hearing one thing. It says half a man.
Wow. Do you know the thing is, remember when I told you the straight path? Do you know what I mean by vertical line? Like the pillars. If you face up heavens, that's what I mean, vertical line. In this, like there is us
Your
Muslim,
heads.
when we pray, we always say to God, "Ihdina as-sirat al-mustaqim," guide us to the straight path. It means guide us to zodiac sign, to point our heavens. This letter has 19. This phrase, this verse has 19 letters, which is like facing to the heavens. Like you need to face
You need to
to
do your
1-9.
birth chart, man. You should do your birth chart so you can know all about your heaven's story. You can map your constellations. You can see your planets and where they're at. You can read your future far in advance and go past this lifetime in your birth chart. You
Based
can
on
even
what can I can
rewind.
Yeah, but if
It's your
we,
job. It's your job. If you've read the book, it's your job to come out of the book and use your eyes and examine the heavens for real.
Do you
Look up.
know the chapter 16? Remember, Allah, He spoke about 2 ants of Quran. He
that's why
spoke
it's
2
16.
ants. There is only 2. No, he spoke 2 ants in Quran. There is only 2 ants. In Quran there is bee and spider. Chapter 16
Yes,
is
spider
bee.
web for the
It's
web.
bee. It's talking.
Zodiac
No,
web.
there's 2. No, one of them is positive and one of them is negative. The positive one is B. God spoke good
Yes.
stuff about B. Yes,
12. It's the 12 and the 8 spoke wheel.
It's chapter 16. I didn't finish what I mean. It's chapter 16. And do you know the chromosomes of bees is 16? You can check it out. Chromosome of bees is 16, and chapter 16 in Quran, it's B. You can check it out. Just write in Google chapter 16 in Quran, you will see it's 16, and God is talking about magic hexagon. Remember, I told you if you like 114,
Pattern.
everything what I said, like it's not a coincidence. I think that this book is linked to all humanity, because I don't think it's for religion. This book is not for, it's for all human. Holy. But I think if Mr. Takpans, he gets into Quran and he reads Quran, he will be genius. I'm telling you from now.
I don't have to, because
You'll
all I
be-
He's
have to
already
do
a
is
genius. He doesn't have to
Nah.
read that kind of stuff.
no. It's not that kind of stuff. Everything is a guidance. When those who read what they read, their story, and bring it upon the number of
Can
man.
I ask you a question? If you don't mind? The number 25, what does he refer to? As
We
Jack.
can't. Let me answer
Jack.
all these. Everybody's got to be quiet. I want to answer everything else. Okay, I want to answer everything, because if you fill me up with numbers, I haven't answered one thing yet. There hasn't been anything answered where it was understood. I feel it, right? There was the number 33, 333. There was the number 13. Nothing was understood. I know it went over everybody's head, right? So we're not looking to see where we're using any of this right now. We're just looking to see, yes, I understand where it comes from. Then when you breathe, okay, it'll come into your head, and then you'll say, oh my God, look where it came from. And then you'll reflect within yourself. If we just hear one time without reflection, what good is anything we hear at all? We haven't heard anything.
Sorry for that. If you don't want me, shall I stay here or no?
Oh,
Shall I- if you
no,
want me-
stay it. I'm not doing this against anybody. What I spoke right now is the absolute truth of discording. When we discord amongst each other, right? When we discord amongst each other,
No, I respect you. I know
I
that
can
you're
not.
way better than me. I know you're way better than me when it comes to that stuff. I know, but I need to rely on my book because I love the Quran. I know, because you know why? The definition of my book, it's number. Allah, He described my book as number. He said, Kitab Marqum, the book of number. So that's why I'm what's the word? I'm surprised by you what you said, like regarding the 38 and number 13, the thunder. Remember when you said thunder and teach? I want to listen back to you again, and I don't want to
Thunder
cut you.
starts
Continue.
with TH. It's part of the teacher. It starts in the first and second position. It's just like the word Thursday. Okay, but I'm going to go back to the 38. We're going to first we're going to go back to the 33. Let me finish with the 33. Then we're going to go into the 38. One thing at a time. Okay, nothing to say over here. What happens? Maybe I'll go to the beginning, how it all started. Here's the way it starts over here. There's a total of 9 areas. First level is 1. If I take this to the second level, I just want one person to say something. If I take this to the second level, right, what would be the second level of this? Would it be a 20? Would it be 60? Would it be 10? The second level of this is 10. Every time you go up 9, every house is 9. Every time you go up 9, this is the tet. In Hebrew, it's the tet. Okay? You connect the two ends together, all the ends creating yod, 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 10, 10, 10. So here's what happens. The first level is 1. The second level is 10. The third level is 19. 1 plus 9 equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. When you get to 19, you have reached the other side of 180 degrees. When you get to 19, 19 by 19 brings you over to the next cycle.
I'm sorry for cutting you. I'm sorry for cutting you. I'm sorry.
It's
Remember,
okay.
you said we are in a matrix and we are in this Saturn, in this cube, yeah? And in Quran, it said there's 19 angels supervising this. So you mean, do you see this cube? There's 19. Remember, you said 1, 9. On left, on bottom there's 1, and on top of right there's 9. So those angels are like God into supervising this place, this connecting. I'm sorry for calling it.
That's
Continue.
okay. It's a divided house. It's a divided house. Okay. And what
The
happens?
holy calculator.
Yeah.
I
So
love it.
I'm just trying to see. First of all, you see this card over here, right? She cuts through everything. She slices the house all the way up this way, putting everything into the 33 angle, from the 45 angle to the 33 angle. She cuts every cube in half. She brings a life into every single cube. The jack and the king don't. The jack and the king are square, right? But she cuts everything and controls. This is Q, the 17th letter. The 17th letter reverse, okay, in the alphabet is J10. You like for Jesus. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. Reverse is Q17. This is the teacher. She holds the 2 moons and the 1 moon. This is your number 38.
Wow.
Clubs.
Wow.
Yeah, see,
Wow.
her
Do you
moons
know
are at
why?
the
I'll tell you
waist,
the
so she's
significance.
tying
I'll tell
everything
you the
together.
significant. I'll tell you the significant. You know why? In our book, it says that moon was separated into 2 halves. And when God, he spoke about number 19, he said there's supervisors, like I mentioned, 38. Then he said the moon. So when he spoke about number 19, he spoke about the moon in chapter 74. Remember chapter 74? He speaks about the number 19. Then after that, he says moon. So I get your point.
She's the
the moon
4th.
is separated.
She's the 4th.
Attribute of Quran, yeah. So
She's the 4th. Do you know why she's the 4? Because she's the 8, but she's 4 black and 4 red. The king is the 7. He has 7 eyes in the deck of cards. See the way the energy is flowing through? You see this 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2 over here, or the letter R for Ra? The R and the H go together. Do you know why? The 18 and the H go together. The 8 and the 18 go together.
Can I see that? Can I see that again, please? The picture where you said Ra. Can I see again, Ra? Can I see again?
Oh, here.
Yeah. That's in Arabic the same written Alif Lam Ra. That's the same Ra in Arabic. Ra. If you write it.
Yes. So when you do that, hold on a second. So what happens over
well,
here?
you need to understand our marks. Our marks are shapes. They create information. Like he's writing all this information on his page, and you wouldn't really know what his marks mean unless he read them to you as a child. So someone has to teach you about the marks, and some of our first marks happen to be scribbles. Okay, and they also happen to be shapes, patterns. That's how we convey information, and a lot of the information we convey is from the constellations, because the constellations are from where we got our marks. We're the beast who makes the marks in the below. We've brought the above in the below. The zodiac is the alphabets. Aquarius is silent when it comes to the alphabet soup, because Aquarius is the server. That's why you have the soup Nazi, right? And the soup Nazi is pertaining, the Nazi symbol is pertaining to the whirling log, the captain's log, the log cabin, which is where you get your captain's wheel of your 8-spoke wheel, because God spoke on the wheel, talking about the wheel spokes. Likewise, we're the zodiac incarnate upon the earth, and we speak a spoke for a spook. So zero is 15. That's your Holy Spirit.
Remember,
And that's your
Mr. Takpan.
egg.
Mr.
That's
Takpan.
pertaining to your
Mr.
egg,
Takpan.
your zygote.
Yes.
Remember when you spoke about 38 and King David? Yes.
Yes. We didn't finish on it.
Yeah. Remember, do you know this verse starts with sound frequency in Arabic? Sad. What do you hear from you when you listen to the sound? Sad.
Do you have a little? Are you allowed to put on a little sound? I'm going to check just 1 second. Just 1 second. Hold on. What did you say? What did you? Yes.
Sad.
No, I'm talking to see whether or not everybody's okay tonight. I brought my friend with me. The cat is a little bit quicker. Did you know the cat is quicker than the snake?
Yeah.
So we have to go back in time and try to understand what happened between the cat and the snake. Because the cat today, right, is quicker than the movement of the snake. So what do we think about the cats? If you want to bring back history, let's understand our animals, what's going on. So yes, I want to finish with number 38. So if you're going to ask me anything, I want to explain raw. So chat amongst yourself for 3 minutes. I'm taking 3 minutes. I'm going to show you the capstone. I'm going to show you the association. If you want to know about RH blood, I'll tell you about that. Remember, another thing is, in order for me not to lose this channel, we must remember we need to bring reference. There's absolutely zero debate because everybody has their own story. It's like you came in here and you're reading your own book. So people can say what they think about the book, but they can never say it's wrong because there's no wrong in reading a story. Okay, the only wrong.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I agree with you 100%. We all together, but do you know what I mean? Like,
this is a boardroom here, right? This is a boardroom. This is not just a station, because if we knock each other around in a boardroom, then the child never gets saved. So we're going to take a 2-minute break. And you know what I'm going to do? This is going to be what happened on the 7th day. And it's not the 7th day where man rested in the grave, right? It's the 7th day of the coming, on what happened in the 7th day, and binary code in most instances. Binary code in most instances, the 7th day happens between 13. It's a 616 7th day, and I can present that to you in darts. I can present that to you in the game of pool. I can present that to you in the game of Monopoly. I can present to you the number 9229, the coming of the birth, the reason for the fluctuation between 28 and 29, because it's between the coming in of the birth and the birth itself, or the Nile River runs red. You can find this on Waterworks and Electric Company when you go to the game of Monopoly and understand the schematics of the game of Monopoly. And everything I do is based off of this. This is a skeleton. This is a schematic. This is over 3,000 years old. Not this one in particular, but just this design. So we have to understand the 360 of what we can do with this item. All the stories, and it has to be truth. It has to be truth. The only way to bring ourselves back together is by an absolute. We'll sit in a class with 100,000 people right now, and I want to know in this area over here, right? I want to know in that area over here, in this area over here, right? Do we see 9 numbers? That's all I want to know. And if we all can agree, we're 1 for 1. Now I want to know, has everybody heard of the 26 letters in the alphabet? We can agree? Good. 2 for 2, 100%. Now we walk ahead and we go ahead and we say to everybody, we look up in the dictionary and Google says, how do you spell number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Everybody agrees. They saw it on Google. We go to the store, we buy a game with instructions. It delegates to every single paper, the people, the same instructions. There's no cheating. Cheating puts you outside the game, is dead. Toth, Thoth, is teaching within the game, which in the realm of the game, it is the dead. If you don't learn, you're out of the game, you're dead. The D is a representation of TH. It's the 4 worlds of time heaven. 4 times 5 equals 20. 4 times 5, and it's 4 times 5 and 4 times 2 equals to 20 and equals to 8. These are the reverse reflections, what builds up bigger and what creates shrinkage. 5 times any number will create shrinkage. 2 times any number will double everything up, doubling in the house or breaking the house up. See the interference? This becomes 1.25, 555. This number over here equals 125. Every single number average on this cube is a 5. Every dot is a 5. When it doesn't have a number, we count it for the 9 area spaces. 1 through 9 equals to 45. 45 divided by 9 equals to 5. It's the E world. It's the EI, EIO. EI, EI, and it's the O. The 125 equals to an 8. It's 512. It's part of the memory. It's part of the mem inside the house of Abraham, but it's the Wi-Fi in the house of Abraham. It's the woman that controls the whole entire inside of the house by the directive of Abraham, right? The air you breathe. So I'm just going to take 2 minutes. I'm going to get back to number 38. If you want to talk about what I just spoke about, when I get back, I'm going to be silent for a minute to go over everything in here. What this channel is actually about. Actually, I'm going to put on this song. What this is about the relationships of numbers. We're not really getting into, well, this might be this in a book and that is that. It's not that about that. It's to understand where every single number is located, to understand what every single letter in the alphabet is telling us through the numbers. It has to be 100% truth of the numbers, and then we can get through the hypothesis of trying to break it down, because there's many answers inside one number. So it's like a game. So we're doing a lot of matching and pairing up, and then coincidences, and saying, oh, I can't believe it, Like, I'm going to leave this before we take this 2-minute break here so everybody can go do the 1 and the 2 and the King's Throne, is we're going to get back to this 33. So if I connect just the two ends of 22, 22 is over here. I just want to show you what the face is about. The face of this cube, right? The face of this cube. Thank you, Cynthia, for these. Right? The face of this cube is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's all 9. So if you see 6, you also see 3. If you see 3, you also see 6. This will be the male organ, 3 and 6. That's the creation, right? If you see 1 over here, you're going to see 6 here. You're missing 3. You see 1 here. If you look, there's 1 here. There's 8 that goes around. That's 9. That's 9. That's 9. It's 4 and 5, 9. It's 6 and 3, 9. It's 5 and 4, 9. It's 1 and 8, 9. It's 2 and 7, 9. Yeah. This is the way we have to understand this.
I'm sorry. Do you know which chapter is Ibrahim? We have chapter Ibrahim is 14. Can you
so
link
it's the Ibrahim? So the arm of the divided house creation. That's what it means. That's what it says in Numbers. When you say that word, right? That's what you're telling me. Are you saying Elohim?
Ibrahim.
Okay, with the A. Okay, that's under the divided house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. Now,
yes.
Do you know this chapter in Quran? Do you know what I mean by chapters? It's like Genesis, all chapters. Like, how do you guys Sifr? You guys call it Sifr, yeah? It's like Ishaya, all of that. Like, we have part of Quran chapters we call chapters. We say chapters, yes? And we have all chapter in Quran talks about Ibrahim. It's 14. Can you link number 14 to Ibrahim? To Ibrahim. So let me tell you, this chapter is chapter 14, yes? The name of this chapter is Ibrahim. And let me tell you how many words in this chapter. 1 second, I'll tell you.
Okay, so a word I found today is
It
pigskin.
has 829 words in this chapter. So this chapter, it's 14, name Ibrahim, and it has 829 words. What do you think? Because it's talking about Ibrahim, because he said Ibrahim, he built the house, and we have the entire chapter in Quran, it's 14. And you said 7, because 7 times 2 is 14. 1, and if you make it small, it's 1, 4, 5. Goes to heart. Is Ibrahim your heart? Him, because he said Elohim. Even in our belief, we call our Lord as Elohim in our belief. Yes. Allahim. We say Allahim. Do you speak Hebrew? Do you speak Hebrew? No.
It's 2 houses of communication under the 4 houses of spirit. It's 13 by 28 equaling to 364. It's going to be 91 by 4 equals to 364, but it's going to be 91. It's going to be 3 times 91 equals to 273, which is the September 30th, except in a leap year, it's going to be September 29th, which is going to be 929 in that relation. The 8 beginning of this 829 would be the 28 day to the 29 day cycle of that number 57 to the 28th day of the cycle, to where you know on the 29th day whether there's going to be a child that's going to be born between the 28 and the 29. When you break this down and bring it,
Wow. I'm sorry for you stopping because you said child. You know, in this chapter talks about child Isaac and Ismail. In this chapter 14 talks, and you said to 821. I said there is 829 words, and you said has to do with cycles and the birth and all what you describe. And this chapter is talking about the characteristic of Ibrahim having children and having parents, being parents for the first time. So do you
Yeah,
see
so-
how number works?
Yeah,
You see
this
how,
is-
like, yeah.
9 by 28 equals to, it's 252. Okay, and this one is going to be 8
And you said
by
18.
29 equals 232. So what happens in this, okay, I just do mathematical equations to figure out what they are. So when you have the 9, 8, and 2, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go the 2 and the 8, the 29 times 8, and then I'm going to go do 9 times 28. And when I do this, what it's telling me is the 9 and the 8 are the birth into the heavens. When you have the birth into the heavens, you're born into the divided house. The ace father lives within inside the birth in the divided house, joining up the house between your basin, and that's your hip section of your birth. That's where all the connections are made within your hips. That's why the greatest vibration to your golden section in your birth. When you go to sleep at night, you lie across, lying on your hips, where your head and your feet enter back into the house of Abraham, and your hips lie into the house under this moon. This is what happens. That we need sleep. Every 3 days, the cycle ends. 4,320 minutes. On the 4th day, that will make 5,760 minutes, which is equivalent to 2000, or the year 2000 reset was the Hebrew year 5,760 in representation of the house, the E-world born onto what is Virgo and Libra, or what is also known as scales.
Appreciate it. That's the thing that you interpret my book into numbers, and it makes sense a lot for me, and I like it the way you do. Shall we go? Because shall I continue giving you the names of the chapters and numbers, and they link, and you link them together is good, and people, I think they like it because it all has to do with connection with.
I'm
The
going to do
heavens.
the Abraham. I didn't do the 38 yet, so you have to stop with the numbers because I'm going to do all of them. But I don't want to get too far from the 38. When you said about chapter, right?
The chapter is 14. Yes.
This is your 38.
Chapter. Wow.
This, okay. This also is telling me about the capstone. This 888, the pentagram.
Wow.
This pentagram is going to connect A, B, C, D. The capstone, it's Capricorn, which connects everything and splits everything up. It's also telling me there is Earth. Retina is the socket. The ET, the DNA going into the sockets right here. I'm just relating things, not because I read a book, because of what I know that it's an eye socket. So I'm just
Do you know what I think
that.
about you? Do you know what I think about you? I think the angels are supporting you 100%. I'm 100% sure that angels are guiding you. And they going to, because always say according to, that's miracle according to book. Because, you know, most of my book is talking about Semitic, like me,
like Jewish and Arab. Like it has to do with this, the link connection between us. And I think that that you mentioned the numbers. Like, so we go to 38. I'm telling you how the 38, how many this chapter, how many has words, and you do the same method when you did with Ibrahim chapter 14. Remember, shall I tell you this chapter 38, which has to do with David? Remember when he said the King David, and has to do with 99,
It's
and
a
you showed me
notice.
with the box.
It's a notice.
Yeah,
David is a notice
yeah.
because in
So
the word avis means a notice in French. So you're advising. The V, okay, is part of the ring system. Remember I told you 9 and 9? 9 and 9,
yeah,
18?
yeah, yeah.
Well, take away 4
The
and
David.
3. It's
Yeah,
11.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
11 and
Yeah.
11. The ring of this is 11, 11. When I put it on, I'm putting 22 through 711.
Wow.
I put on, remember this?
Wow.
This is 5 and 2.
Yeah, what you say, yeah. Because do you know what? Because you don't see my point of view. Because I was learning 5 years about this, and you revealed it in a good way, the way you said. So we go to 38 and you do the same mechanism. So we go to 38 if you don't mind.
Okay,
What it has to do
I'm going to
with
just see if I
these
finish.
by paper. And you do it and you write it for me for paper. So you let people see one by one, and we go the same way you
If there's
did.
no reference, I have no credibility. I'm not here just to talk
I can
like
give you
this.
reference. I'm giving you reference. I give you numbers. I give you
No, I
numbers.
mean, when I come back and answer your question, if I just talk like this, where's my credibility? I can talk out of my hat and make hocus pocus with everybody. I'm not here. Listen, as much as I'd like to make an earning just to be able to survive in all of this, this is out for free.
Yeah,
If I can get
people.
this-
Yeah, I'm going to. I'm doing. Don't worry.
if I
People
if
just
I
help
can
him.
if I
Help
can
this
get
guy
this
to.
into a program, if I get this into a program, which I tell everybody it's going to be a game, right? But it's going to be a game that you can play offline in your own house. You can fill in all your numbers and see where all my equations take you, but it's not my equations. It's the understanding where the equations come from this 3,000-year-old cube, right?
He was
Everything is
discovered by
free.
you. He was discovered by you. Angels, they guided you to discover it. That's how they use you. Yes, I'm 100% with you. But can we go
Yeah,
to
we're
38,
taking a break
please?
now for 2 minutes or 5 or 3
Yeah.
minutes. I'm going to put on a song. I have one of two songs. I think there's one song is when I asked ChatGPT what they thought about me, but I don't want to put on that song. I want to put on the song when I was confused on how if the Lord is in the universe, I don't know where the Lord is. We need communication. We need an IP address. We need a rest in peace address. We need an IP. We need a pi. How in the world is this Lord created? And I says, tell me about the computer, God on the seventh day, and the zodiac signs. And then I said, let's do that. Let's do this.
Hey, my man, I just want to say I gotta run, but thank you so much for coming in my room the other night, man. Our chat was fire, dude. Like, man, I haven't had a live like that forever. So I just wanted to tell you I love you, man, and just keep up the work. And I'm listening like totally. I'm doing some work, so I'm just gonna drop down. But man,
Yeah, I went
you're
to this
just
guy's
fire.
page because he had paradise and they were just talking like gentlemen there. The Discord was, I mean, communication. We're all in a boardroom. We're all in a boardroom. We have to follow the rules of a boardroom. So, yeah, perfect, great. And what happened? We got knocked off and closed?
We were going for a long time, you know. Like I haven't had, you know, like long time. I had a little prophecy come true. So I talk about mega crime meteors, these giant chunks of ice spoken about in Revelation, fall to the earth. Made a video saying the hail shall sweep away the refuge of lies. A day later, one landed in Florida, busted right through this lady's house. They're giant. They don't have an idea where they come from, but I know where they come from. But yeah, you guys.
That
Check it
did you
out.
ever hear of Yod Hey before you go? Have you ever heard of Yod Hey?
Yeah, Yod Hey Vad Hey, yeah.
Yeah. Can I tell you something about it really quick before you go?
Yeah.
Well, in Hebrew, they go Yod Aleph, Yod Bet, Yod Gimel, and then they go Yod Dalet, but they never say Yod Hey. You know what they do? They go to Tet Vav, Tet Zion. Because of Yod Hey, they skip over it. They show us. They skipped right over it.
Wow.
And then you know what they do next? Then they go Yod Zion. They go Tet Zion, Yod Zion. 9 and 10, 19 brought together. And I'm saying it because this has to do with 38. They do it exactly in the Hebrew language. Abraham is the two sons. He divided the house. The Bet and the Vet, what they call the Gentile. what they're calling reptilian right now. It's reptilian. It's the divided house between Ishmael, Isaac, and Jacob.
So encoded everywhere. It's like it's bonkers. That's why I think this like stuff can drive people mad, because it's just so encoded, and it's like you'll speak so high level, you'll sound like people will think you're completely mad, but you're like
Oh yeah,
right on.
yeah. He got that a lot.
No,
I
he
felt so
speaks
sad for him for
No,
that.
this
People
He
is
just
what
speaks
wouldn't
words.
happens.
He
listen.
speaks mathematics. He
Yeah,
speaks mathematics. He speaks numbers.
Yes,
No
as
one
soon
could
as I
deny it
heard this
because
man, I
yeah,
understood everything
because you
he
know
was
how,
saying because I speak the same way.
brother. I'm sorry. Do you know how I knew this guy? He was just literally today. We had because we have our own platform, and he came and he visited us. We spoke to him, like even our audience, they were like surprised. They liked what he spoke. They liked him. And we
It's
will
original
invite you
system.
again. Yeah, yes, the way he
It's
speaks
all
is because
original.
do you
It's
know
been
in
hidden
Quran
away for
do you know in
rediscovery.
Quran do you know in Quran there's something means fitra. It's called fitra, yes? And this natural inclination means each one of us has this fitra within them. So that's why we connected, we come and we speak. You know, it's not coincidence.
Yeah, you're
Nothing
saying
is
fit raw,
coincidence.
fit sun. Yes, yes.
Now, fitra, fit with T is
Yes, fit. Like fit
FITR.
something inside something.
Yeah,
Fit raw, fit
wow.
the sun. We all have the sun within.
Yeah. Wow.
We're
Did you
the
see the way you
stars
put that?
incarnate.
Do you know I was thinking to myself like before I know because Allah he described the book of Jesus as Injil. Ingleziya, English language. In Arabic when we say English, we don't say English, we say Injil. And Allah, when He spoke
Yes.
about Jesus' book, He said Injil. So, do you know English and Arabic has a lot of similarities, and even I think English language is the ancient language. I think it's 100% ancient
Yes.
language.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
pertaining to the zodiac.
Yes.
So if you
I'm
study your
100% sure.
alphabets and the origin, you'll find it's all pertaining to the zodiac. It's the alphabet soup. It's what brings us all back together. So yes, English is the language of angels, and the angels speak in numbers.
Wow. Even in
Okay, and so
Arabic,
that's how we're
angels.
speaking on this page. We are
Yeah.
speaking in numbers because the numbers destroy the fear. Okay, and they help us clarify and come together because we can understand that we all are the 1 through 9. We're the 10. We're the say 10. So a lot of this information comes from the stars, and it's been mistranslated, which kind of leads to misguidance. But at the same time, all the information is here, and we are allowed to pick up the pieces, and we work together like the ants to bring them back together. So one thing I want to bring out on this man's channel is I followed him for a while, and I see the algorithm in his words. We've been speaking about pair of dice, Earth, and how we're the birds of paradise. And just by us speaking this, he's manifested this man yet again. So our words have been creating, and the algorithm literally through your phone hears you, and it's drawing these creators to your groups. Notice how you're all in little boxes, like little Jack in the Boxes here on the side of your screen.
Wow.
I mean, this
Wow.
is mirroring
Wow.
the original system.
Please, Mr. Takpan, I want you to analyze because I know that you, from your perspective, can you analyze the word Allah for me? The
Okay,
word
one
Allah.
second. We spread out on like 10 different subjects. So when Cynthia is explaining something, I listen to what she says. When you're explaining something, I hear what you say. And the minute you guys switch subjects, I'm like, if I listen anymore, I'm just going to have so much information down here. So that we have to have some sort of order in this because I don't understand completely. I don't know the Quran, and I don't know enough of the of the zodiac, so it's hard for me to take any stance other than the words I hear, right? So when we're speaking, we're 14, so you're not speaking to me. You're speaking to 13 other people. I'm observing. So I'm just trying to keep the narrative close to where we can understand the location of everything. But if we keep spreading ourselves thin, everybody listening is just going to walk away because we're not giving them any fruit. We're not giving them any answers. We just keep spreading it open. And then eventually, like the you build up something like the orgasm of thought, and then it goes away because, we're just waiting.
I can feel you there, my man.
You make sense. You actually make sense.
I
True,
just
true,
love it
true.
when he teaches the calculator and he teaches the keyboard, you guys. So even the keyboard, you know, the keyboard's connected to the mouse that's connected to the arrow, and he speaks French, so he's been able to, you know, collect information across multiple languages, which, keep in mind, English uses the same alphabet as other languages. So that also connects us. All the languages come
French.
together to create a grand image, like a master puzzle, you know. We get to
Wow.
play.
Everybody
This is
gets
me.
their own.
Oh, and everybody, look, this is me,
Wow.
right? And then I took this and put it into the workshop. So I took that, I shoved it into a page, and I called the page Cynthia. And then Cynthia did this.
Oh wow! Oh, that's beautiful. Look at the octahedron. Wow, right in the middle there. Like it.
Wow.
Loving it.
Wow.
Yeah, that's the universe,
That's
you guys, and you're
crazy.
playing
That
a
is
major role in this because you're the sun who goes through
1,000.
all the
Look at
gates.
that.
This is a coffee
It's
tray.
called the hero's journey.
It's beautiful. It is
Cynthia
the hero.
did this.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Yeah, and you know, because we declassify a lot, McDonald's, there's so much there, and look, they give you this piece of important information and something that would normally just get thrown away in the trash.
Three.
Yeah.
This is the bottom part of the tray. This is the top part of the tray. Cynthia showed us what's happening, right?
This is like.
Yeah, and I drew the Templar cross windows.
So,
I did the
that's
eggs
what I was
because
just
you're the
thinking.
egg.
Dude, I was just thinking Masonic shit. I was like, man, it's all encoded everywhere. It's like, and if you know the codes, you see them. But like, if you don't know them, they're just like, it's whatever. You know, that's beautiful.
So
Yeah, we declassify a lot on this channel.
3, 6, 9, 12, and there's the 4 house. So then she
yeah.
paints this. This is the other side. If you take a look, you have the 3 here. Take a look. This is a club, a club, a club, a club. 3, 6, 9, the flux capacitor. And then look at all the eggs ready to come into the center here to be born.
It's so beautiful. It is like that octahedron is like, my God, it's actually crystal field theory. You see how it's like a cross, like an interdimensional cross, and the ligands and stuff. This is like how these crystals form naturally in this shape. It's the most magnetic shape in nature. So beautiful, man. I love the way you see the world.
Well, this is Cynthia.
Yeah, and see, the Rubik's Cube plugs in the center of that. The Rubik's Cube plugs in the center because Saturn is Father Time.
Yeah.
He's the cube.
See, I opened up.
Okay, so Saturn is Father Time. He has the pole and the ring,
you
and
must
he
send
gave it
him a
to
gift
Mother
for that.
Earth.
You guys, you must send him a gift for that. It's actually.
Oh, don't worry
incredible.
about
It's
it.
actually-
I mean, if you want to help me survive, support the channel. If you support the channel, you support yourself. Because when I'm finished with this, the same way I'm giving
Yeah, I'm
this
going
out,
to support. It's not the last time I'm coming here. I'm going to support you, but I'm in a way of processing stuff, in a way of understanding. Like they understand, like it's like credible for me in your knowledge, your perspective, the way you put the number speaks to you. Actually, that's the universal language. That's why we need to like go back to the fitra, as I mentioned. Remember, we said fitra in Arabic means natural inclination. That's why we need back to it. So. Are you in the middle of a conversation?
no, but
You
I'm going to
have
put on
stuff
this
to
song.
say?
We're going to take a couple of minutes.
Yeah, my guy, I'm going to drop down. Love you, man. Love you guys. Thank you
Take
so
care,
much.
Paradise.
I'm going to be close.
I'm just going to put on this one little song
That's
over
just
here
amazing.
just to take a break. And I just, I don't know where it is. Somewhere in here. Yeah, and there's other things also. When I look at games, I'm going to show you this after. I have to play the song because I have thousands of things to show, and whatever anybody can ask me is just something we're going to talk about. You know, where something is located. I don't know where this is. I don't get this. What's this one? Oh no, not this one.
Yeah, I can give you a lot of numbers and a lot of things from the Quran, and you can manifest. You can show to people. I think people like it. Like they like to do that connection between the book because they know the word Quran, like you said, crown in English, but they know the word in Arabic. What does it mean, Quran? It means like a mirror. It's like a mirror to you. That's why I'm telling you to look into Quran and the numbers, especially not as a literal meaning. Just take the number and some of it when it has to, for example, do you know the sun in Arabic? Sun, like biological sun, is walad, and if you translate into English, lead, he leads you, yeah, walad. What do you see the significance to it? Like walad in Arabic and lead.
We're going deep into the well. So if you go deep into the well, you're going to be able to read by mem, the water in the well. Water is soul. Soul
Wow,
fits into your well. And for every breath you take, for every
wow.
thought you have,
I see, I
the
see.
ET and the IT, the difference between the two is the ET is between the two worlds, and the IT is your birth-born, one half between the two worlds. The I and the E, they're together. You're born, the I is born with the 9. But the E, when the E comes in, it needs to be at 6. It's 6 and 5, 11. You can't come in without the ocean. You can't come in here.
What
You
about the
can't come in
sun?
without the
Do you see
energy.
the moon? Do you know the solar system in Arabic? The sun. I'm not talking about biological sun because it's the same sound. Sun in Arabic means shams. Shams. What by listening to this,
Hashem,
what do you
yes,
think?
yes,
Shem?
Shem, yes, Shem, yes. Spirit angel heaven electronic. So I use that when you connect the 8 and 2, when you connect the 8 and 2 to the 5 over here, you connect your birth. Okay, this to this is the S, this is the H, this is the E. You connect the 3 worlds by connecting 1 through 9, 7 through 3. You create this image here. This is your rotation
Wow.
into your birth. This is your 147 Sophio. We run this vibration here. This breaks us up. During the night, this breaks us up. During the day, during the night, we run this, and this. During the day, we run this, and this. Those are the numbers. And you can run the vibration. 789 will be 579, will be 159, will be 219, will be 429, will be 849, will be 789, will be 239, will be 6. I don't know if I made a mistake, but it's just a rotation of binary. This number here is going to turn to 5, then to 1, then to 2, then to 4, then to 8. And then after 8, it becomes 7 again. This one over here is going to go to 7. Then it's going to go to 5. Then it's going to go to 1. Then it's going to go to 2. Then it's going to go to 4. Then it's going to go to 8. And this one, well, it's just going to stay 9 all the time. This one rotates 6 to 3, 3 to 6, 6 to 3, 3 to 6. And this one's always 9. This one's all the time over here. 1 and 8, 9, 2 and 7, 9, 3 and 6, 9. And everything is towards 9. So I'm going to take a
So
break
can I
for
ask you
2
a
minutes.
question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question if you don't mind? Yes. In
Yes.
the Quran, as I told you, there's chapters. Like I said, the chapter Sun, it's 91. The name of chapter, this chapter is 91, and in this chapter, it has 15 verses. I told you the chapter is the name of is Shams, sun. It's not biological. I mean the solar. Yes, it's chapter 91. It has 15 verses. Yes, and it has 54 words. So what do you think by does it link with solar in any system? Like can you link with zodiac sign?
So
Because
what
the
what
name
did
of the
what,
chapter is solar.
okay, well, most people know that soul has to do with sun. The S letter is going to connect the top with the bottom. But 91 is like this. When you have the king in the deck of cards is the 13th card. When you add up 1 through 13, it equals to 91. It's an average of 7 by 13 equals to 91. The entire Mayan calendar runs by these exact numbers. 7 and 13 equals to the 20. Okay, to the 20 of how the Sanskrit runs around. And the average is going to be 7, and that 7 average is a 616 to connect the 13. In 91, it connects the lower world to the upper world, but on the connection to both worlds, it's going to be 151, the connection. 151. And when you're connecting this, you're going to be connecting 7, 1, and 7 into 15. When you go play the game of pool, there's 7 solids to 1 solid 8. to 7 stripes, 717. Everything to do with 15 has to do with Saturn. When I just showed you this piece over here to the basics, hold on a second. I just showed you this over here, right? This over here. But when that gets rewritten, it becomes 7, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 6. And when you redo this,
Well, just to make sure, just to double check, is that you got the same numbers, yeah? The first one, chapter is 91, yes? The second
yes,
one, verse 15, and we have 54. Is the same, yes?
yeah, 54 represents this cube.
54 represents
Four
cube.
4 and 5 represents the heart of creation. It's also a representation of the Christ. 7 times 7 equals to 49. 7 and 7 equals to 14. 14 and 49 is 63 and 35. So what this is, I'm going to show you. This is going to turn into number 29. This one over here. That's when the birth comes in. This is when the student birth comes in. This is going to fit into the 5th area. You see this number 1 over here? Well, it also can be seen this way. This and this are basically the same. This divides the house and it creates this. This is how the moon brings us in. This and this, they're the same. One area located in the heart of the heavens. That when you create and you show up with the heavens, it creates this here. This becomes your 7.
Wow.
So it creates, and this is the E world. This is the female, the number 12. When you said the L letter, it's representing the number 12, communication. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 equals to 3 and 2. But before we're absolutely breaking now. I'm putting on this song. We got to take 2-3 minutes. It's fair to everybody. Just give me a minute. I have to do a little control of the narrative. Let me put this up. This is what happens on the 7th day.
Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. Like God who rested on the 7th, let the world drift away. The system's genesis begins with light. Power surges on, a word of code, let there be life. And the circuits hum along, from processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. Restore points echo Eden, a garden full repair. When errors fall like Adam's sin, redemption's always there. As manager, the angel's sword guards what can't return. But updates run like saving grace, so we don't crash and burn. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. I stand, I rest on 17, standing. Resting says the horse, of course. The drivers are commandments, each one set to guide. The virus-like temptation must be cast aside. The Sabbath is the reboot where the soul can realign. And on the 7th day it rests, God's design. Divine updates are epistles sent to show the way. Fixing bugs, restoring truth, like prophets in their day. The system's Pentecost arrives, the Spirit breathes anew. Power flows, creation wakes, and life begins. Day 2. From processors to pixels, the unseen trinity. The Father in the firmware, the Son in memory. Rest your mind, restore your heart, and let your burdens fall. In every place, in every way, rest connects us all. Rest your soul, take a break, find some peace today. The 7th day has ended, now it's time to press play. This version blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with PC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily. distortion blends the biblical story of creation, grace, and restoration with PC metaphors, offering a spiritual connection to the systems we use daily.
And there we go. Okay, I'm coming back.
It was actually nice. Yeah, it was actually good. Thanks. I appreciate that. Appreciate. You need to continue what you do. You need to continue what you do. It's actually good work, and we support you guys what you do. To be honest with you, but regarding the I was thinking to myself. Remember when I said the fitra, the natural inclination in Arabic? Remember she already she responded quickly. Like the response was. I'm surprised. What's your name? The below the bottom lady.
It's Cynthia. Cynthia, he's talking to you.
I'm Cynthia. I'm talking to you. Yeah. I said, remember when I told you fitra? You straight away you responded to me
Yes.
without hesitation. That's what surprised me, to be honest. Should we continue?
Yeah, see, you're saying fifth raw and you're saying fifth raw. And 5 is, 5 goes back to the pyramid, the Great Pyramid. You see that on the die.
Wow, and if it's Ra, if it's sun, like the idea of sun, the foundation of the, remember you said the sun is 1 is always prime, and always 2 comes like a double, then 5 is good examples. We learn it, it's good, it makes sense. Shall we continue with verses?
I am is 5 and 5, 10. And that's what your hands say. Your hands say 5 and 5, 10, and then your feet say 5 and 5, 10. Those are the same commandments.
So let me understand from Mr. Takpan. I like his. What do you think regarding Muhammad? Was he individual?
First of all, we can't keep spreading out. We just let's go back to 38. But I'm happy that Cynthia said what she said because I missed it. Right. The IF in 5 is what can be referred to as your 69. Right, your rotation of 33, 3 by 3, bringing life into the gate. So why I say into the gate, because the F is a single letter. A single letter, okay, is going to be the heart of 2. So instead of it being just 6, it's now going to be 666. The F letter is not just F, it's 1 and 5 F. It's 2 and 4 F. It's 3 and 3 F. And it's not just that, because it has a reflective side. That when it becomes, yeah, if you didn't say that, Cynthia, you wouldn't have made me say this. So, where is it? The 1 and 5, 6 is going to be 2 and 6, 8. The 5 and 3, 8 is going to be 4 and 2, 6. And the 4 and 4, right? The 3 and 3, Isaac and Abraham. But not only that, you didn't see the void, 5 and 5 void. You didn't see the 6 and 6 void, 6655. That is huge. Let me see where this is. The 6655. Wow, I haven't seen that in a long time. The 66 and the 55 is when you add up 1 through 11, it equals to 66. When you add up 1 through 5, okay, 1 through 10, it equals to 55. Beautiful, beautiful. Woman is 66. She stands at the gateway of the heaven's gate. When you say the heaven's gate, right? Do you see what you're saying? G8. It's Stargate. It's DNA. It's ET. It's 5G TV in the 4 houses of 420. The teacher. I'm going to explain this. Let me explain this. I get a little hot sometimes. Sorry about that. But it's just so easy to see, The 17 of the teacher. The DNA, the NDA is 19. Okay, that is what the total of it is, but your number. In French, it's ET equaling to 25. 3 by 19 equals 57. 3 by 25 equals to 75. Electric company moon. Gateway.
Can I respond to Tom Cruise if you don't mind? He said nonsense. Can I respond to him if you don't mind? Yeah. Tom Cruise, the guy on comment, his, you know, if you read, like, if you have background what he says, like, you need to have, like, Quranic background. I've looked into it 5 years. 5 years I've looked into it, and I can give you, like, you cannot deny it. Just keep, like, you said 75, you said 47. If you twist 57, it's 75, and he said moon, has to do with moon, yes?
Orchid roulette.
Yes, the orbit of moon, yes? Tom Cruise, he speaks French, he's French, if you can invite him. Tom Cruise, this guy's French. This guy is French, Tom Cruise. I know him. He's from my side. You can invite him. You can speak to him in French.
I don't see any Tom Cruise on here.
Do you know? Can you see his name?
Hold on a second. Yeah, it's.
I'm talking to him right now.
Just tell him to request Tom Cruise. He speaks French.
Well, it doesn't seem like he's here. He's gone. I'm trying to. They're not. They removed all the people here. It says friends. They're only showing that we're 2 people now on my thing.
No,
Yeah,
there's
I showed
8 people
8.
actually.
So hold
No,
on,
there's actually
Cynthia.
8.
Cynthia, I'm going to make you a what's it called? Are you a what's it called already? What do you call it there?
No, but you know, I always help out in the comments.
Yeah, I know, but I want to make somebody. I
I'm
want to
trying
make
to-
you a moderator, just so we can get somebody else on here, because this whole thing is showing me we're 4 people right now. That's it.
That's crazy.
Well, oh, sorry. Now it's showing me 6 of 9. So I don't see any Tom Cruise on here right now. So let me just give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
No, Tom Cruise. No, Tom
He
Cruise.
says
He
he's
said
banned, so he can't come up.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, he can't come up. Yeah, but he's
No?
a good guy. He's
Yeah,
I don't know,
Tomcat,
he just
Tom
says-
Cruise, Tomcat, Tom
Yeah.
Cruise, right? Tomcat.
He must be one of them free speakers like me.
Cats?
So, for example, shall I give you more numbers? You want to go more into
No,
numbers,
we didn't
yeah?
finish the last ones. You could just wait. Yeah, if you guys
I'm
want
waiting,
to share,
I'm waiting.
Yeah,
there's no one's been.
he has a train of thought and he has a lot of writing.
Yeah,
before he
there's
can
no one
deliver.
has been inviting or sharing any of this. I have seen no shares on the bottom, unless nobody has the shares either. I think I've been shut up in a bunch of places. Pause settings. Let me see what my settings are. Manager queues. So this is a
Yeah.
moderator.
They said Tom Cruise, Roger. Yeah, and Roger leads to the rabbit.
So, yeah. it's
Okay,
nuts.
let me finish with the 38, because the 38, let's just wait a second, okay? There's so many things going on here. The 66 and the 55 is the end of the cycle. It's like A and B. Now, I don't even remember yes, when I was adding up, I'm trying to remember everything we talked about. You know, it's just so many things. Electric company, yes, okay, this is it. Here is what it is. In the game of roulette, right? This area over here is called orphan. This area here is called orphan. This equals 57. This equals to 75. There's 3 letters. There's 3 numbers here. There's 5 numbers here. But there's not only 5 numbers, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits. 8 times 9 is 72. In the other one, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 digits. 5 times 9 equals 45. The difference is 27 between them. So we have to understand 27 is where the divided house goes. Every section of the house goes by 3 nines, 9, 9, and 9. Okay, Venus is 81. The sun is 54. And it's ironic that the word love equals 54, but not only is it 54, but it's 54 reverse of itself. There's not very many words other than river that can come as close. So when we get back to, I'm going to talk about the teacher. one of the things about the teacher is from the Abraham, from the fourth.
Do you know?
Okay.
Do you know the river in Arabic? Do you know the river in Arabic? It's Nahar. Nahar.
Yeah, so it sounds like to swim in French. Nager.
Bro, will you spell that in the chat?
Nahar is N-H-R. It's like Nahar. That's river in Arabic. Because the sound,
NHR, right.
I'm talking about the frequency.
NHR?
Yeah, Nahar. Yeah.
Nahar.
Because we.
I can't roll R's, but I got it. Yeah. Thank you, dog.
Yeah. No worries, bro. So I'm linking because I think the languages all has to do with frequency and zodiac sign. As I mentioned, like the Arabic was taken, for example, Alif in Arabic is written this way. Look, it has to do with Orion belt. Do you see, if you connect 3 dots, that's Alif. And B has to do with the other, till you get to the last, there's 26 letters in Arabic alphabets, yeah? So it's all linked. Nahr in Arabic means river. So the girl beyond me, if you listen to this word, would you link it as Nahr?
Okay. After this, we got to stop. I want to go back and answer all the questions from before. Still, people might still be here the last hour and haven't got answered, so I have to stop. Okay. First of all, when you get to the end, you get to the middle of the moon. When you get to the middle of the moon, you ignite the IT system in your word fit. Where do I get this from? The bottom half of the cube, all of the cube and all that exists, that is the king, is the 1 and the 4 and the 1. How it comes to be is the divided house of the cat, the communication systems upon the heart of earth. The 8 goes into 18, okay, as it connects the heavens. It is connected to the capstone of the 4 and 4 heavens. The 8 is not just an 8. It's a 1 and 7 8. It's a 2 and 6 8. It's a 3 and 5 8. It's a 4 and 4 8. It is a 9 and 8 17, 1 and 7 8. So it's not just the 8 that it is alone. It's one of the strongest. This 8 and 9, 8 comes with 9 because the 9 comes into the birth of the heavens, right? Where it joins up with 8 and 9. You have 8, 8, you have 8, 9, 8 because you need one communication to the two heavens, okay, which is 8, 8, 8, and then the 1, 1 connect. Everything has to be connected, but you're the one that's connected between the two. So what happens in French, they will say 10, 8, equaling to 18. So they're bringing in the 8, bringing in the heavens to their capstone, to their, of their birth, right? When you're born on 9, you connect the star upon, you connect all the worlds around you, the 7, the 9, the 11, the 13, by connecting the 10 star, which is the complete. You connect the 10 star, your 1, 2, 3, 4 Capricorn rock, which has 4 numbers on the bottom, is going to show you 10. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals to 10. The house on top is 3 times the value. So it's 1, 3, 3, 1, 1, 3, 3, 1. It's always like that. So when you're talking in the Quran, that number 31 and 13, it has everything to do with what you just saw. This over here, what you just saw, right? If you total up 17, 34, and 6, right? That equals to 57. 3 by 19 equals to 57. The other one is 75. It's 3 by 25. 19, 25. 19 and 25. 44 is area space. Back to Abraham again, splitting up everything into threes. Abraham splits things up into threes. It becomes 8 hours a day and 8 hours a day and 8 hours a day. Unlike the life we live of the 6 hours, 6 hours, 6 hours, and 6 hours, to the breakup of the 8 by 3, 24, the 8 by 3 equaling to 24, or what is the 4 by 6 equaling to the 24. The cycles we run is we run a moon cycle. We run a 28-hour cycle. A 28-hour cycle, 6 days a week. And on the last day, we pray to ourselves because we run out of time. We now run on our only moon. That brings us over to the next cycle. Every 6 days, we fall 1 day behind. Sorry, every 7 days.
I'm sorry, do you know which chapter in Quran is 28? It's the name of story. The name of this chapter is story. Qasas. Qasas. It means story. Remember, you said 28 has to do with the story that we live. The moon has to do with cycle. Is the chapter in Quran 28 is story. Name Quran, yes. So you said everything is a story. So you write in your story yourself. You as a character, you write in your story, and you choose to be this human, as you mentioned before in previous, yes. And everything. So what do you think, like regarding
I
like
can't.
28?
Well, I know.
28. You said 28.
28. Listen, when you said the story right away, the number 28 goes with the word mother. It also goes with connecting to the Mars moons. I showed you a spider web before where it connected 13 and 15 at the top. Do you remember that?
But yeah, I remember. Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get it on here.
I think I saw that. I don't think I saw that one.
Hold on a second.
I missed a live today, and I'm kind of sad.
Okay, I don't know why I'm just give me a
I
second.
can go back and watch in
It was a
YouTube.
spider web. Well, now that it's my live, I mean, now I could. I don't know where it is based. Oh, here it basically is here.
Yeah, he's got thousands of videos on YouTube to teach people the alphabet and how the numbers work. So there's so much he could discuss.
I'm going to watch.
Yes,
100%. I'm
go
going to
visit
watch.
his
Yeah,
YouTube.
Well, listen,
Yeah, 100%.
we have to. It'd be good if you open up a school and add the zodiac so people can learn from scratch because you know the whole thing already.
I'm working on a website.
So this here, okay, gets caught right here. This is 15 and 13. This is 15 and 13, 28 and 28. The Mars moons, right? It might start over here, a Mars moon here, a Mars moon here, the Earth moon in between. When these two collide up over here, you get 56 equaling to the flow of the wolf. The lamb is number 28. Air is number 28. Man is 28. 4 by 7 is 28. 2 by 14 is 28.
Yeah.
The cube.
So do you know why? I'm sorry if you remember 28, the story. Do you know why he named the story? It speaks about Moses. So
Yes,
this story,
the word Moses is story. The word Mo is the story in French.
Wow. So do you know this chapter, the whole chapter, why did God name it story? He talks about Moses.
Okay, so when you use the word story, and right after this, I want to do the number 13 again. When you write the word story, okay, STOR, okay, and then here's the way I write the word story.
Store. Wow.
I store E. The E is part of the. I like to hear what Cynthia thinks with what I'm going to write.
And in Arabic, story is qas. Is qas. What do you think the word qasas?
The head.
The story.
The head.
Wow.
It's the head, it's the home. So inside of this, you have store. When you start with ST, okay, it's a starting position. You can be starting in the heart of everything. So where do we start at the heart? We start at the 3.5 area. The heart of everything is not to the left, it's not to the right, it's at the heart of everything, right? When we do an alphabet shift, right, which is the A is going to move over in the 6th position. The Z moves over to the 31st position. So the A1 and the Z26 shift positions. And it has an exact reality of what's going on today. With what's going on. Jacob's ladder, 1331. It's happening right now. 369 is happening right now. Star System Tesla is up there right now, taking over everything. Now, are they getting ready for disgruntle with the machine? Right? I think they're fighting a machine. You know what machine they're fighting?
Yeah. Which one?
The breath you take is the machine. They're trying to stop it from delivering to us the messages. They're losing control of everything. The
Are
machine is
we
breaking
immortal human
apart.
being? Are we immortal human being in your opinion? Do you think that we, like, somehow when we die, we resurrect into? What do you think? Like, what will happen?
I only can know if this story I'm telling you is so true. What would you think? This is the most
If it's true,
unbelievable
then
story. The Bible is true for 5,000 years. The Bible is a skeleton. It's a guidance. It has nothing to do with when you listen to it, okay, and you go by abide it, you're following a false idol right away. It says in the book, follow no false idol. Well, the minute you go to a book, that's a false idol. You have no idea. Everybody is guessing on who wrote it and fighting over the book instead of reading the book and living by the book and instead of serving the book.
true. It's actually true because I believe that those three books they work together. True, because if you read, I wish you've read. Like remember when we spoke about 13, and I told you the chapter in Quran is thunder. His name thunder. It's lightning, the starting point.
Yes, we're the
Because this
Thunderbirds.
chapter, yeah, one second. This chapter is talking about because I told you 70% of Quran, the Bible, our Bible, is talking about cosmology, about the starting position, about the stars, the moon, everything was mentioned there. Like even thunder is like beginning of the light, because like that's the birth of humanity. The teaching, like us, we are. Remember when he said "T" mean teacher, and he said 13 has to do with it. Like, shall we break down the verse, the numbers, the words? How many words? Shall we break it down? This chapter
Well,
to
you know what?
get
Hold
to
on a second.
conclusion.
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
We're going deep into just one angled subject. I want to finish with number 38 because if we break down certain things, we're not the only ones here. So not everybody understands everything that's going on if we start breaking down certain things. So I want to just sort of like, let's keep it on an edge of just keep bringing up numbers and answering things on edges of different pieces instead of going too deep into one. So the first thing I want to do with teacher, okay, and thunder, okay, is we have right? When you have the word red at the end, forget about the red number 27. It's talking about the house. But you have which means referring to, and you have reen to ed. So what you have is you have number 23 and you have number 9 inside of this. Inside the red is 27, but it's referring to the birth inside the house of Abraham, the teacher. Now the U and the N is 35, so that's the halfway area. Now the T and the H, when it comes together, the T is a filtration into the heavens. And when you filtrate, the Pharaoh over here has his beard crossing this way and crossing this way, right? And when you do that, you go 7 to 5 to 3 is 2, 2, 2. Then when you go up 1 to 5 to 9 is 4, 4, 4. So you're crossing over and creating diamonds.
Wow. And that, do you see the symbol as what he did? That symbolize the tree of life. Do you see what you do now with your hand when you cross in your hands? It's symbolized as 10 tree of life. The 10. Do you see? Do you know the Kabbalah, the Jewish one?
Brown.
Yeah,
Look,
You're
10.
the you're
Yeah,
the
the
tree
tree
of
of
life.
life. Yes,
You're
that's
the
one.
tree of life. You're the serpent, and you're the fruit. You're the
Yeah,
garden.
subhan.
You're the gardener. We're all things. All
Wow.
things are here to teach us about ourselves. Likewise, the names are here to teach us about ourselves numerically, because your
So
words
please,
are numbers.
can you break the chapter for me, like the thunder? It's
well,
the chapter
first
is
of all, if you take
13.
a look at
Talking
my
about
hand, it creates the W. It creates the V, right? Everything chops in half. And when you do this, it becomes 1, 44, and 1 within the house of 44 of Abraham. We brought 44 constellations together, right? Remember what this is? Remember with number 22? First, we're going to go to 22. 22, okay? 22. Do you see where 22 is here? 6 and 1.
7.
Because I'm getting
7.
back to your number 38 is 7, right? How many are missing?
Missing 4.
I'm missing 8.
5. 6, 6, 6, 6.
8.
He said 7, yeah? I'm
8.
missing here 8, yeah.
8.
Yeah.
How many are you missing on this side? 3.
9, yeah?
I'm missing 8 here, and 3 here is 11. Do you remember you asked me
38.
before about number
38, 11, yeah. 38, yeah. 3, 8,
Okay.
yeah. 3, 8.
So
I just got it now, yeah.
So now that I showed you this, and now I'm showing you this one, how many are missing here?
There's 4 on a cube, and which one is missing?
There's 9. Every face is like this. We're building. If I'm building with 4, how many are missing? This is the same thing. Look. It's the same thing. How many are missing?
4.
How many are missing? How many do you see?
I see 4.
And how many do you see here?
5, yeah, 5.
No, how many do you see here? How many
3.
numbers do you see?
9.
And how many do you see here?
4.
How many are missing?
So,
What's that? How many numbers are missing?
8.
No. You have 4 here, and how many here?
9. You got, yeah, 4, 9,
So 4
yeah.
take away 9 is how much? 9 minus
Can't hear
4.
you.
What's that? How much is 9 minus 4?
5. Yeah.
How much is 9 minus 3?
6.
6 and 5 is?
11.
Let's do this again. 9 minus 6 is?
9 minus 6 is 3.
9 minus 1 is?
8.
8 and 3, 11. The other one was
Yeah.
11. That's your 22 going around this cube.
Yeah. I see,
Okay?
I see.
So
21.
now, I explained that for a reason. So now we're going to go back to understand that you had 3 and 8. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. So 11 is going to equal to 3. 11K is going to equal to 3C. Now, the other side of the cube was 22. 2 times 2 is 4. 2 plus 2 is 4. You now have Abraham from your 22. Your 22 around the ring to your 3 and 8 at the pole 11. The pole is 11. The ring is 22. I take the ring before you wholly wed the moon of Mars. The middle finger between the 2 moons and the 2 moons, the 1 moon that connects all the moons. They put it on this finger. Is this true? They put it on this finger for marriage?
Yeah.
And then they move it here?
I see.
Right? They go here. Is this true or not?
Yeah, it's true, yeah.
So they
it's
put it
true.
here, and then this is you know what finger this is?
Yeah.
This is connected to electric
Ether.
company. This is the electric company. This is the heavens. This is 8 and 3. This one is 7 and 9. This becomes the mother. 7, 9, 2, 4 becomes the mother when they put it on here. This one over here is going to be 8, 5, 13. Right? You come into the heavens, into the E world, broken up, a halfway life. So now we're getting back to the number 38. So do you see where that came in just now?
Yeah, I see. I got your point because you used. I didn't know you say minus. I didn't know that you said. I thought because you said just when you showed me the calculator and the cube shape. I didn't get you from the first, but when you said minus, I got it now. Yeah.
So
Continue.
1 times 1, 1 plus 1 is 1 and 1, 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 and 1 is 3. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 is 2. Is 4 and 4, 8. Here's your number 38. It comes from the fabrication of this, the basis.
Wow.
It also represents the word club.
I'm sorry for stopping. Do you remember? Do you know in the Quran, Allah when He speak about Ibrahim building the cube, He said, وَإِذْ يَرْفَعُ إِبْرَاهِيمُ الْقَوَاعِدْ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ. He said Ibrahim, he's building the foundation of the house, meaning that he has like all the connection. He's talking about those, the geometrical shape. That's the foundation of this beginning and the end. Everything is connected. Do you understand? Even from the Quranic principles, when Allah said he could take a metaphorical when it comes to house, when it comes to Bayt. Do you understand? The foundation. Yes, even the same principles you find in the Quran. وَإِذْ يَرْفَعُ إِبْرَاهِيمُ الْقَوَاعِدَ مِنَ الْبَيْتِ. Yeah, because, yeah, I see why we not obliged to eat swine, yeah. Because if you mix it up, remember what he said in the previous life, in our life.
This is our communication. This is our communication. Our communication.
That's crazy. It's crazy. So so we go. So we go to. So we stick to 38, or we go to other different number if you want to.
No, I'm going to
What do
stick
you
with
think?
38. I just want to go show a couple of more
Yeah.
pictures.
Yeah.
So 38, what it does is it creates 24 and 11, and it reaches the heart of the cube, 3.5. 3.5 times 8 equals to 28. And that's what brings on the divided heavens. 8 times 3.5 equals to 28. Now you bring on the cycle of the heavens, right? If you go now, what you do is to connect all the heavens, right? 5, 5, and 5, the halfway becomes, when you multiply 1.25 times 28, it equals to 35. Now you're on the direct center of the heavens, because when you're reaching the 28, you're running through a pole. So you don't need the 28. You can have 21 and then run through the pole with your finger, making the 28, the seventh finger. 21 for the cube, 7 for the finger. What is the finger of marriage, the 9th or the 7th?
7.
And there it is. You're 7 and you're 28. You're 7 and you're 21, sorry. You're 7 and you're 21, because it becomes a 77. When you shove the 7 onto the 7, the 7 onto the 7th finger with the 11 void. So you have 22 and 11 is 33, and you add the 7 to it. Would that make it 40? You followed? So we're going to do it again. We have 54 here. Total of
Yeah.
54. When I shove this on the finger, this entire ring, when I shove it on the finger, I end up, if I use, what number do I give the finger? Do I give it 7? So if I have 54, I end up at 61, or 6 and 1, 7. The other way to look at this is, because this is broken up into a lot of pieces, the actuality of this is just putting this onto the finger. So there's a couple of ways to look at this. This only becomes one sliver of this. This is a sliver, 3 here. There's only 8 going around. So I'm going to shove 8 onto 1, giving me 18. Or 8 onto 7, giving me 15, depending on how you want to look at it. Or unless the ring finger connects the whole body. Do you follow where I'm going with this? Because this is on 3 levels. It's like this.
I'm with you. I'm listening to you.
I'm just going to see.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm just going down to see if I have any other pictures. And number 8, what do you think about number 8?
I think number 8, because if you combine square and circle together, gives you 8 faces, 8 angles. That's a sacred stuff. And Allah, when He spoke about angel, angel, they carry the ones who carry the God's throne is 8 angels, meaning the one who controls the universe, and everything is complete when it comes to number 8. Do you understand?
That's your eyes.
Yeah.
It's your eyes. You're the controller. You're the God. It's your eyes. I is 8. You've got 888, and your eyes make a figure 8. They come together to create a figure 8.
Yeah, 8.
EYE.
Because remember when I told you 8 in 8 is 16, and chapter 16. Now you making life, you creating life together, 8. Because you said that you, as an individual, you 8, and then you have your pair, you get married, and you're making 16, which is family, which is max bees. You're making benefit stuff because chapter 16 is in Quran is B, and he has 16 chromosomes. Like, do you understand what I mean by combined? In can you? I'll check the term, of course.
Okay, so let me
One
talk a
second.
little bit about a few things that went on to bring people up to date on a few things. Okay, one of them is, let me finish about number 38, and let me talk about the B. When you say the word B, you spell it B-E-E. It's a total of 12, but in reality, to one person, a child, it's actually just 2. That's the only value you get from a B, it's 2. It also represents a wild card. It's also part of the swan. It's part of the swan because it looks like a swan. Okay. The 2 is also to be noticed as a trump card. They always call when you're always getting into trouble or you're very special, they call you the 2 of pick, right? Which is a spade, which is a shovel. So the 2 card is also the 4 houses of Venus. 4 times 2 is 8. It's the house of communication. In French, when they say 80, they go 4 times 20 or 420. And when you say 420, you're actually saying about 28 in communication. When you say 420, right, it's 4 times 20 equals to 80. Then you go 4 plus 20, okay, equals to 24, which is 104. When you see 104, what this is, and I'm talking a lot, but I'm writing it down and I'll show you, is that when you see 104, this over here is your 10 and this is your 4, right? This is the greatest extremity. This brings you into the E world. Here's your 10, your freedom, bring you into 22, into life, your 2 and 2, right? Look at that, this way and that this way, 2 different sides to the world, this way and this way. When you look at a calculator, right, the angle shows me I'm going up by 4. The angle shows me I'm going up by 2. So it's the divided house. It's the halfway house. When I showed you about 420, right, 80 and 24 equals to 104. The opposite on the cube is 104. 52 and then 26 and then 13. So how many 13s does it take to get here? I have 8. I think is it 8 13s? 8 by 13 equals to 104. Where else was I? The club is number 38. The word monkey is 83. The thing about monkey, okay, is that when you play the game of blackjack or 21, blackjack is a game where they call 21, where the ace is the 11, right? And then you have to get a picture card or a 10 card, right? And the 10 card is made up of 5 and 5. And the picture cards are also made up of 5 and 5 because they show a reflection of themselves, like the card was cut in half. And anything that was cut in half will have a reflection of 5. When you get a blackjack, they have a payout of 1.5, representing Saturn star, or what is 3 to 2 could be reflecting Leo. I said could be reflecting Leo, could be reflecting the ram without the S at the end, which would say Mars, or the pig at the end. So these 3 are very relevant. Leo, the ram, and the pig each equate to 32, 32, 32, equaling to 96. The reverse of this in the alphabet, and to note, this is what's going to be in the house of Isaac. Okay, it's going to be communication. It's going to be the 10 for communication, or divided house of the teacher. The teacher is made up of 17 parts, starting at 4th and running all the way to 20th, leaving 17 numbers in that house of the teacher. Just give me 1 minute. Yeah, I'm busy doing the live. Should I call you back? Is everything okay? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Right now, I got to pay for that PC to come back. Ciao. This guy only wants to go on vacation. This guy wants to go away. When last time I went away, I brought my books with me, sat down by the pool, and worked on it all day long. If somebody approached me with a question, I would just answer them. And I took it easy, but I still put in my 4 or 5 hours a day minimum. When it's something that has to get done, it just does. So now we're talking again. They were talking about B's. So the minute you talk about B, you have to talk about again 29 and 92. And because of the B is yellow and it is yellow and black. Remember, we need to say black. We can't say brown because the house is the money house and it's a brown house. The brown house in Canada is a $100 bill equaling to a C note, right? In the word note is ET. The letters O and N is that 29. So it becomes a C note, house of creation, 1010. In order to create the C, you needed multiple of 1010. And other multiples that we can do with Roman numerals. I'm just backing up to look for number 38. Like I mentioned before, back to 19, what is so special about 19 is when you go 19 from the bottom up and you go 19 from the top down, you end up with an area in between of 20. And I like to say 20 is going to be the house of Beit and Abraham, right?
I found the term of the remember when you asked me about the number 8, remember when you
Yes.
asked me about the number 8, I found the term of the shape is the name is square in the circle. Do you know the shape? He gives you 8 angles that shows you just write it down, circle in the shape and show it to people.
I did it. I'm just looking to see if I have it up here somewhere.
Yeah, if you don't mind. Because that's angels. Because if you combine those two, you get out. Because we live in the square world, yes? Everything is closed world.
Yeah, that's
The
your
world
4
that we
ghost
live is,
spells.
yeah,
22,
the world that
22,
we live
22,
is cube.
22.
Yes, I'm going to say. And by combining circle together now, you mix in the zodiac sign with the earth. Because we know the stars, they orbit circular movement, yes? If you combine those two shapes together, now you are in the two between the spiritual world, which is heaven, and earth, materialist. You need
Yes,
to
the
be in
silver
between.
matrix, and we access the gold through the sun. We use both the
Yes.
sun and the moon to regrow back into our life. We are the thunderbirds. We are the flame feathered serpents, and we come through the Allah gate. We're the alligators. We are the row your boat. We're the bricks. The dice come together to create the bricks. That's pointing to the gold. It goes back to the monkey. Planet of the Apes.
Gareth is here. Yes, Gareth, what are you saying? I'm with you. I'm with you, guy. I'm 2 hours with him. I mean, it's actually enjoyable. You know, your friend Gareth is here. Hello, Gareth. It's mind blowing, Gareth. We went there like he went through the 38, 19. Yeah, it's actually quality stuff as always, trust me. If you know this guy for a long time, then heads up, man.
Here, this is the way I think. Listen to this.
Only about a week or so. How many hands have touched all these books? How many people were sick and sneezing on all these books? All these old books and the old bookstore. How many stories, truth, fiction? How many of these books, right, have been touched? How many of these books have touched someone's heart? How many of these books where people were dying in their bed? 100 years old, 150-year-old books in this used bookstore. You can smell it in the air, what history smells like. Thank you for watching Raphael 7286 in the constellation of...
So that's one of the ways I like to see things. We don't know what we don't know. We know what we know, but some of the things we know is all secondhand, and it's just a story. It's a secondhand story. Everybody on the road is you, and every time you drive, you have to be careful for yourself. So you have to honor everybody that's around you. And if they don't honor you, how do we make corrections? Well, it's pretty simple. We let some people get hot-headed to make the corrections for us if you can't control your horses. We have the V8, we have the V8, and we have the V6. We're born into the V8, but we are only the V6 in this house, and it's way ahead of us all the time. For everything we do, it's just like on here. It's a coiling system, right? While we go straight up, right? While we're coiling around in time, they're taking this information to this top, straight to the top. But our life is around. And every time you go around 4 times, this pen, right, is already taking your information home 4 times. By the time you get around once, this is taking you home 4 times. The information is 3 times faster than you. The corrections are made daily by the minute. When you think your day is over, the minute you get into your 3rd hour, they're already reading the first part of your day, the first part of your dreams, adding on to every moment that you sleep, every moment that you're awake. Is this the air you're breathing? So let me get into number 38 has to be read. I wanted to play this one song. Somebody was asking me, and I play it all the time, but there might be some new people here. I'm not sure. I think we played the song already, The Father in the Firmware. So now I asked Google about a month ago. I said, what do I do? What do I do? And also remind me to do number 8. Also remind me to do the Jubilee doors if anybody wants to know about the Jubilee doors. You can also ask me about 1776. You can also ask me, why do we have to protect them so much? This is under protection. This is the beast of all. This is the pig. This is the most powerfulest number you can ever have. The one that connects to this is 277. It's the day of communication. This represents the day of communication to 666.
Now, even did you see the triangle shape? It has to do with stars as well, because if you add triangle shape into like circular movement orbits, is going to give you the stars. So
Look at the nose.
There's a like deeper found.
Look at
You
the
need
nose.
to do your birth chart. Your birth chart will show you your square, your trine. It'll show you your sextiles. It'll show you everything regarding your 7 stars that you, as the Christ, should
But
hold
from
in
where?
your
From
hands. For the energy.
I've asked you before, but you didn't respond to me. I said, from where do I can do this? Where?
AstroSeek. Go to AstroSeek and you can type in your birth date.
What's it
Okay, and
called?
it'll give you your snapshot, your screenshot of your planets, the time you was be earthed onto the land. Now you can do multiple charts. You can do a tropical chart. You can do a Vedic chart. Those are called sidereals. Those are called alter egos, your alter energies. They help
Did I type
create
that right there?
your grand story. AstroSeek. Yeah, and it'll give you like all your calculations. You can see your numbers. You can see your shape. You know, like your image. It's really neat because it's like your porthole.
Remember,
The zodiac is the
because
all-seeing
when I
eye.
spoke to you,
Just
you for
one second.
this.
I just want to say something to Cynthia. One second. Cynthia, okay, now that you said that, if you in any way can get hold of the old paint, right? What you should do to your birth chart is flip it over and see what it makes on a grand scale so you can follow it.
Yeah, it's supposed. Okay, so what I was shown with the zodiac, that is a flat image, right? But it's here to convey a 3D image.
Right.
So we as children of God, we put the triangle, we put the square, and that's what helps give it dimension for us to understand. And then you can do your calculations and your triangulations and all that. Yes, I like the idea of, you're talking about mirroring
Well,
it,
yeah, well, first what you
correct?
do,
Like you do with your art?
yeah, so you turn it into, first what you do is you turn it into, you have to put it on this angle here to start with, and then just square it off, right? And then the basic of what you do with it is make it look like this. And then after you make it look like that,
Pretty much 5D.
after you make it look like that, hold on a
Yeah, look at
second.
it. So many dimensions.
You have to make it look like 1 around 8. Let me just pick this up. You have to do this to it. See this, these 4 over here, then these 4 over here, then these 4 over here, then these 4 over here. These are the 4 cat communication centers inside the doghouse. See, this is square, right? But it doesn't work that way. These corners have to be chopped, this one and this one. It'll either be this way or it'll be this way, which is going to show you. They do this in the casino. It's going to show you this or this when you chop the corner. You'll be able to see the difference from the backside that you can't see by chopping the corner. And everything I do has reference somewhere because they're doing it somewhere, and they do this to all the casino cards in Las Vegas. That's where the tribulation of the tabulation that goes on. And they just brought in the knights. Does there anybody know that? Did you know they brought in the knights into Vegas?
Yeah.
The silver knights. The movement around this cube is all about 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. And by doing that, you go all the way around in the river, and you never go through the 5. 2-1, 2-1.
So, hey, Ron, do you know why they cut the cards at the casino?
Well, it's supposed to be so you can't use them back in the game, but
Yeah, those cards, like when there actual are tournaments, they play with brand new set of cards. Once those are used, they cut them.
and they're always cutting the side that doesn't have the marking. Is that correct?
Oh, I'm not familiar with that. I don't look that deep.
Well, if you
Sorry.
tie the cards to the moon,
I'm not
to the
that
moon,
much of a
it's
gambler.
symbolic.
Remember
Yeah,
that
if you tie the cards to the moon, it's symbolic of, like cutting off that
What
hand,
do you
like
think?
the juju that
Can I
went
ask
with
you,
the cards, that deck.
Mm-hmm.
with Mr. Tuckpants, what do you think regarding the Star of David? Do you know why I asked you a question? Do you know why I asked you a question? Do you know the numbers, the Arabic numbers, the shape of them, the 7 and 8? Actually, it's the 7 is symbolized as the triangle. I've just write it down. It's upside down. Do you see? I've just write it down. If you combine 7 and 8 together, he gives you Star of David. 7 and 8.
Oh, I have a ton of stories about 7 and 8. That's our base creation, 7 and 8 and 1 and 2.
Yeah.
BAGH.
But do you see the Gareth? Do you see the
Baghdad.
Arabic? Do you see Gareth? What I've written to you, the first one, 7 and 8. That's in Arabic. How?
6.
Because if you mix them together, it gives you Star of David. 7 and 8. 15. Remember, 15 goes if you do 7. It's 15, and it gives you 6.
5 and 1 is 6. Yeah.
1 5 is 6. Gives you back to square, 6 faces, cube. Do you see the Star of David?
Yeah, the
Because
Star
why
of
is it
David
sim-
is the cube. It's showing
Yeah.
you the rotation. It's showing
Yeah,
you
but-
rotation. So like if you
You see
draw a hexagon and you put a dot at the
even
center,
in English language, let's see the word 7. If you twist it, look. If you, for example, the word 7, if both of them, if you put them together, gives you the triangle upside down. Remember, if you put them together like that, if you draw 7,
yeah, if you do
7's
77, you face it together, it creates the triangle. Yes.
triangle shape. Yeah, I don't think there's coincidence. I don't, even when it comes
Oh
to
no.
the written.
No, and see, I do lots of art. I have lots of art that I create to show all the flipped scripts. So like with 69, 69 is balance, and every time you see 69, you should put it through the mirror. That'll give you 96, and then you'll find your Jupiter in there, and Jupiter, he's a key, right, to the ring of Saturn. And so you have to flip
No,
scripts in order to
I'm
find
sorry.
this
I'm
stuff.
sorry.
You can see it with the zodiac.
Do you think it's coincidence that in 7 in English, both of them triangle, and in Arabic same triangle? Do you think it's like a coincidence that English and Arabic is the same? It shows you that those people who brought up the language, those
There's no
people that brought up,
coincidences here.
yeah, those people that brought up the language, because if you go to Genesis, the Babylon, what happened? What happened? Because people, they used to speak one language, they used to be one nation, then God, he separated the language, and they
This
now
shouldn't be language at
everything,
all, in my opinion.
yeah,
Energy.
what's it?
Like,
Yeah,
energy
energy,
is it,
sound,
like, you don't
frequency.
even need to, we shouldn't even need to speak. Like,
Oh
just
yeah,
even
a
hand
lot of my
gestures and
travels, I
body language.
communicate. Yeah,
It's
telepathy.
so, yeah, I mean, language and communication as it is now has been so like, I don't even know what the word is, but I could just so changed that nobody understands anybody, and all the languages just divide everybody because of misunderstanding in between interpretations. And it's been proven in so many of the historical books and translations that it's just,
We are from the one source, like, do you
Yeah,
know
and that's
that
where
we
I feel
are?
like the
Do you know,
numbers help us, though.
I'm
No,
sorry for
yes,
cutting you.
that's
Like,
why I'm
do
here.
you know,
they bring us all
do you,
together. They destroy the fear. They kind of, and if
do you
we're
know what
very
God?
picky about our words and our algorithm, we are
I'm sorry.
attracting what we
I'm sorry.
create.
Do you know God?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know God? He when he said, why did he created us different? Everyone has different, yeah. He said, do you
Yeah.
see? He gave an example of rain. He rains by give you different kind of fruits. You see
Oh yeah.
apple, mango, peach, but one source is water. The same with humans. We all came from one source, but we are different fruit in
Yeah, we're the
that case. If you see it,
stars, and we have different frequencies. We have different vibrations and different names. Okay, that's why the stars are all named and numbered. And we're all unique, but at the same time, all stars are connected. They're all connected. So the moons are teaching us this as well, because this is how we receive information from white
do you know
space
in
into
Arabic?
dark space.
Do you know in Arabic how's moon in Arabic? Qamar. It's similar to camera, qamar, camera. Do you see? It's like a camera. It's like video type. It's like qamar in Arabic means moon. Qamar.
An image.
Yep, we're in the Matrix. They're
Yes, and
watching
we're made
us.
in the image.
Yeah. Do you see in Arabic? You said what did you
Copycat.
said regarding the moon? What did he say regarding the moon? Just to make sure.
The man
What
in
did
the
he say
moon?
No, he said the moon.
Yes, okay,
The
that's a good
moon.
example what she said with the man in the moon, because the man in the moon is pertaining to you. You're the human. Okay, like woman is the womb man, womb, pertaining to the
And
tomb,
camera. You
honey
know,
hive, honeycomb.
in Arabic, moon is similar to camera in English. It's like mirror. Your mirror. You mirroring yourself. You are connected to the moon. What is he doing? He's getting
Hang on.
revelation.
Yes. Shh.
I'm just blanking out. Everybody said so much. I can't take all the information at one time.
Please, I'm sorry,
Apologies.
but because I remember
No,
a lot.
not you, not you. I'm enjoying it, but I mean it's a little hard, but I'm enjoying it. So many things. Before you mentioned earlier on, you said Quran, and through Quran, the K and O is a knockout. The 11th and the 15th letter come together, right? So that's K and O. It represents the upper house, the queen. It represents the 92 birth, 47 and 45, but the presidency that just came in right now. 92 is the beginning of the new cycle, or 29. It represents both yellow and black, represents the B. The B, although it's 12, if you can just say it in one letter, it's 2. It brings in both worlds, the E and E world within it. The sting of the bee, the flowers just serving, that now becomes the queen bee. So now you have 62 and then 2 into the queen bee that controls the heavens. You also mentioned the word gracious. So all of a sudden you said, this is earlier on, maybe in the last video, the gracious now says to me, it is with the grays, right? With the grays. It is in the pig house. When I see the end of IOUS, right away it takes me to the French word of pig house, and for some reason it takes me over to Iowa. I don't know if there's any pigs in Iowa, but it's Suo, Iowa. So that's what I got for gracious. And within gracious, right, when you have the R letter, you bring the heavens crown with you. you bring the cap rock. Not because I say it, because I will show you what it says. Now we have to steal again until everybody understands what this is. This is what they call a calculator. I want you to forget about that. All I want you to see is these 9 numbers. I don't want you to see anything else but the 9. The 2 major things with this, we have to count this and this. When I put this over this, it creates a star. And the star makes things perfect. The star makes things perfect, not because I chose to do it, but the math is so easy to figure out. It can do it for everybody in every single house, absolutely for free. What we're doing today and what we learn and everything about this channel is it costs nothing to be here. You choose to be here. You take on what you want. And if I get this program running, I'm going to send it everywhere. Whoever can just download it, absolutely, for whatever it is. I don't care.
I'm 100% going to talk with my people, and if you focus on the Quran and you align your numerology with Quran, you'll get hundreds of people. I'm telling you.
You don't need me to do that. By your questions only, you open me up to everything you ask. I can't answer somebody.
Thank you for that. Appreciate. So the word, let's go to the moon, because I like the zodiac. I just want to focus on that.
Just 1 second. I just want to go back to number 38. I want to go back to 38.
Yeah.
And I'm going back to 38 for a reason. And all this comes from games. This is all
David.
games. David
and 99. Remember when I spoke about David and I told you that chapter 38 talks about David
dividing
and
the crown.
In this story, 99. In this verse, there's 99. In the story of David, there's mentioning of 99 number. Remember, he said 18. If he's 19, 18, 1, 9, it goes back to 9, goes back to God, goes back to a prime number, yes? And David is the king, yeah? So continue, yeah?
Well, let's look at 99 this way.
Yeah.
I'm a child. I hear a conversation. What do I know? So I hear 99. I'm a child. I got a bunch of these things, right? I throw them down and I look at them. I'm just going to put them all down over here. I put them all down over here. I learned from nothing. I know nothing. I know absolutely nothing. I have to take this. If God sent me here for whatever reason, I don't care what it is. Okay, over here, right? And here. This one's not working. And I got one here, and I got one here. I became the heart of everything else around me. I am 1 and 4 and 4. I am the 144,000. Why am I the 144,000? Is because when I connect the outside area, 1 and 9, and I connect the outside area, 7 and 3, and I connect an inside area through the oceans, 2 and 8, I get 10, 10, 10. 10 times 10 times 10 connects 144 for 144,000 for the one face of your creation. For the 3 faces of the cube, equaling to 43,200 of the vibration of the hertz we live in, and it's the hertz of 88 hertz. 88 for the 88 constellations.
Remember when I told you the prophets, they always sent 40, and he said 41. Remember when he said in this cube shape, you always, if you do 1, 9, 10, 4, 7, 3, 10, till you do this 4. And in all Islamic tradition and religion, we say prophets, they get the mind complete when they reach 40. And he said 41 because he said it always goes back to 5, which is heart. Yes? Remember when he said that in the previous life?
Here, I just want to show you why. And the reason for that is this. Okay, you have to understand the reason for this is it's a birth day. It means 12 months. Okay, 12 is the representation of the female, by the way. Okay, 336 days for 12 moons. So you need to be 100% of something before you're anything at all. So you have to go the 12 months to be able to have number 1. So when you add up, you go from 1 to 40, not 0 to 1. So you add up 1 and 40, counting all of the 40, equaling to 41. Now, when you add up to 41,
Wow.
you get 77, 77. And this,
And you know, Muhammad, the prophet, he got a revelation when he was 40. Let's just say 40, 6 months, something like that. So 41, it makes sense.
41, here's what goes with it.
Wow.
But wait a second. Do you see anything else in that word?
King David, yeah.
Canine.
K9. Wow, yeah.
Wait, do you want to see something else in the word?
Yeah. Wow.
This, you know what this is?
No.
This is an add-on. You took one letter to put it. It took one letter to create the word.
Wow.
This is three letters coming together with one letter. You sometimes have two letters, right? Coming together with one letter. You have combinations of letters that come together that are add-ons. They're not words alone.
Similar with Arabic, the same thing with when it comes to Arabic. Like sometimes a word, two words, if you add one word, you combine to one word. Yeah, it's similar. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, this is not a word, but
ing. Yeah.
so now with
saying,
this,
yeah.
you have 957, you have 153. Now you got the fish out of the lake again. In order to create a circle, right, with your protractor, you have to start at the center. Okay, by starting at the center, it tells me I need to bring everything to a 10 formation. A 10 formation, okay, is when you take the 9 and you run all the strings around to it, okay, you can create that 10 connection through this. Now you have all your 10 connected to the 9, and now you have Yod Tet in Hebrew. 10 and 9. This what makes up the divided
19.
house. This is the kingfish.
So what do you think that's all? Because let me tell you from your perspective, what do you think that why did Quran build upon 19? Why is it built upon 100? Like in that, why is it? What is he referring to?
Okay, hold on. Do you see this in front of you right now? I'm going to turn the camera around. You asked me what the Star of David was. You asked me what the Star of David was. Well, there it is.
X.
No, take a good look. There's the Star of David. I broke it all up through the lines on the flag of Israel. I followed all the lines. I chopped it in half. You can't go both ways. You only can go one way on the flag. You can't live both ways. So I went this way. And then on the other side, I joined it. I went this way. And then you can see the tunnel. Oh, yeah, here.
Can I screenshot it for them?
This is a rough copy of it.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
And then you can see the 8 in the center is two B's coming together. And then you can see you have the 3, 1, 1, 3 coming together over here. That's going to represent Isaac. And that's going to I like to say it's Isaac and the ladder. And then I say Ishmael runs right over here. Ishmael would be here and here, or here and here would be Ishmael. So what happens is Ishmael is the soul. He's the water, the soul in the water. So Ishmael is down here while Jacob runs the ladder, having to watch out for the transistors, right? Because of the triangles, they have transistors. You know the trans that's going now, LGBT and that stuff? It's because of what they did here when they flipped over the triangles. This is the way I understand the story. So we have the paradise, which is the 10, right? I'm just going to turn this around for a second. I'm going to explain it. So when you have a 10-cent piece, that's the capstone 10. And you have 10.
Can I ask you a question? Can you stop here? Do you know in Arabic chapter means surah? For you, if you listen to word surah, what do you take as the word surah? Surah. It's like the name of chapter, like you say Genesis first, that's like we call it chapter surah. What do you
Well,
think?
the end of the word is telling me about the sun, about the heavens and the divided sun. Ra, R-A-H. So it's telling me about.
So
The beginning,
Ra.
if you're going to begin with an S or a C, the S right away is going to connect the upper world with the lower world. The C sound is going to be the base of creation, alpha, beta.
That's how he written. Look, I've just write it down for you. Surah. Is it soul and Ra? Is it soul of Ra? Can you take it as that?
You know what? It's 66, like the S and the U, right? If you go to Gematria, it's on each side of the seventh gate. The R letter is what brings the heart. Where is the seventh gate? The 8 plays a role between 66. So it could say that. It doesn't come with the H. So it's not talking about all the heavens. It's just talking about the heart area. R and 8 is 19. And I just wrote something about this. I just wrote something about this exact situation. Hold on a second. Right here. Right here.
Yeah.
So what this is since 180 degrees has to stop here. But since you keep going to 190 degrees, then if you go to 190 degrees here, it's like an elevator door. It has to go to 190 degrees here, leaving 170 and 170 left over for my 360 calculation. So this is going to be 8, and this will be 10, or this will be 1, this will be 8. This is going to talk about a complete window separation. Why is it a window? Because I use 2 areas. If I use 1 area, it represents Earth, 2 represent Mars. This will represent Abraham. If there is only a single area missing here of 10, then these here would be 175, 175, and this would read at 185.
Wow.
And
do you know which one you're referring to? You're referring to chapter 96, which I gave you. And do you know this chapter, he ends with Ibrahim. Do you know the last sentence of this chapter? It says, صُحُفِ إِبْرَاهِيمَ وَمُوسَى. It says, you will find the understanding of this scripture in Ibrahim and Musa. Do you understand? Like this chapter which you're referring to, you showed me the picture because we were talking about chapter 96 and 285, and you combined them all together and you came to the conclusion. Yes, remember?
It's Mosa is the word, is the Mosa is the word of the spirit angel. What do you call it?
Musa, we call him Musa, yeah.
Yeah, the word of the spirit angel. That's what I see in it.
Jibril. We say Jibril. You know, I believe Jibril.
Okay, so Jibril is okay, and I don't know any of this, but when I hear that word, I think of a gerbil. So I think of muttering out the words within myself.
Algebra.
So algebra again, it's another bird. Algebra is another bird. So the bird is what brings life into your conscience. The word bird is number 33, 3 times 3, 3 plus 3, bringing together the one heavens of 8, these separated heavens at the 7th gate. It brings me together all the 9s. You know, once you have the 9, you get all the 9s. It's not just one 9. It's 9 and 9, 9 to start with that 9. It's 9 times 9, and 99 is a representation of the area space between time heaven and the bird and the word. The reason for that is the word 13, okay, 616, bringing the 2 worlds together. You're at the heart. You're the king at the heart.
Do you know how many times, do you know how many Musa was, how many times mentioned in Quran? Do you know how many times? Musa was mentioned in Quran 132 times.
44 by 3, 44 by 3, 33 by 4.
Wow.
ABC, communication.
And you know, Sulaiman, he's mentioned 17 times. Sulaiman.
Yeah,
that's the soul of man. Soul of man, Solomon, soul of man.
So your soul is teaching you, Sulaiman. Your soul is teaching you. Sulaiman is mentioned 17 times in Quran.
And soul is star. So star is your story, because you have your star and your stir and your store. Okay, and that's your story, and that's your star bank. That's your Ankh, your Bank, your B-Ankh. Okay, your star is pertaining to that. And the soul is sun in Spanish. And so all these things connect. You're a star incarnate. You're a son of God upon the earth. Okay? And it's all connected to your star. So you learn to do your navigation in your star system. It will really open your eyes to, what man has knowledge of and what they do not.
So
Even
Cynthia, would
David
that
is
mean that
mentioned.
we are like star seeds?
Yes, we're
Ones
all
that
star
were
seeds.
okay, so I'm trying to understand how I'm trying to understand quite a few things here. If we are planted here as seeds, what are the births of our own children from our natural?
So all your children are stars. You could see this in the story of Virgo because she carries the sheath of wheat. Okay, and it's also pertaining to the seeds, and we plant, and we are the walking trees. Okay, and we
Yeah.
produce the 12 fruits. That's pertaining to your Christ oil harvest, which is also, has a lot to do with your reproductive. Because your fish is also pertaining to like a woman's eggs and then a male's sperm. Okay, and then that's linked to the sun and the moon because the moon plays a large role in the woman's cycle, her menstrual cycle, her menstrual cycle. That's all pertaining to the
That's what
waters
I
and the
was gonna
moon.
get at. Like, I actually sent Ron's email or message about this to do with our 28 days, the 13-month. Like, how does that work in our calendar that we do now, or what should I've been trying to figure out what to adapt here as my time mechanism, other than
Okay, so a lot of the people use the turtle shell because the turtle, he has the plaques on his back for the moon. The turtle is water for moon. Okay, and then your sun, you have your sun calendar that you follow, and it's a separate calendar, but they link up. So that's the harvest. That's what you would call the Lord's Supper when the sun and moon connect in your house, because you're the Lord, and you're waiting for the moon, your bride, to enter your chamber, so you can sup, right?
Wow.
And then you can be
It's a good
Christened
link.
as well,
I like
because it's your Christening, it's your harvest. And your energy, your ego, your energy, your inner chi, your words, they all play an active role in this as a prime creator walking around on a literal grid. People need to understand white space and dark space is literally taught with the dice. And you're in a system, you're in the net already. The internet is a creation by the Alpha Intelligence, but we are also
I've got
in
a
the
question. I've got a question. Mr. Techpans, I've got questions.
One second. Was Cynthia finished yet? Just 1 second. Just hold on.
Yeah,
Cynthia.
I just wanted to point out about the tenet pertaining to the net and the 10 and the 39 and the angel and the Saturn.
Okay, so now I just want to interject before we start anything else, Bud, because Spicy started this. So I want to get in that the sperm is number 71. That's at the gateway. That's electric. The moon is number 57. That's number 19. 17 and 71, they're the same. They both reflect Mars. The reflection of Mars is the moon. The moons you're thinking about, right? The Earth.
I was born in 71, and that's crazy.
The Earth, the moon of Mars is spelled Moon. The moon of Earth is spelled MON. The Earth has one moon. Mars has two moons. So if you're going to refer to our moon as MOON, then you're referring to your earmuffs of the moons of Mars, and this is the moon of our head. But we're intercepted by the moons of Mars. And the number to the moon of Mars, believe it or not, okay, designs to be the British flag. Everything has to do with the British flag.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
And here's what it said.
Even with colors or just as a symbol.
Everything.
Even with colors, blue
Everything.
and white.
Yes, red shift, blue shift, hot, cold.
This is
These
what
have
it
values.
is.
Hot, cold has values too.
Red, white, and blue, and pink, and baby blue.
I see.
Right?
Even in Quran, do you know 57? Quran, he speaks about moon in 57. He's like saying, He has links with 57, number 57, and you know Metonic cycle as well. But I've got two questions actually, like referring first one, like Jesus in Quran, entire Quran was mentioned 25 times. Same with Adam, because it's not significant, because Quran is not similar to Old Testament, New Testament. It's like at the first New Testament you will find a story within the chapter itself, like it has a beginning and the end. But when it comes to Quran, the stories are separated. That's why like Adam was mentioned through the Quran 25 times, and Isa, Jesus, was mentioned 25 times, which is 7, 7, 14, goes back to Ibrahim. And remember I told you chapter 14, it's Ibrahim. And it has to do with Ibrahim, the foundation, the one who built the cube, as you mentioned. And the second part of, you wanna focus on this, or you want me to answer you another question? So I've got another question.
Well, you can't just keep asking me questions if you don't get an answer, because everybody that's listening here, right? If they come here to this channel to listen to what's going on, I'm going to lose all my credibility if I answer nothing.
Yeah, no, because I know a lot of people like Gareth, and a lot of people they listen, they want you to link the Quran with your numerology. That's why they enjoy. I think they enjoy. Gareth, they actually enjoy when we do that. Just let him know.
We have to link everything.
It's an incredible experience in this room when Mr. Tappan's in his flow. Like magic happens. To be fair, and as everybody else in this room is very good as well. But yeah, it is great
Gareth,
to see the connection,
Gareth,
connections as
yeah,
well.
can we link Quran as well, Gareth? You know me, innit? You know me from my channel, innit? It's like it's good to link Quran because it all has to do with Ibrahim. Us, like Christians, Muslim and Christian, all of us, we agreed with the Prophet. All of us, we love Ishaq, we love Noah, we love Ibrahim. All of them are mentioned in our books. That's why we refer in Old Testament. I don't have problem if you link Old Testament with numbers. We don't have problems. You understand?
No,
No problems.
it's incredible
Yeah.
to see. Like I like
Yeah.
and you know your numbers really well.
Yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
But Mr. Tappan's is once he's in flow as well, it's incredible to see.
So
Yeah.
all these people that we speak about, sorry to interrupt you, Gareth, all these people we speak about, right? Every single one of them, I'm going to take a guess. I'm just going to guess that every single one of them at one point or another in their life, they took the breath of the house they live. And at one moment they were happy, and at one moment they were sad. They only became who they were for those who wrote the history books. So who are you going to be in 500 years from now when they look back at you? So why don't we reflect on ourselves a little bit, that we were given the breath of life, that we are the gods of our own ark, but we seem to stretch our arm out to pray to everything else around us when we're never 100% sure, but we're 100% sure of ourselves. So why can't we believe to begin that that's where God is? In every breath we take, we breathe in, right, the life of the Lord that's dictating into our own souls. So who are we? Which way do we go? Towards a book? Look no other place than the nose in front of your face.
It's not for me. I'm telling you, when I bring the book, it's not for the purpose of me like saying exceptional book. I just want to link the numbers where you have the knowledge.
No. I'm just, it's just, what I just gave you is an expression. It's
I
nothing
don't
to do with the
understand.
book. Without the book, I can't do what I do without the book.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I can't, the book is written for us to find this information. Without the book, there's no information. There's no history. It doesn't matter how this, you see, everyone who's lived in this house has breath in the same air, breath in the same story passed on. If they try to lie to us or try to tell us half the truth, through all the differences, we will still find the truth. So all their stories are only leading back to the truth. And the truth comes back to the schematics of law. The law of God is to be fair, while games are fair. And this is how the Lord shared with us.
Mr. Techpants, I'm sorry for calling you. The first thing I don't think is coincidence for me to meet you, because I've never seen someone explains the numerology the same as you, to be honest. Like the way you brought the links, like you, for example, me and Gareth, we witness what you did today when it comes to magic hexagon. Like straight away, you didn't know, like you seen the magic hexagon, and he said, from what you see, the angles of them is 114. I was like surprised. I knew that God he sent you to like for me, especially for me, because I know I was looking into that depth. I'm looking into my sacred book, Quran, into different. I'm not taking it literally. I understand it like deeper in the aspect of numbers and zodiac signs. I try to connect as above because I follow the Kabbalism, the Kabbalah, yeah? The seven principles. Everything is connected, everything moves, everything is mind,
What are the
everything.
7 principles?
The seven principles of Hermes Trismegistus, yeah?
Okay, so how do you spell his name? Hermes?
Trismegistus. Trismegistus. Hermes. Spell, yeah, it's Hermestregestis. I think Trismegistus. Yeah, Magistus. Yeah. He was like,
Her Majesty the SIM card. The mattress. That's what it looks like. Reject SIM card. Her Majesty the SIM card. May, Sem, her, ER, the electronic resident, the heavens from the oceans, under the sun, the divided sun. ST is inside the word, so you're creating a division right over here where the ST comes in. The STR, oh, that's 57. So now it's 3 divisions because you brought in a moon. You put in the STRE, which is etre. Etre is going to be part in French. It says part of 3, part of 3. The N says time. Trimmest of time. It's parts of time. That's what it seems to tell me. So
wow.
So-
So everything, like what I'm saying, like this book, the Quran, I think, and Old Testament, New Testament, all has this one message to unite the humanity, to one teaching is to go back to your soul, because our soul, what I believe, God he blow His Spirit into us, and our spirit we forget, because you know the entire Quran is always when He speaks to humanity, saying, did you actually forget? Do you need to remember who are you as a human? Because you came from stars. Do you understand? So that's the message. Those 3 books align together when it comes to numbers and numerology. We all work together because even heaven and hell you can take as I don't want to get deep, but you get my point. I just want you to focus.
anyways, you mentioned a few words. You said stop. So the stop is the doghouse. If it's at the doghouse, you're going to find 4 cats. And you know what's funny? Every time I think of the 4 cats, I think of the forecast. You know, so cats, the black cat is supposed to be electric, right?
Yeah.
How close can it be? And now if I'm listening to cast, I'm thinking about casting, right? Like casting out, catching a fish. So somebody's out there sending out waves onto us, making it rain. We
Can
have
I
the
tell
four.
you? Can I tell you what does in Arabic? Because do you know? I think you agree with me that when it comes to Semitic language, they are origin language. When it comes when it comes to sound, like those frequency are aligned with the universe. Yes. What I'm
So
trying to say.
when you say
What
the
I'm try-
word
what I'm- yeah.
Yeah, so when you
What I'm
say the word Semitic, and thank God for my dumbness, okay, I'm seeing within the word tick, and I know there's something in electricity somewhere down the line. You see, if we had an electrician and a plumber here, we'd make a little advancement, and then if we
the
brought
waves. Yeah.
in,
Yeah.
we
I
have to
know.
bring
Yeah.
in all the technicians that talk about everything for the words to be lost in their own translation and definition. Because this is all a big puzzle that has to get, we have to go around and around and around until we pick up all the parts, and all the parts of the RAM is everybody out here. All the parts of the
Sh-
ram.
yeah. Shall I tell you how the heaven in Arabic means? And you can connect it. In Arabic, heaven means sama. Sama. And heaven and earth in Arabic means ard. What do you see? Like the first one is sama, sama. And the second one, ard, earth, is ard.
So
What do you sound like? What do you...
you know what? This I can do a lot of sounds. I rather stick to some more numbers. Like if there's any places
Yeah,
like 71 fish, 153. So
yeah.
for what my word is no credibility to what the guy said. This is what it is. But what am I if without the
No,
numbers?
because the sound,
I like this.
because you know, you move frequency, you know the
I know
sound in it.
I can say a lot of stuff. We can talk forever on this, but if we bring in the numbers, I'll continuously. I have to understand the words more by the numbers. The more I understand the numbers, the more there's going to be credibility in the sound of the word, because I'm going to know exactly where I perplex the number, where I'm going to put it in my 360. Am I going to do the 360 this way? Am I going to do the 360 this way? Am I going to do the 360 this way? There's 3 different 360s to run these numbers, right? If you follow what I'm saying, and this is dictated through Rubik's cube. I just want to take a 2-minute
So
break.
can I ask? Yeah,
You
can I
guys
ask
can
you
chat
this
it out. I
question?
went to
Yeah,
the kitchen for a
yeah.
minute.
No worries, no worries, no worries. It was good because remember, do you know why Gareth have mentioned him the word Arabic words? Because, for example, today I was talking to this girl. Like I said, the natural in Arabic natural inclination, the spirit that within us, it's fitra. Yes, fitra. And the lady she told me, you explained to him what he said. That's why I said Arabic language, Arabic words. Can you tell him why? The reason? Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Because
I can hear you.
yeah, remember when I said the word fitra, you translate as fit, ra,
Yeah,
fits the
I heard
sun.
fifth raw and fit. Just like the other word you just said, it sounded to me like you said art. And art
Yeah,
art
art,
is in
yeah.
heart and earth.
So
And
because I
we're the
don't think he
art.
knows, I'm going to ask you the same question. The first one, heaven, because you're always talking about astrology, astronomy. In Arabic, heavens means sama. What do you think? Like, what do you link in English? The similar
Cement.
word. Sama, sama.
Cement.
Ends with
Cement. They're solid. Cement, solid. They're the pillars. So the stars are the pillars, and that's why, like in a lot of the old ancient world, they had a lot of pillars in their buildings, and these pillars were to symbolize the stars, and also the pillars of the balance that's pertaining to the equinoxes, because the equinoxes link to the analemma. That's the 2 sine waves that come together to create the figure 8. That's the ladder.
I see the point.
That's pertaining to
So,
Wallah.
do you know what? Do you know what?
See how you're
Asking,
saying
do you know,
Allah? You're saying
yeah, do you know?
Allah a lot. That's
Do,
Wallah, which is
do
the
you know?
water,
Do
air,
you know what?
land, land, air, water.
Do you know the reason of me trying to combine English and Arabic? Because Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, when He spoke about Jesus, Isa, He said that He given to Jesus book named Injil. Yes, Injil.
Yeah.
And the word
Yes, angel.
us Arabic, when we describe English people, we say Injilizi, Injil. And we
Yes,
know
the
that
language
most
of
people,
angels.
the most followers of Christ is native speakers, English natives, like Americans, England, yeah? Those are main Christians. So
All
Allah,
of
He
them are
knew that.
connected.
Yeah, so this book, Quran, wherever, if you want to call it Elohim, whatever God you want to call him, this Quran, he predicts that he knew that the holders of Jesus Christ's religion will be the English speakers. That's why Allah said Injil. So Injil means
So say
English.
Jesus one more time in your language, because I want to
Isa,
share
Isa,
something.
Isa,
Okay, so that
Isa.
means that sounds like yes. Okay, and the
Oh.
yes is pertaining to the sun. Okay, and then also
shall I
it's
tell you some?
pertaining to
Shall
the
I tell you so?
CC,
Yeah. Yeah,
which is the
wow. Do you
yes,
know what I
yes.
was? Yeah, let me tell you something. In Quran, there's probably 14 unclear verses, unclear letters. They say the soundings like alif lam mim. Even Arabic speakers that we don't understand. Do you know chapter 36, which is 3-9, is 9, yeah?
Hold on,
36
go slow on that.
starts with
I want to know
yes.
the numbers of the page. What's the page? What's the name of the chapter?
The chapter is named in English yes. That's why I said yes
Can you
is like
spell it?
Yasin. Yasin.
No, and you said
Yasin.
elephant. So that's
So
why.
remember when I said Isa, you said it has to do with the word yes. And
Yes, and Ra.
the chapter
Yes, and Ra.
and chapter 36 in
Slow
Quran.
down.
Can you what do you mean, Gareth?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me now? I said in chapter 30,
Yeah.
in Quran, chapter 36 starts with the unclear verses, letters that are non-Arabic. Even Arabic speakers, they don't understand it. It starts with this sound, Yasin. Means yes in English. That's why I told you. The Quran predicted that English will be like like major language. Do you get what I mean? Like if you go to chapter 36, starts with Yasin. Even Arabic speakers, even like Muslims, we don't understand those verses in Quran. There's 14 verses there is 14 like sound in Quran we don't understand. For example, Alif Lam Mim, Ha Mim, Yasin, Kaf Ha Ya Ain Sad. Even Arabic speakers we don't understand. These are just letters written and we repeat them without knowing what's the purpose of them. So one of them is 36. Remember, he said 36. If you're 3, 9, and it says 9 because language of universal language, English. Yes, do you understand my point when it comes to
Oh,
Isa?
yes. Yes, I
Isa,
know the zodiac is all the alphabets. So, English was saved for last. It was from beginning because Aquarius is begin and end. Okay, it's one of the pit stops on the 8-point wheel, the spoke wheel. Okay, and it's begin end, and so English was from beginning and it's been saved for last. Okay, and it's what brings us all together. So literally English is what is bridging us together. It's a part of the story of Babel because the zodiac is the story that we babble on and on and on and on. It's about the grand cycle. And then
wow,
it's all
Shall,
about the
shall we work?
numbers.
Shall we work on
It's more
numbers
about
now?
the numbers than anything.
Shall we work on numbers? Shall we work on numbers, Mr. Takpan? Shall I give you some numbers? Yeah. The first one is 74.
You were on number 36.
Yeah, 36. Yeah, 36.
Okay, so
Shall we go to
let me
36?
talk
I'll tell
about
you.
that.
Yeah. Shall I tell you
You
this
don't have to
chapter?
say
How
anything.
many words
You don't
has?
have to say anything. Don't say anything, please. Wait. You already said something. You said 36. So let me explain to you what 36 is, okay? 3 equals to 56. It equals to the wolf. It equals to the receiver, the 2 moons of Mars. 6 represents communication between Earth and Mars through the rabbit ears. Call those rabbit ears the moons of Mars. In the house of Abraham, Abraham is a single antenna, right? It's called ham radio, where they emit with the hand radio, with also the Kermit, which is the frog, and the frog jumps. It hops from land to land, a flower over to a flower. So it's like 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, always hopping, which is going around the 5 area. They also have the myth of the fallen angels. The EM is it's matter and energy. It's electric. It's Mars and Earth. It's 13 and point. Just give me a minute. It's 13 and it's 5. The 13th letter is M. The 5th letter is E. Right? Just give me a minute.
Zeno can
Gareth, I got
Zena's
you.
incredibly
Can you do the occasion, Gareth?
what's that?
Can you do the occasion? I told you this chapter is 36 and has 83 verses and has 724 words in this chapter. What do you see from those?
444. 724. 7 hours, 24 minutes, 444 minutes.
Wow. And this, this chapter, he talks about the heart, and he talks about the stories of paradise and heavens, and talks about the, like, if you don't give charity, you will end up in your wealth will be distinguished if you don't help people. That's the purpose of this chapter 36, and this chapter has 83 verses and has 724 words. And it's called Yasin, yes, in English. It starts with the word yes as English, because the Quran, he knew that someone will go deeper into that stuff. Do you understand?
Oh, yes.
Gareth, he gets my point because
Zena will
So,
Zena's incredibly intelligent, right?
Can I just say something to Lynn Lynch? Lynn Lynch wrote something down that I'm not sure who it's for, right? But why is a cup? Now, I don't know what that means. It looks like a cup, and I'm going to tell you something about this, okay? Is that I'm not sure if I have this with me, but I wish I had it with me. Now, because I drew a design with Fibonacci, and you know what it looks like? It looks like all martini glasses spilling into each other. When you have the 5 and 19, that's a situation that begins with 16, and then it moves on to levels. But anyways, 6, 1, 6, 13, which is going to be 1 times 3, 1 plus 3, will equal to 3 and 4. Let me see, where is this? Will equal to 3 and 4. 3 times 4, 3 plus 4, 7 and 12. 12 minus 7 is E5. Plus 7 is 19S. Now you get the letter and the sound of ES coming together. And that equals to 24. And 24 is a gateway. It creates separation. 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 is 8 and 6. The 8 and 6 represent the house planet. Check this out. The 86 represents the house planet. Now don't forget, it's a planet. It comes with communication systems and all kinds of goodies in the house. We play like real adults when it's all amateur. Do you know why it's amateur? Because the word âme, A-M-E in French, it's a French house. The word âme is soul. Okay, when you go into the Olympics, it's amateur. It's for soul. It's not professional. We're not business people. We're private citizens.
I'm sorry, you said French. In French, means soul, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. And in Arabic means mother.
Oh,
yes,
that's
it is
great.
mother. Yes, yeah. It is mother.
Yes.
Yeah. In Arabic,
mother is
means
the gate.
mother.
Yes, when you put the E at the end of AM, it becomes mother. You have AM. When you see the letters AM, that's father. When you put AME, that's mother. When you write the words out ST and STE, this is mother. This is father. There are 2 mothers, there are 1 father. Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, and I don't know whether the names. Someone tell me the names of the mothers of the children.
David, Suleiman.
No, it's Isaac. Who was the son of Abraham?
Ishaq, Yaqub, and Ismail. Ishaq, Yaqub, and Ismail.
Okay, I write it out.
Sarah is Abraham's wife. Sarah is
Okay.
Abraham's wife.
Okay.
Yeah, Sarah, yeah.
And who's the other one?
He has 3 children.
For
he
who?
Has 3.
Who is the other? Who was the woman who made the son of Ishmael?
Hajar.
Spell it, please.
Hajar. Hajar.
Okay, now everybody be silent for a second. Just be silent. I don't want to fall down to the ground, okay? I gotta show you up here. I got to show you this.
Yeah, there's so much hidden in the names.
I just need.
No, in Arabic, I'm sorry, before, do you know Ibrahim? In Arabic, Ab, father, in Arabic. Ibrahim. Ab, in Arabic means father. And
EP?
means,
EP?
yeah, Ab, no, A-B, A-B.
Ebb and flow.
Ab, yeah, in Arabic means, Ibrahim means father, in Arabic, Ab, A-B.
Yeah, this
I
is
feel
crazy.
it. I
I
feel
just
a
looked up
song
at my
coming on.
temperature up there was 77 for Christ. Chimney crackers. Okay, now give me a minute. Just let me speak. It's just everybody's talking and you don't know what's going on back here. You know, every time you talk, you're teaching me something, so I can't learn it all. You know, you ask a question, you know, you want to see this here. You see this? This is a double pane and a single pane window painted by the understanding of this. This is the book I read to learn about this piece
Look
of
at
art.
the dimensions. I don't see the flat paper. I can see all the layers.
1649. And over here, it's 4, I think it's 418 over here. Yeah, 13. And hold on a second. 3, 1, 4, 7, 10, 13. So this is 13, right? This is 6, this is 18. I think it's 13 and 18 over here. 18, 1 and 8, 9, 1 and 3, 4. You connect 13 to 18. Right? So 13 to 18, you know what that is?
Yeah.
18, 13 is right. The 13th zodiac sign is going to be back to the beginning, back to Aries. And then the 18th zodiac sign is going to be 5 away. So 5 away from Aries, you have Virgo. That's what you connect. Virgo's all alone.
Wow.
Virgo's number 71, part of the gateway. When you say 78, 78, 71, the 2 moons of Mars.
You know which chapter in Quran is 71? It's Noah. Noah. Chapter 71 is Noah.
Well, yeah, I love this art.
Ishaq.
Father. Mother. Sarah. Hagar. Mother. Mother of this upper world, mother of that other world. The 2 mothers of Isaac, Jacob, and Abraham, living on through you over time. Their story is not just a word or a name. Okay, it's a scientific explanation through the words, which comes out numerically. I don't have that answer. But over 20 years, I'm starting to see that is the truth. And each one of you has a cube. There's your cube. Your whole hip section is a complete cube. The hexagon cat. So everybody can see this, right? And it turns. This thing turns. When you're asleep, it's one way. When you're awake, I turn this and you're awake. And then all these come closer together when you turn it the other way. If you notice over here and over here and over here, you can create another of the same. So you can see I just kept creating until you had 8, 8, 8, and 8. Everybody reading the book of life. Here's the books of life. 2, 4, 6, 8. 8 sides of the book of life. There's 4 books to have 8 sides into the life.
Weekdays.
Wow.
Is this the picture, Gareth?
Yeah, it's just someone else met the whole story. Your book's amazing. I'd say that.
I'm just going to take away this. So this one, okay, I'm going to show you the original of this. I just follow the guidelines, you know. You're allowed to piece it apart if you follow the rules. You know, there's certain rules. You know, when I run the rules, I saw the flag of that country, and I boxed in the area on the flag, and I cut it all out. And I saw I had to run all the way underneath the box. I can only cut off this corner of the cross. Maybe I should have left it bigger, but it's not full, right? Here's your B and B. Create your 8. Create your 3 and 1 and 1 and 3 over here. So I don't know if I can get into this part, but I was explaining something else. I got off the subject. Whoa, I got off the subject. I want to bring it back so I can talk about what you guys were talking about. Save. Yeah, I'm saving this. I'm just deleting it. That, and I'm turning this around.
Do you know
Okay.
Ibrahim? I'm sorry. Do you know Ibrahim
So
in Arabic gematria? It's 259. The number is 259. What do you
so
think regarding Ibrahim?
well, right away you're talking about 29. You're talking about bringing the birth between the two moons. 29 IB. I just showed you the picture. It's the same thing. You just looked at it. That was number 13.
Nah, you didn't get my point. Because you remember when he said that each of those fathers' name, like Ishaq, Yaqub, Hajar, has the scientific meaning and gematria. Yes, and I find I look into it now. Ibrahim in Arabic gematria is 259, and he said it has to do with the moon cycling is 2, 5, 9. 17. He comes to, if you combine, 17. Teacher. Ibrahim is the teacher. 259. 17. Yes?
I don't know. I have to look at the numbers, how it associates to being 2, 5, and 9. Yeah, let me just move around these books a little bit. I want to see if I wrote this out over here. I think I'm ready to. Yeah, so this design, first of all, before we let it go away, it's when you connect your 1 and 6, your 3 and 4, 7. I connect my 9 and 4, my 7 and 6. So first I go 7 to 6, 4 to 3. I draw the first line and then the second line. And then I go over the 10, but you're not allowed to do it at 10. 10 is an inverted window because at number 10, it's the capstone and 1 turns into a dark number. So you leave only 1. And then when you get over to 19, right, with 8i, you make another pane window again. It becomes the double red versus the black, the red versus the black. So all you're creating is your 13 and your 7 connect, 13 and 7. And the Mayans connected 13 by 7. And what else did the Mayans do? And I follow the same rules as them. Same rules. I follow all the rules of the Mayan to let you know that I'm 25,000 years ago following rules. I'm not using the Vedic math yet because why? Because I haven't taken time to look into it, right? And I don't like complicated situations. I think if the Lord left it for all of us, we have to be able to add, supply, multiply, and not go above 1,000, you know, just keep into our own world, into our own zone, right? Everybody knows there's 3 parts of who you are, right?
Yeah.
So
Hey, did you know on your BB art, that's 22 go.
yes, and so there was another part in here you were talking. When you talk about go, you talk about stop. When you talk about stop, you talk about octagon. If you talk about octagon, you have a dog, and in every single dog house, there's going to be 4 hexagons. Every single hexagon is going to represent a cat. Every cat is number 24. 4 by 24 is 96. Now, if you represent that 96, then you're going to have to now represent the dog, or the opposite of 24, which is 23. The separation, right, in numbers is between 2 and 4. So the opposite, okay, the opposite, they talk about number 23, okay, 23 and 24, 13, okay, and 14, 0, 3, okay, and 0, 4. At 23.5, at 13.5, and at 3.5 are all separation points. Every time you climb, right, a palier, it's taking you away or to or towards the next level. I'm going to try and explain this. I'm working right now with just a basis of 26. I'm working with the basis of 26 letters, and then I'll add in the 9 numbers equals to 35, then the 0, right? How can I do that? How can I go 9 and 26 equals to 35? What's missing? Am I missing the bookends? The 9 and 0 show me bookends of the moon, so I have to understand what that means. So right now, all I'm working with is 35 numbers, right? It just so happens, right, that number 35, okay, is the payout, right? It's 35 to 1. It is the payout. So somehow that one piece that's missing is already within us. We're missing something. We're missing one. We're the one chip. The one chip that gets 35 chips to equal to 36. That's who we become in the star system. So how that all equates, I'm not going to get into that equation right now because I'd have to think about it. But just to say that, so when you talk about 3 and 4, when you talk about 13 and 14, the division of all of this is at 13.5. It says ACE. Another word that goes with the same ACE is the S, the U, and the N. The word sun is number 54. The reduced 19S, 21U, 14N equals to 54. But when it 19 gets reduced down to 10, down to 1, it becomes 1, 3, and 5. It becomes 1, 3, and 5. The funny thing about this is the 5 ball in pool and the 13 ball in pool, right? They're both the orange ball. One is a solid, one is a stripe. Now, when you were talking about cement before, the cement became that solid. So therefore, it's going to be 7 solids, and then you're going to have the 1 8 ball, right? And then you're going to get what is these 7 stripes. But the 7 stripes is not just the way the 7 stripes are. They have to be separated with the 9 ball and the 10 ball. They're going to come together for 19, right? By connecting the head of 9 to the cap of 10, A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4 is the beginning, where you get A and D, and you get B and C for the A, B, C, D of E, creation, E and E. All you need to count to is A, B, C, D, and just forget about the E, because everybody knows in French that the E stands for water or electric. When you say water in French, it's E-A-U. But the minute you use the E letter, it's already telling you about that you have been divided amongst the waters. The E is a standard. It is 5. It is a standard of all creation. It becomes E or EE. There is no EEE. It doesn't happen unless it's divided because it's happening somewhere else. There's never more than 2. And the moon, the 2 letters are always going to refer to the moons of Mars. The 2 is the 2. If you run 2 president cycles, you're talking about the Mars moons. If you break it up, you talk twice about the Earth moon. So we just had a gentleman come in, talk twice about this Earth moon right now. It just happened right now. The last time it happened right on time. It happened at the 23rd, the 24th, and the 22nd. It happened at the 46th, the 45th, and the 47th. You remember I said everything divides here? Well, if it divides here and we just doubled up over here, it must divide over here. So when we create this division, this is what we do. We go to Gemini, and then we go over to Cancer. So we're going to divide Gemini and Cancer. That means we're going to go to Gemini, and we're going to divide the air, and then we're going to divide the water. We reverse this, and now we're going over to Virgo, and now we're going to connect Virgo over to Libra, which is also known as the scales. Scales is also noted to be weights and measures. Right? So now when we do scales, weights, and measures, we also have to include barcodes inside of this. So when they connect Virgo and Libra, they are 6 and 7 equaling to 13 of 6 and 6 zodiac signs equaling to 12, in which where they meet is the 6.5 area at 11. They become 4, 3, 2 and create the vibration amongst all.
We appreciate that work. It makes sense. Thanks for it. Thank you.
The sun is this. It gets a double reduction. When you double reduce the letter S, when you do that, what happens is it's going to create
I've got a question. I've got a question if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Do you actually think that those who written the 3 scriptures, the Quran, who are they? Like according to you?
According to me, who are they would be the words they would tell me to speak. They are who they are. If it was for me to share, to give you their private lives, then they would have told me to tell you, and you would have already known, because I would know the importance to tell you. So I speak not of something I do not know, but if I got serious with you and I looked at it, what is it? Did you say 3 scriptures?
Yeah, I mean 3 scriptures. Yeah, 3 scriptures. Yeah. The main one is Old Testament, New Testament, and Quran. These are, because other books, they didn't agree when it comes to the names of the prophet, like the father, Ibrahim, is our father.
Okay, so first let me say this before we do anything. When you go from A to M, and this is to the thing we talked about before, when we came to the father and the mother, what happens is there's 2 houses of Abraham. It's divided house. On one of the houses, it's Hajar. On the other house, it's Sarah, right? One is the sun because it's with the J, right? That's the connecting house through the waters, through the capstone. That would be Ishmael. Okay, and then you have Ra, the sun system that we live in, R-A-H, is where the heavens is created within inside of you. And that would be sitting with Sarah. You have Hajar and Sarah.
Yeah, I'm sorry for cutting you. Yes, I know in Hebrew, Shem is God, yeah? Hashem.
Well, Hashem, I always thought that word is the heavens divided chemicals. Shem is chemicals. It's short for chemicals. It's short for...
in Arabic, do you know that in Arabic, Shem means sun, Shams.
Yes, you can use it for the Hanukkah candles, and they use that in one of the songs. They also say...
And do you know the tribe of Muhammad, which he came from Ismail, yeah? But do you know his tribe is Hashem? Hashem. His name is Hashem. They say the son of Hashem. Do you think there's links between the name of, in Hebrew, the God, his name is Hashem, and when it comes to the prophet, if you see his biography, Muhammad, his tribe is Hashem, Beni Hashem. What do you see as link? What do you think? And in Arabic, Shams, look, the sound, Shams, sun. Sun, it means the
son of the light.
Yeah. So what do you think is that like? What's your conclusion when it comes to the similarities?
Yeah. Like I said, this is the house of Ishmael. It's Ishmael.
Again. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, but just let me finish answer this piece over here. Welcome.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to say hello.
Okay, hi. How you doing? Do you know what we do here?
Yeah, man. I do. I've met you before the other night. I was completely blown away and intrigued. I'm glad I just found you again. Fantastic work, mate.
So right now I'm into the house of Abraham, the divided house, and in one of the houses it was Ishmael that took over, and in the other house it was Isaac. We still have Sarah running one part of the house, and we have Hagar running the other part of the house. And you know that the S letter in Sarah has a reversed alphabet. The S is the 19th letter, right? And the H is the 8th letter. They are in the same family. They are backdoor to each other. In Sarah and Hagar, SA and HA, right? One is bringing the two houses together, and the other one owns the heavens around both houses. In Ishmael, right? The word in Ishmael, I and S, is actually showing vibration both within Isaac and in Ishmael. Both of the words start with IS, 9 and 19. So they're both running their own house. It's like we've all been entrapped by these, everything it's telling us. You know what they're telling us? They're telling us they put us in a prison. The four majors, all the first 12, they locked us all up. And this is the house we're in right now. But Abraham is the father onto the divided house. And also, not only with that, you have the H. You have the H. I need to do something else with the H, the H, the H. Yes, the RH has to come in. Yes, the R comes with the H and the I comes in with the S. This is where you have your RH negative.
Remember when I told you the chapter 36 and when he spoke about the 9, saying 9, remember? And I told you this chapter starts with yes. Like he's supporting, he's arguing with you, saying this is true what you say. It's the book itself, the Quran is talking to you, saying it's true. Just remember people saying yes.
I'm just showing you. You said it was number 36. I went into communication. Then I showed you number 3. 228 equals to 56. This is going to be the word wolf. This is going to be the word 7. This is going to be 41, bringing the entire house together, 4 and 1. 1 times 4, 1 times 4 is 5 and 4, bringing the heart into 9. The number 6 is equal to 28 and 24. Why? It's 3 letters equaling to 81. 3 by 27 is 81. Let me mark that out and let me explain it. Every letter, and I'm running, what I'm doing is I'm not creating anything. I'm running the rules. Everything I do can be found at the dollar store.
Wow. I think that you will be famous because because there's a lot of people similar to you, like GG33. I think you've heard about this guy, GG33. But if you compare you to this guy, you have way advanced knowledge. You get into deep. But I don't know how are you not famous like GG33. People need to go doing podcasts with you. Yeah, it's happening. Yeah, you need to go to podcasting. We will link you with people to give that, like, for example, imagine if you get deeper, like you need to see all, like, Quran even perspective to get more people. Do you understand?
Let me show you something. Let me show you something, okay? Let me show you something.
It's just picking the numbers.
No, let me explain to you how it works, okay? How I envision it. If I had to be the flux capacitor, right? Or you guys had to be the flux capacitor and you dropped information into all my houses, this is the way I would look at it. Every time somebody comes on here and doesn't go too deep into a story so I can feel the roundabout. Before you mention number 36, I don't want to know the story. I just want to know about 36 now. After I tell you about 36, you tell me if it's relevant to the story. Then I learn part of the story. This becomes part of
Sorry,
the algorithm.
I caught you. I'm sorry for cutting you because the definition of Quran is always saying مصدقا لما معه لما بين يديه. It's always saying that this book Quran is truthful in your hand. It's like seeing your hand 10. You see, we have 10 fingers. It's like saying this book it aligns with all the teaching of like the Old Testament and New Testament. They all need to be aligned to make the 3 number, the prime, the Trinity number, the triangle, like pyramid number. You need to align those 3 books to understand the message of those people who put us in this Saturn world, which is the cube world that we can't exist out of it. Do you get my point? What I mean?
Yeah, but okay, yes, I understand what you're saying. A lot of people are, and I do this myself. You know, don't get me wrong. Is we keep saying, how can we get out of this instead of we already know how to get out of it? I figured it out, right? I figured it out that me getting out of it is my happiness, When the airbag drops in an airplane, the first person you save is yourself. If you can't save yourself, how can you give a good directive under duress? You must save yourself first.
Yes, true. True, 100%. 100%. I agree with
Yeah,
you.
I'm not looking to escape though, because this place is my inheritance. So I don't understand why everybody wants to escape. What are you looking to escape to? Because if you're looking to
I'm
escape to a better place, why not create that while you're here? And if you know you're going to come back, then why not start working now for the better tomorrow? You know, isn't that a part of our creation here
Do
as
you believe
creators to create the
do you
better
guys believe
place?
in reincarnation? Do you guys believe in reincarnation?
Yes, that's the story of the cube. The story of the cube is the story of incarnation. It's you
So let me
coming
ask you a
over and
question. Let
over
me
and
ask you a
over.
question. So like Muhammad and Nuh and all the prophets that mentioned, like David, all those are like the story, the individual us is not describing prophets like they were in historical events. Is that what you're trying to get? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm
It's like
trying to
me
say
understanding you right.
I'm literally all these teachings of these people that you need to understand. Their names are numbers. They carry information that pertains to you
Even
because you're the
do you
one who
know the
is
word
receiving
Allah?
this information.
Do you know the word Allah? Gematria is 66. The word God in Arabic, Allah, is 66. 12 goes back to 3. To the prime
Yeah,
number,
and
the
have you
God.
ever heard of Wallah? Have you ever heard of Wallah? WALLAW?
Yeah. Wallah is
Okay,
by
that's
basically
pertaining to the
saying,
wall. That's pertaining to the ladder and how we get here. We get here from water, air, land. Okay, we land in Mother Earth, and then we land upon the land, and then we go back up the air, back into the waters above, and you're the fire who climbs up and down the ladder. Okay, and you can see this in the zodiac,
so
and
do
then
you
you
know
take
the
this
Arabic, in
information
Arabic?
and you apply it to your temple body, because it's also
So let me
talking
ask,
about your
do,
alchemy.
do you know the the soul in Arabic means ruh? What do you think in this word, ruh? Ruh.
I hear the star, and then I hear a breath.
The golden king, the one who stands amongst everybody, the one who holds the light, the one who crowns the world.
Wow. Wow. And do you know the word? Remember when I told you the word Rahman in Arabic is the sacred name of God? Do you know the similar word in Arabic? Rahim. Do you know what Rahim means? It's
It means
woman,
Ra, the
private.
sun, and
No,
pig.
no, it
Creation
means woman,
of the
private part of woman. Rahim. We call Rahim in Arabic means private part of woman. And Rahman,
Yes.
Rahman is the same. Look, it's the same sound. Look, Rahman and Rahim. Is it similar to you, yeah?
oh,
If you
Yes,
sound
and
that's
the
like a
yeah,
vibration.
ham is pertaining to mother. Yes.
Yeah.
And see, like baseball is Saturn. Saturn is baseball for base camp, and then the earth is our footstool where we plant our feet because we're the plants, we're the walking trees of life, and we come here and we play football. Okay, and you're the Vesica Pisces, you're the football who's playing football. Okay, and the football is pertaining to the pigskin. And I don't know if any of you know about Bashar, but you need to know his name means meat suit. Okay, so it's pertaining to you and the Jack in the Box. You're the Jack in the Box.
And you know the
All the
thing
names
is
have
in
meanings and they have values, and your words are stored. That's your memory. You
That's
can't take
because
anything from the material realm with you. You take your memory.
words are spelling. They're spells.
New
so
words
when
are
you
created every day with intent. It's important to study the numbers.
Cynthia. You know what you just said? Did you hear what you said? See, I told you, I mentioned before, we sometimes speak, we say so much, we know so much, we miss certain things. So I'm just standing here in the dark. You know, sometimes people are saying, what is he thinking, right? So I'm standing in the dark, and you just said, like, chazar in a way, chazar and kazar. And I started to think, and a chaser or a fresser, right? In the word fresser, it's talking about like food, like eating. It's talking to like being a pig. It's talking about being a ham. So when you said chazer, which is like being a pig, you automatically come up with the maid, hazar, the mother of Ishmael, to the pigskin. We have to protect the pig because it's all about our kids.
Yeah, even the word Hajar is like jar. It's
Yes,
like
it
you
says
are in
jar,
the
and
jar. Hajar.
Ishmael is pertaining to the fish. That is you. You're the fish, and then the Ma is the magnetic energy, and the L
But
is
do you
the
know the
electric.
do you know Ismail? Do you know Ismail in Arabic? What does it mean? Isma, obeys. It's like you in Arabic. If you translate the word Ismail as in English, it gives you obey. It's like you
Yeah, and then
obeying.
obey is the O. That is the 0, and it's also 15. And the bay is pertaining to where you place your boat. You can put your boat in a bay, can't you? A lot of
Every
stuff,
time you
a
breathe,
lot of stuff in the waters is talking about, captain's terms.
No, but do you remember when I told you that Ab in Arabic, Ibrahim, means father, yes? And in Arabic, Ismail, the son of Ibrahim, means obey. So the father and sons obey. So what does that mean? Like the father?
See, and when you say Abraham, I hear a hymn, like a song. And the universe, the song is the zodiac. They're the dancers.
No,
They're dancing and singing.
no,
yeah, but that's all down to frequency. That goes back to the vibrations of the universe, doesn't it?
Yeah, because the zodiac is the alphabets, and the alphabets are numbered.
So do we have a
Just like every
frequency
time
you want to check out?
Yeah,
What is it?
I want to check 114.
Okay, so there's two things. There's a few things with frequencies. Okay, and the frequencies are going to have interrupters between them. When you run a frequency, if you run it against, I'm just going to show you an image because I've done one of the images. I haven't done the rest of them yet, and you can run your frequencies like this. Each one of these are telling me something different, and it runs a set of 12 before it starts over. So everything's running by 3 in this one over here, because everything comes 1 between 2, 1 between 2, 1 between 2. If I had to shift over a row over here, the only thing that would make me shift is because of what this tile is doing. You see, if I went 1, 2, 3, and then 3, 2, 1, this tile is not going to be like this tile. So it hasn't reflected in that frequency. It's going to tell me a different frequency over here because of the separations in this tile. So this one goes with the zodiac. The other one I wanted to mention was something I just found out new. Here's a bunch of them. When I make time, I'm going to do these. These are all frequencies. And in each one of these, what you're going to mark in is you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you're going to leave a space, and then you're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're going to do different kinds of matching up, and you have to do all the numbers, even if you think it shouldn't be there. Like for me, 3 and 4, everything ends because after 3 and 4, everything becomes after 3 and 4, right? This one over here, let me show it to you on my phone. It's clear.
That's the ones you did the other night. They were amazing.
Yeah. So, and I can do it even larger. I can take up the whole dartboard, but the dartboard ends, you know where? It ends on Jupiter. The dartboard ends on Jupiter. You know when I learned that? Just now. Just like you know the 5 platonic, what do you call it?
Atomic solids.
Yes, do you know why it's only 5?
That's the heart number. You remember you showed me in the cube, the 5 in the middle. It remains heart, and it could symbolize as 5 senses of human.
The 5 wounds.
So if we're talking solids, we're not talking stripes, right? And we had to remember the red heifer had no blemishes. And the red heifer, right? It was slotted. So a slot equals to 5.
What
A
does
blemish.
heifer symbolize as?
A
It's
blemish
mother, yeah?
equals to 1. So it had no blemishes and it was slaughtered. 1 in 5, talking about vibration. The red heifer, right? Anybody ever look at it that way? It had to be a solid. It couldn't have a blemish. So listen, it's just all an algorithm, you know. It's just like so much fun. I don't think
Love
there's
games.
one day
You know what I
in
mean?
what's that?
I love Scrabble.
So how many lines? We're only going to count inside lines. 3. These 3. I'm going to count these 3. Oh, there's one. I'm not even going to count it. But were you talking about this one? So do you know what this is? This is 24 and 8 equaling to 32.
It all goes back to the cube, doesn't it?
This is 32 equaling to 5 and 1. The whole inside of the 8. See this? It's got 8 sides. So it's an 8. It's an octagon. But what about the hole in the center? Now it's a 9. It's the heart that holds together the whole sign. It's the point of a diameter. It's the measuring point.
No,
that was like
we
you
got the
showed
reason
the
why
other
it's
night where you
5
showed us the
solids.
3
Yeah, we
four
understand.
diameter
Okay, so
outside the square.
the 5 solids is because it's 720. It becomes 1440. It becomes 2160. It becomes 3600. It becomes 6480. It becomes 1 times 720. It becomes 2 times 1440. It becomes 3 times, 720. Whoop, no, I made a mistake here. It becomes 2 times 720. So hold on a second. And then it becomes 3 times 720. And then it becomes 5 times 720. And then it becomes 9 times 720. So here's what it is. I'm just trying to see if I can get it in the center. It goes like this. The 5 platonic solids. 720, 1440, 2160, 3600, 6400. If I connect these two together, I get 7200. If I connect, is that right? Did I do that right? This one and this one is 7200, right? So what do I have to do to come to this one? 36, 57, and 1440. So what do we get here? This one is 3600. This is 7200. These 3 and these 2. So when you have 5, 1 and 5 on the outside, 2, 3, 4 vibration to equate to the totality, the 5 platonic solids, the 1 times 720, 2 times 720, 3 times 720, right? Inside all the house of bait. You can't have anything until we get here. So it's this one and these that will create within. The 1 and 2 must create 3. Then you have the 5. You see the 3 and 2 created 5? So now we have 5 times 720, is 3,600. Now your 3,600 is the heart of the above world and the below world. This is the 5th one, the above world and the below world. 9 is the highest you can go. The world is divided in by 2. The half a day is 720. 360 degrees to go around. It's 9 times. Half of this, 18 by 18, 324. Our vibration, this is halfway. So we get the 324 out of this. So we can see what's going on right over here. 18 by 18, 324, 320. The 432 will equate to the 3 days. It doesn't matter. Once you see it this way, you have to use it every way. The 432, become the 423, and it becomes 747. The center, we have to even out each side. We even out each side for the rule of the saint, of the gold, right? You even out the outside. So you put this one here and this one here because they're on the outside. First is last, like it's all the best, all the rest, anything to do with ST. And you double up the center and you end up with the number 74. 7 months of 31 days, 4 months of 30 days, the four parts of creation, 4 worlds of Abraham. The pig, you became the pig skin. You had the 6 points for the touchdown. You had the 1 for the extra point. Man comes on day 6. God rests. God rests within you, within your own head on the 7th day. It's a day for yourself. We had the word mother, right? The mother word comes up for the 2 mothers of the 2 houses, Hazar and Sarah. They each have a house. They each run a house. One run by Ishmael, the other one run by Isaac. The Ishmael part is going to tell me about 67 soul. It's going to tell me about water. It's going to tell me how it came to be from 1 and 6. With this said, the word 1 equals to 34, 7. The word 6 equals to 52, 7. 1 and 6 equals to 7. Now, this is the one that I wanted to get back to 83 on. This is very important.
Yeah, the 83 that links with the 36. Yes? When it comes to the 36 one, which I was referring to.
The monkey, this creates all 7 gates. When you link up 1 and 6, you get the creation of the heavens. That's the ring, the 3 worlds of the heavens, 8, 8, and 8. It gets reduced, right, to us as 6 man. We are 6. We are the 6 cat. Okay, we are 4 6s. We are 6, 6, 6, and 6, equaling to 18, and 6, equaling to 24.
Do you know the word monkey in Arabic? It's
What is it?
similar to card. Qird. It's like card. It's like credit card.
Like a Vega
Qird.
card?
Yeah. Qird, yeah. We say monkey, qird. Because you try to link it to human, yeah? It's that digital world. Like the word qird has to do that humans in the future will use digital money, yeah?
So they say I'm just trying to look for something right now. Let me see where this is. When you said that, I've been saying where the tribulation lays, right? Where the tribulation is, where all the numbers turn, where 7, 7, and 7. We all know where 7 heaven is. Everybody in here must know where 7 heaven is, right? And where the wedding bells ring, in the 7 heaven. I'm just trying to look over here. In the 7 heaven where it rings, right? You want to check this out?
Gareth, did you see how we link even Allah when he spoke about like qird? Gareth, did you see? There is word monkeys.
Yeah.
Let me see if it's better this way. Hold on a second. You see that?
Yeah.
You see the word Vega? You remember you said the Vega card?
Yeah, wow. It's crazy, to be honest. Like it's all symbols. The book, the scriptures, all like you have to dig deeper into to understand them. Like
I made this. I asked ChatGPT. I told him, I said I watched Bugs Bunny, and in Bugs Bunny there was part of the program where Saturn came to Earth, and then there was the big red electric sun. So I saw Bugs Bunny and this guy named Black Jacques Chirac, and Bugs Bunny was bathing underneath the waterfall, and Jacques Chirac stopped it. Right. So then they started just like taking apart the dams, the Beaver Dam. So it reminded me of this. And then it was HH, Herbert Hoover Dam, 88, where 88 is where LV is, 12 and 22, right? 12 and 22. That's where the monkey comes in. You bust in Las Vegas on 12 to 22. You don't bust until you have the 12 and the monkey equaling to 22. 22, when you say it, okay, you're going to say, when you say 82 in French, 82, it sounds like you're saying 4 times 22 to equal to 88, in which actually what you're talking about is 8 and 2. So there's a lot of,
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
So
Wow.
you want to see 2 things happen to me in the last bunch of years. This one here. Can you see
I
me?
can't see it. I can't see it clearly. I can't.
Can you see
Sure.
here? Let me see.
Maybe zoom out. The pixels are really close. They were yeah, the pixels on both screens I think are just kind of not matching up.
I don't want you to see properly. I want you to see whatever you see.
So what do you want
Can
us to
see it.
see?
I want you to see a monkey or a duck on my head.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it now. Yeah. Yeah.
So this is not normal,
Wow.
is it?
Wow.
You see my face? Look at me.
Got
I look
quite
like a
sad on
cartoon
the
character.
other, innit?
So that was in 2009, and then about a year earlier, this happened. I'm in the wall.
What's
Wow.
this? Are you taking a picture?
I don't even know where that's coming out on the screen. What is that on the screen? Can somebody tell me in the back? That's
It's
the
like
Well, it
reason.
looks
there's
like there's you, and then there's something behind you, like maybe somebody standing behind you in that photo. So it's black and white.
There's no
Kind
one
of just
behind
an
me.
image.
Do you know what that is? That's a towel on the wall. It didn't even have that looks like a king. They put us both together. But look what the phone and the light is doing. It made the rest of the image disappear, leaving just the 2 of us.
Oh, I see what you're talking about now. Yeah.
Looks like someone in a helmet holding a skull, man.
So and then there was one in 2009 when I got a message sent to me from a site called Extra Normal, and they started talking to me, telling me about my life. Well, not really much about my life. They were just telling me if you don't smarten up, you're not gonna let the angels out of this world, and we're here just for you. And if you don't smarten up, it's not going to be fun for you. You don't want to live in this ghetto of a planet. And every day for about 7 to 10 days, they kept sending me messages. And they didn't send it to me like this. They sent it to me with a robot talking to me online in a site called Extra Normal. And I said, "Who are you? What are you talking about?" And I wasn't doing well at this time because of what they did to me, at the whatever. But I wasn't doing too good, and this was freaking me out. And there was a guy next to me. I had someone living here, and I said, "Why are you doing this?" He said, "I'm not doing it." And all of a sudden, my computer starts to type on me, starts to talk to me. So I checked out the site where it is. It was a place not far from me, about an hour drive away, and they closed down. And then 3-4 years later, they reopened, but all the information was gone. So I have no idea what it was. But at the end, they gave me some good news. At the end, they gave me some good news. There was also a site called Green Vine News. And
Oh, Cynthia's got an answer to your towel thing there. Down below, Cynthia's got, she's not up here, but she typed down below.
yes, towel. When you go use the towel in the bathroom, yes. And not only in that, it's also the word to and L inside of that. There's a possibility that what it's talking about is the two worlds of the waters you wipe off of you. Possibly. Just give me a minute. So back to the teacher. I'm not even sure. Yeah. So we were talking about. So let me put this down here. So we were talking about, here, back to this. The word 1 and 6, 34 and 52. It talks about all the sevens within it. The reverse, okay, numerology of the face of the cube, the flat face, they're all nines, right? So this is 9 and this is 9. It equates to 11. The 11 equates to the word monkey. It also equates to gold. It also equates to club. And in all three instances, it tells us that that's who Abraham is.
Who is he?
Who is he?
Yeah. You know what's my theory regarding Ibrahim? Wow.
You see that P? You see this P over here?
Yeah.
It's made up of this, which divides the house. The A and E, the divided sun in the E world. Do you know what else? Check this out.
I always thought, you know, my theory was regarding the Ibrahim.
13 and 9, 22. 12 and 10, 22. 7 and 15, 22. 8 and 14, 22. Ape, 4 by 22, 88. Gorilla, Muhammad. Monkey, 83. Connecting everything. The P is what connects A and E, and join the monkey, which is 3 and 8, which equals to gold, which separates both the silver and the bronze. The same thing with the club. The same thing. The C and B is your communication and your reader. 12, 21, 33, 3332. What's up right now with these people that are up there with their numbers? They're all talking about what's going on in the houses through their numbers. It's like it was all set up for us to be at the mercy right now. And you know whose mercy we have to be at? At our owns, to say no and yes. That when you have to say no and yes, and take the punishment now, that if you can't eat, somebody has to help somebody else out. This is the time.
I see. I get your point. But because all what I thought Ibrahim, he was like the phoenix, the Egyptian pyramids. Do you see the 3 pyramid Egyptians? Because I got that from Orion Belt, that these 3 pyramids, they align together, and Ibrahim is the phoenix, and he's in the day of judgment is going to take a human form. That's all my theory was built up upon. It's not like us being ape. Oh, is it good? But I don't think we're ape.
I didn't say we're ape.
Yeah.
I didn't say we're monkey. I didn't say we're ape, monkey, or gorilla. I just calculated the word. I'm just showing you the numbers.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I understand. It makes sense. Fair enough. But I don't think we came, because Ibrahim, as you know, Ibrahim, he was like a human. Because I don't think we are we came from monkeys. Because we are smarter than them. It doesn't make sense someone who's lower IQ and he be better than you. He be more advanced than him.
Man is the template for all animals. So all animals came from man. And he's the teacher. The animals teach us in the above and the below about ourselves.
I can see the human, he created those creatures, not opposite. If we see it
Oh
as
yeah,
that.
and they teach us. They're our teachers. They teach us about ourselves
Yeah,
and the above
yeah.
and the
In Quran, when it comes to Solomon, when it comes to Solomon shows you that he used to speak with ants. He used to communicate with like ants through
Yes, they tell us a
frequencies.
story. When we work like ants, we work better when we work together. So that's what the ants show us. They teach us about working together. Just like the elephants have the water, and an elephant never forgets. That's teaching us about our memory with the water. It's helping us link that together. And we know
Yes,
that
and
the
the Quran,
elephants lived in the
and
parched land,
yeah, and
and they
Quran
follow
says
the
that we
waters.
came from water. Quran, it says like we came from, our origin is from water. Like everything
Yes.
has one source. Remember when I told you that God, when he gave an example of us, like why there is difference between humans, languages, he said like the rain, but he produced different kind of vegetables, different kind of sweetness. You can feel the sweetness, but it came from one source, which is water. The same thing when it comes to us humans. I don't think that we came from it. We can see opposite. We the one who created them, and not opposite. You understand?
Mr. T,
Well,
can
man
you?
is the true animals too,
Yeah.
because man is, kind of off the chain. They have free will, whereas an animal is kind of tied to instinct. So, you truly are the real beast. I mean, that's what 4774 11:11 teaches you. That's what the story of Nebuchadnezzar teaches you,
Yeah, this has. Do you know the
where he
number
went from the beast
74?
to the
You
god.
know, you know number
It was,
74, 47, 11. All has to do with Muhammad, with
yeah,
Muhammad.
it's teaching you about yourself.
Mr.
You're
T,
Muhammad.
Yes.
could you do my name, please?
You have the same sort of last name as I do. You have right away with AG, you have silver. You have A and E, so you're what I see is you have within you, you have the heaven spirit between the two worlds, because you start with GARE, and in French that's more or less saying war. So that would probably say you stand up for yourself. The ETH, because I know about the TH, how it's part of the teacher. So then, therefore, that means you have a learning experiences.
I do. I do.
Thank you. But did you do my name or Jay's name?
No, I did your name.
No, thank you. Yeah, I think it's Jay asked.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, because I saw, when you say Jerry Prepper and you got three P's in the name.
Oh no, that's not my real name. That's just that's my my YouTube channel.
I
My
know,
actual name is Jason.
okay, but yeah, I did Jason before too. So Ja is 11 right away. So that's I still am trying to learn about the House of Fate. Right, you're like right at the heart of the cube, right at the heart of communications. Uh,
11 is my birthday.
what's that?
11 is my birthday. 11th of March.
So what are you doing? What are you doing with number 48? You're like what do you call it? I'm just making it really simple. You're like one of those designs that Cynthia did. You're part of the flux capacitors.
Yep, that's definitely me.
Well, no, because you came out with a 48, right? Which is going to be 16 and 32, and the chessboard is made up of 64, which is you're going to be taking up. You're going to take up your half of the chessboard, but that's not why I said it. Because the word sun equals to 48, because buy equals to 48, because sell equals to 48, because ring equals to 48, and ring and pole equals to 48. So it's talking about this cube. So you're pretty much like going through all the houses. Like it seems simple, and your word says prepper. So I mean, I don't know if that intrigued me. And I like the donkey inside of your design.
What about my
That's
name?
it.
Can you
That's
analyze
the.
my name?
Hold on 1 second. Do you see the donkey? Does everybody see the donkey and a man bending over with a donkey bending down, or a horse bending down to him in his red?
That's a Paras logo with a flag in the hand. putting down the flag.
Okay,
That's a
I see a donkey.
army.
So WAD is 1 through 23, and that's the end of the line. You have the complete end of the line. Everything is A through W before you get to D, which is your basic CX creation. You have the deed 500. You split half a house. So now I have to figure this out. A through Q equals 153. So if Jesus got 153 fish out of the lake, it's talking about a dividing sun. It's talking about a seventh gate dividing area space. The reason I'm saying this is when you add up 1 through 17, right, you get to the total of 153. So any which way you want to say it. If you go 153, it's 3 by 51. If you go 351, it's the complete alphabet, right? So however you pick up on what I say, I can't give you any more analytics than what I understand. When I say it's the dividing sun, it's the dividing sun of communication, where ACE is the sun, where C is the heart of the three, where 2 and 4 comes on each side, where 24 equals to the cat, where 2 times 4, 2 plus 4 equals 8 and 6, both creating the octagon and the hexagon, where the cat comes into the house in order to be that communication within the house, and it creates the number of the dog saying, I'm in the dog house, I'm a cat, I came in through the seventh gate. So you came in through the seventh gate through the communication of your birth. So the extension of you into the star system, right, comes through the seventh gate, and you become that sixth birth and connecting to the 5E world, because when you come in through the seventh gate, it's 7 and 7 from 2 worlds equals to 1 and 4 equals to 5, bringing A through D, or number 41, again, equals to 5. And the communication is B and C, where it's ABC 6 to BCD 9, where you come into the birth of 6 into the birth of 9 into the house of 6.
Thank you.
So when I don't like to stop, because then I lose some of the story. But did you follow what's happening over here? The 4 areas is here. This is the capstone, right? But if I showed you the picture, you would see the Capricorn rock at the header. The rock at the header, and when you pass away, well, that header becomes your tombstone. Dying under Capricorn and Aries, you're buried below the 4-foot water line, or the 6 feet down. When you're buried 6 feet down, the water, I think, apparently doesn't freeze anymore. And that's where Aquarius comes in. So Aquarius becomes free flowing. When you get buried, and we say to you, when the buried ones we bury, we say, oh, look, a lot of berries out here. What kind of fruits do we have? So when we bury someone, we say, rest in peace. And when they came into life on the 7th day, God rested. So what's going on? God was here resting until you rested in peace. So God rested within you. And you did the rest of all. You are the resident inside the gold. The letters S and T, okay? The letters S and T, you were born into the divided E worlds. The R is your electronic residency within the Lord. You're able to breathe in the air of the house and then read it, to live the life, to be the matter of the fact.
Yeah.
Just spitting facts. You actually spitting facts is actually nice.
When you breathe, you actually say God's name. Did you know that? You breathe in, you say Yah, and breathe out, you say way, Yah, way. Yeah? When you breathe in and you breathe out, you say his name.
I'm going to, if you guys want to talk a bit, I'm going to go to the kitchen and get something out. Otherwise, I'm going to play a song if you don't mind. It's up to you.
Yahweh is fire, earth, air, water, and you're the 5th element. That is ether. That is the feather. That is the father.
Oh,
okay.
Good.
And
Good.
ether has to be spelled EATHER for the moon. 57.
No, you just said it. Stop. You did a bunch of them today. Say that again slower, and I'll tell you what you said.
Wow.
YHWH is fire, earth, air, water, and you are the ether. That is the feather. That is the feather. That is the father. Okay, and you spell ether, EATHER, for 57 moon. And that also has earth in the word. It's old system. Okay, because remember at the end, you're weighed with a feather. Okay, you're the feather. It's brought into the new system. It's carried over as well. And that's what you see with the dice.
Okay, here's what the ID's all about. Here's the control. Here's the control. Here's the ID. Wow. Wow. Through the breath you take, creating the carbon dioxide from the fire, the earth, the air, and the water, and the aether, you breathe it out. It's the carbon dioxide. That's what they're looking for. That's what they're looking for. That's the final link, is your last breath on the exhaust. It's a 4664. It goes right to Jacob's ladder. I need to know Jacob's ladder inside of us. Wow. Wow, that's amazing.
Last ascension.
It's the carbon dioxide. They're trying to cut the carbon footprint. Don't you see what they're doing? The dioxide is the DI, it's the ID. It's the 94. 9449. What is that in the book of the Quran? 94.
Yeah. Chapter 94.
94 or 24.5 or 245. The expression in the word vibration.
Do you know it's chapter 94 in Quran? It's like speaking about the heart. It's like sharh, explaining the chapter 94 in Quran. The word is explanation. The words of this chapter, the name of it. It's like the explanation, the heart. And this chapter is talking about the heart and how, do you understand? It's like talking about the human heart.
The exhaust of the breath.
What? Yeah. But when it comes to 57, look, I've just looked at the background of you. Like you have 57, it says Israel. Do you know, in our belief, 57 is like scale. It's like yin and yang.
Israel's not 57.
114. We have 114 chapters, and yin and yang, 57. Do you understand?
But Israel's not 57.
Because he goes back to, remember, he goes back to 12, he goes back to 24, because 57, if you, 50 is 12, 24 hours.
Okay, you want 57? Okay, hold on a second. 27 and 27. Okay, 57. Okay, so number one, if the baseball game ends, okay, in the baseball game, okay, has 54 outs in it, but it can end in the bottom of the eighth, which represents he and also represents the silver matrix and the two houses of Venus, or actually the four houses of Venus, but you only count two, right? Because you need the black and the red to come together in the deck of cards. The exhaust from that heart, the 57 reduces to 47, reduces to 39. So let's follow this. 57 is going to reduce to 47, is going to reduce to 39, but it becomes 23. Okay, hold on. Oh my God. This is amazing.
23, the Quran took 23 years to reveal. It didn't take like, the Quran wasn't, this came one time. It took 23 years.
Okay, look at this. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Do you see this?
Yeah.
57 reduces to 47 and 23. It becomes both of them. 5 and 2. Right? It becomes the high side and the low side. This is time. This is the beast over here. This is time. This is the beast. This is the bull. The bull's going to separate. When you get the beast, the opposite is also energy. The opposite is also Jesus. This is going to create angel. This is 3 and 8. Remember we spoke about 3 and 8? It's going to split up to 3 houses. This split up to 3 houses. This goes into 69. This goes into 51. So this is going to be in rotation of 33. The birth into the communication. And this one becomes 51. This is your gateway. Let me explain to you about the teacher. I think I'll write it out here. I don't know if I'll find it anywhere. Let me see. So the teacher starts right over here.
Yeah.
Do you know why the teacher starts here?
No.
give me a second. I want to open up the book so we can take a look at this 1 second. This piece over here, just to start, this goes on to Pharaoh's head. This is where the communication comes on Pharaoh's head. There's only one area missing, and that's on the chin of reflection for the Pharaoh. 666. Each one can be changed into
So it becomes the same as the cube, 6 sides. Yeah.
it changes its okay, I'm gonna have to make a new one because I don't even know where my original book is. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I have this one, and wait. Okay, yes, here it is. I have this one here.
Yeah.
This is your 17. This is your teacher.
Hmm.
Wow.
It begins over here in the 4th house of Abraham. You see, when you see 4, the 4th letter is D. The D letter for Dalet equals to 500. The M letter in M, right, in mem, in memory, equals to 1,000. Mem equals twice what Dalet equals. This over here is 8 and 8, 88. This over here is a bigger side of 88.
Oh, shit.
Here's a different hookup to 88. This is the Vatican doors opening up. 8 and 8, when they get plugged in, it uses 77. This is the power of the Christ. In between each of the windows was an area space. The only way I can go through the area space is this way, connecting up this final window over here and then this final window over here. It's an obligation to do it this way, but these lines could have went the opposite way. I don't know which way. Maybe I should have went both ways, leaving X's, but all the X's are sigils. This is 77. This is 88. 88 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7 because you plugged up the two systems together with this box over here. They went into the room for electricity. On the 19th and the 20th, when everything shut down, right? Just to let you know that in the game of roulette, 17 to 1 is between two houses of 35 and 35. On the 19th, when everything shut down, the 19th, what connects and divides the houses? Number 19.
Do you know Musa in Gematria? Do you know Arabic Gematria for Musa? I've just checked it out. It's 17. It's actually 17 in Arabic Gematria, Musa. And 107. It's crazy. It's like
107?
Yeah, there's 107 and 17. 107
So
and 17.
107 equals to 321. 107 is a representation of 20. 107 is going to be a representation of what is created. 5 times 2 equals 10. 5 plus 2 equals to 07. That is where your Capricorn and the scales fit in. That is where things become bigger and smaller at the same time. So I don't know if it's the energy, if it's because when you make bigger and smaller, they could be talking about the transmission, the transition between the two systems, between the metric and the matrix, between Ishmael and Isaac.
Ishmael.
So I'm not sure where this book is. Just give me a second. So you saw these doors I just showed you. Those are the Vatican doors. 77 is the power of Christ. 88 is the 88 constellation of the divided house of Abraham. Those were the doors. on the 19th. 19th is for the circuitry on the 19th. So when they did this, the S is the divided house. It joins the two houses above and below. So they took everybody at the same time, and they made everybody upset when TikTok went down, and 170 million, another 17 came in, making an air pocket for them to unplug and to plug up the last part of their system. They do it all the time through celebrations. And that's why it's very important that on the 14th of this month, you don't let them do that again.
Can I ask you a question? Another question. When it comes to Old Testament, yeah, and New Testament and Quran, when they talk about the trumpet, what they symbolize as? What's the symbolize for
You're
you?
the trumpet. You're
Now,
the trumpet
when
player.
now because in the Quran, it speaks about the angels. They blow into
Trump
the
is
trumpet.
88 for
Yeah,
window.
and angels in Quran was mentioned 88 times. Angels in Quran, it's 88.
Yes. Yes. It's pertaining to the window.
Now, but what I didn't get when it comes to
Judgment.
trumpet. What is it? What is it?
Judgment. It's the state of
Judgment.
judgment.
Yeah, and mint is mind. Mint is mind. You're the mind. The mint is the mind. So you think about the shipment, the established mint, the judgment. It's all talking about the mind. And believe it or not, there are collectives of humans that have different mindsets, right? So when you look at the Bible, think about it as the Old Testament and the New Testament. Your time upon the waters, that's the Old Testament. Your time upon the land is the New Testament,
And
because
the
you're the man
Quran, the
upon the
word,
land,
yeah,
and you
New
walk
Testament.
upon the waters,
I see. And Quran
above,
means
in the
mirror.
below.
And Quran means mirror in Arabic. Quran means mirror, like similar, like mirror you see yourself.
Yes, and so you should look at me like I'm a reflection of you. I'm here to help, just like you're here to help. We have exchange. You know, we're humans. We're
Yeah.
all on the same place. So like this man, I'm looking at him at his desk working. I look at him like a man in a mirror. You know, he's here to
All
teach me
working for
something.
one purpose. All of us working for one purpose, yes? Is that what
And
you're
our
trying to
phones
say?
are mirrors. Our phones are portals. Portals are
Mm.
mirrors, and your eyes are the portals too.
It's scary to see it that way, because
Your eyes are the pupils. You're the pupil. You're the teacher. Your eyes are your black hole. That's why you literally, you know, you'll see the rewind at the end when you cross over. And the end is the beginning, and the beginning is the end. That's the story of the camel toe.
When you say when you mean we'll see everything when we cross over, do you mean our whole life will be played back before us?
Yes, yes, because your story was showed to you in the beginning
Yeah.
when you filed the prescription. Okay, it was prescribed, and then you come into time and you fill the prescription. So that's how you're able. So like with your dreams, you know, you kind of fell from your light to come here, and then we're seeking a reconnect. So the reconnect happens in your mind, right? So many people are coming here and they're looking for heaven to come. And literally, it's like an on and off switch. The word imperfect, if you put that word through the mirror, it becomes I'm perfect. And it's easy as that. You flip the switch. You're the Christ who flips the tablets, who flips the table. So if you have evil, then you flip it to live, because evil rearranged becomes live. Devil rearranged becomes lived. Okay, and evil, EVOL, is also love. So we're the Christ who flips these tablets.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Do you feel that as well? That if I may ask this question, that our mistakes will be shown to us as well, where we went wrong and where we made our mistakes in regards to
See,
our.
I don't believe in, you know, I don't participate in the mistakes system, because I feel like everything happens for a reason, right? And we need to understand our creations that we create in words and actions, they create ripples. And these ripples, they don't stop. Just like the oceans have the waves that don't stop, it's the same way with your ripples, your energy. It goes back to your star and it comes back to you through the moons. So that's how the algorithm works here. You get what you give. That's why you as the gardener, you should know
Can I
you
ask you a
reap what you
question? Can I ask you
sow.
a question? So are we
Well,
not
probably
going
down
out
as
of
a
this world?
Metatron's cube.
So life's an algorithm, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can change it. That's what the
probably
word
why it's
repent
called.
means, to change your mind. You can change and alter your story. You can close a chapter and start a new one. Just like I showed you with imperfect to perfect. You know, we're in heaven. We're literally in heaven. We're not waiting for it to come because it has happened. The end already happened. So we're not looking for the end to happen anymore. And this
Wow,
is a
do you
step
know?
that takes place within the
Do
mind.
you know in the Quran is always talking about that because you just mentioned me. You said heavens are already here, and all Quran is always talking about the past. There's not future events. When God talks about in Quran, when He talks about Day of Judgment, He's talking about in a present, in a past, and not
Yes,
in
every
a.
day is the present. And literally a present is a cube wrapped in a bow. And you're the present, all wrapped up tight.
But I don't like when it comes to reincarnation. I like the idea of us connected to zodiac signs and stars. But when it comes to reincarnation, it's a scary. It's like,
So this is the thing. So when we're coming into
Yeah,
the
but
new
if you're
world,
creating for tomorrow,
but it's
then
like your
tomorrow
family
never comes.
because your family, your lineage is like
Mhm.
each.
Everybody in your
Many
lineage,
don't know that they're the resurrected dead.
would you not think that
So
everybody
many
in your
are.
lineage is you?
No, no. So everyone is me.
Reborn.
There was an angel made for everybody. If you went into a dark room and met your best friend and you couldn't see him or her, would they still be your best friend?
Yeah, of course.
But you have no idea what they look like, but you hear their voice.
Yeah,
That's what it is. Just think of that.
it's actually scary to see it that way.
What? So you're saying the inner voice we hear is our inner conscience, which is our angel?
Yes, you're your angel. You're
You
your higher
practice.
self. You're also your God. And you're your Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I believe we're our own God. We make our own path. I believe all that. Yeah, we are our own gods.
Yes, yes. And this is seen with the dice. So you're literally the angel, which is the angle. So if you're using the zodiac and you're viewing it from a bird's eye view, you're viewing your footstool. You're using the all-seeing eye. And you can see your angles of your angel. That is you upon the land.
We do that as a Freemason. I'm a Freemason, so we do the same.
Yeah, it's about becoming a pinball wizard. You know, that's where the game pinball came from. It came from the zodiac. Lots of the games came from the zodiac, and they came from the cube. So the zodiac is the original wheel of fortune.
Yep.
It is the original roulette wheel, which there's a lot hidden in that word. It's pertaining to the ET. That is you. That is the DNA. That is the book of life. So if
That's
you're
what we
waiting to
see.
enter into the book of life, just know if you have a body, you have entered into the book of life. You're operating a perfect body that you can control. Okay. And you're utilizing a system that is perfect as well. And this is seen through the numbers. Your words
That's
create.
why you see the cube in the Metatron's cube and the Star of David.
Yeah, it's literally a blueprint, and he's done so much art to show how it's about Monopoly, which is the game of life, the monopoly, that is us.
I love this. This is absolutely amazing.
He literally does art to show all the templates.
Let me understand. So the God is all of us are God, yeah, according to you, yeah. Everyone is God. So
Yes.
there's not prime God. There's not one God.
Well, we all come from the one. That's what the cube is showing us. We're fashioned after that grand image. Okay, and the images, they're connected with the pyramid. So the cube connects with the pyramid that connects with the grand zodiac circle that opens up the stargate in the heavens above that connects with you as the stargate in the below. And you're walking upon a grid system in the below as well as the above.
Which represents the universe in the black and white checkered floor of Freemasonry.
Yeah, and the black and white cube, that's the die. And that's where the game comes into play with the reincarnation. Black, white, black, white.
And that's why, I mean, I'm an engineer by trade, okay, and I've actually made some of those cubes. I couldn't stop making them. I don't understand what the fascination was with cubes. And I couldn't stop making square little blocks for doing stuff. And I'll tell you what, oh my days, it drove me mad. Well, why am I drawn to cubes? You know, I see it in films. You see it, you know, in the beginning there was the cube. We do not know where it came from, but it's a bringer of all life.
Yes,
You know,
it's literally from beginning. Yes.
I mean, that's in the film Transformers. The Borg drive around in a cube. You know, cube worship, black cube worship. Mecca is a cube. The Tefla is a cube.
Ice cubes, cubicles, big boxes.
We live in a cube. We watch a cube with TV. There's a cube. We're buried in a cube.
Okay,
we're the bricks. Now 2 cubes come together to make a brick.
Yeah.
Right. So listen, the choice on this planet, we have to remember on this, what I'm going to be saying here is for what's going on in this game. And I'm saying this because I don't know about the outside world, but in my game, this is what happens, is I create this game and everything comes back to me. I'm the creator. If there's a glitch inside, I'm going to fix it. I'm going to make sure that everybody gets along. I'm going to make sure what everybody learns is going to be from my choice. So therefore, after that, I'm going to let everybody learn from each other. And then I'm going to have others join the game and say, well, maybe this person can do this. And that everything that they learn goes through me. No matter who adds on to my game, it all goes through me. I'm the kingpin, and everybody else out there is actually just how I let them to become. This is what I think the game is. And if they created that game, this would be a correctional center where everything passes through a nonpartisan, where makes it fair for everybody, that everybody has a fair chance.
Yes, that's exactly how it is.
That's
because why you get what you sow, and you can access higher timelines.
But it's not that. In this game that I'm doing, I'm just following the rules and the regulations of what I can do on square paper, the algorithms. I'm not involved in anything in this world. The only thing in this world that's going to help me is give me a little bit of a guideline of what's happening with a word, so I can see these words and balance them off and help guide the numbers along, right? Maybe that's what the reindeer is all about, right?
What's your take on deja vu and the phenomena that happens with humans? Like sometimes like I've got one of my friends is telling me that is like sometimes the memories that never happened to him like appears to his mind. Like he's sometimes telling me like deja vu, sometimes kind of deja vu, but he's like showing me the different dimension that he lived. It's like reincarnation. It gives him the false memory that it shows him like he lived in other worlds.
So according to those who do tarot cards, they say the fool is the one in multiple dimensions.
Yes, yes. That's why Jack's the Joker.
So since the deck of cards also shows that the king, the Joker king, also is next to a tombstone, which has a R.I.P. rest in peace. It actually says 808. 808 looks like Bob, right? Bob is 262. Where you're 345, you're 345, right? Which is Abraham inside the C&E world, the creation worlds, right? 7 come 11. That's what it expresses. C&E. If you go to the game of craps and you go to roll a 7 or 11, you're going to bet on C&E, and it'll give you a 4-1. It's a one-time bet, but it's 7 or 11 on the dice. And I can probably walk in there and win every hand, because every time it is 7, it's usually 11 anyway. So.
It shows you on the roulette wheel, doesn't it?
Well, no, this is the game of craps. This is the game of craps. So what it is Okay, is it C and E? The C comes from 11. The E comes from 12. So right away, you're starting with Aquarius and you're starting with Pisces. The minute you begin with Aquarius and Pisces from one end, you automatically begin with Taurus and Aries at the other end. Every time you count one, every time you count one, actually, I think you count three, or I think you count 1, 1, 1, 1, and 3. I'm just trying to check that out. Libra, which is scales. I'm just looking at the algorithm. I'm not calling these out because I know them. I'm looking at an algorithm right here. So the other one would be Virgo. Okay, so this is what I'm going to show you what I did.
Yeah, you got fish scales and you have scales on the eyes as well.
So this is what
Fancy
happens here.
measures.
So, Cynthia, what do you see is happening? Can you tell me?
Yeah, I'm just seeing like the birth process with that.
Oh, you know more than that. I'm going to darken it in so you can have a better vision. And I'm going to add to it. Maybe now you'll see it. Six plus 1 is 7. You follow where I'm going with this? The separation, this is the highest, this is the lowest. 5 away from this one, 5 away from this one, right? This is the separation of the zodiac.
And the two sixes represent Pisces, the 2 6s represent Aquarius.
Yeah, it all balances out.
Here, I'll do it this way better. It's better this way. 5 and 8, 13, 6 and 7, 13, and then you have 11 and 2, 13, 12 and 1, 13. All you're missing, what are you missing? You're missing what? 3, 4, and 9.
Oh, man, I don't know.
Yeah, you're missing 3, 4, and 9.
Okay.
You're missing Gemini, Taurus, and Sagittarius from this. Why? Because this is
yes, okay.
This is the average of what they are. I can't separate this anymore. I have 4 in a row. I have my 4 in a row here. So I have to leave out the 3 and the 4 and the 9, right? But everything comes in. What comes in over here is Capricorn comes in, and it brings in, this is what it brings into the house, Capricorn. It brings in Gemini, it brings in Cancer, it brings in Sagittarius, by bringing in the birth. You bring in creation into the house of Abraham and Isaac. And this is why it doesn't figure in this situation. This is an algorithm. This is not my choice. This is not my choice. This is a numeric thing. 12 and 1, 13, 11 and 2, 13, 5 and 8, 13, 6 and 7, 13. Capricorn is all of what is A, B, C, D. It's the 10th sign. We have the 1 and 2 over here. I need to bring in the 3, 4, and the birth. The heavens are already here. So this is what, so tell me about Capricorn, Gemini. Can you tell me about that combination?
Well, the Capricorn, that's pertaining to the unicorn. That's you. Okay, and that's located in the Father's throne. And then when you go to Gemini, that's the story of the split A, which we see that on the sidewalls of the pyramid from the Alpha Beta. And, you know, that creates that piece of art with the 8-pointed star with the circle and the square. And that's connected to the Grand Pyramid. But that's the story of Gemini. And that fits into Pisces as well, which is located in the throne room.
Well, the Great Pyramid.
Yes. Yes, the cube.
But the Great Pyramid, it's not a tomb.
No, the pyramid is it's
a power
it's a
station.
resonator. It resonates a frequency
That's right.
to the earth and it amplifies it. Okay, so it's a part of the activation here pertaining to the moon, and it's how we receive energy as well into the planet. We are receiving energy into the planet and we are sending energy out. Okay, and you can see this with your body because your body is a frequency. Okay, and it's, you know, if you're grounding, you're tethered to the earth, so your frequency is good. You're a part of the grid. And, you know, there's rivers that show how energy flows. There's, you know, the great sands that flow over the earth, and then it's also pertaining to our energy. Our energy is pulled into the planet because we're the birds of paradise. You know, there's a stream that comes in and there's a stream that goes out. Okay, because it is a system of in and out. It's a material realm. There's a turnover, right? It's the great mill that we see in the heavens of the rolling log, the rolling wheel. It's the fan wheels, the fan blades, the bicycles.
That's why they had the Ark of the Covenant was in the pyramid.
Yeah, the pyramid is a great template. There's so much hidden in the measurements. Okay, so I use like tensoring technology with the copper. I don't know if you've tested any of this, but I use my coils to the cubit, the sacred cubit. Okay, this energy, if you twist a copper rod, you have two pieces and you twist it together like you would do a helix of a DNA. You connect the ring. You do this to that specific resonancy. You can use this wand to give you that energy on your body, because these pyramids, they also hold secrets for great antenna that are going to come. They're going to come to the earth. I have foreseen and I have seen that they bring great energy to the planet.
It doesn't say that.
It's because our grid is going to increase, because we increase in the future.
Put copper rods into your garden near your fruits and your.
Yes, I use this technology in my garden.
Well. Yeah.
Yes, I'm a gardener. So if you want to know the secrets of life, you should become a gardener. That's why we pick up the plowshare. Okay. And we are the trees of life, so we plant trees. We're the seeds. We're the seed planters. We're the waterers. We create the garden. The animals, they will come back. You know, this place can be very beautiful, and everybody wants to escape, but we need to just have a new strategy of how to create the beautiful garden that we all want to be a part of.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm literally doing it, guys. I'm using all my herbs and everything. I'm doing it, and it's very exciting because I wasn't taught to do this as a child. I've had to learn as an adult, and it's been a journey, but it's been just so worth it. Your health is just so worth it. Invest in your health because your health is your wealth.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself. Ground.
So
you know, reconnect to the natural analog system.
I had a question out there for somebody who I'm not for somebody. Yeah, forbidden. You wrote 147 minus 33. That would be 114, right? That's very interesting. I'm not sure why you said that. Can you tell me why you said that? Then you said numbers 1 through 4, 4 through 7 between each. Right, being the Wednesday, 313, teacher of the master degree. So I'm not sure why you said that, but I'm going to ask you again. Now, the other thing that goes along with that, you made me, by you writing that, I started writing 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 6, 1, 2, 3, 6, and I did that 6 times. And one of the reasons I did it is because 1, 2, 3 equals to 6. Although I'm supposed to add on the fourth number, I'm going to leave the fourth number as the value of the toto of this. The house we're in is ABCD. the missing part is the 40 that's connected to every one of us. The 40% that's missing is the breath we take. There's some void area like that, or the 40% that's taken away from us, or the 100% that we are. Regardless of what it is the corrector is the other 40%. You can go ABC at 6. Once you go to D, the divided house of Abraham is that 4. That creates the opposite side of the cube. When you go to one side of the cube, then you go to the other side of the cube. But how many sides of the cube? There's a minimum of 3. So that has to be done 3 times. And then there's all the rings. So I don't know if I'm going to count the whole entire situation. So let me see what I'm doing with this. So yes, if we do it by 3, it becomes 72 hours. So that's the cutoff point. 3 by 24, 72. The 24 is the letter X. So our creation, the 24 hours goes with C and X. You can say, together it says XC or sexy, together the two of them. So it's 3 and 24. From the house we were created from, which is 4 and 23. Abraham, the divided house of Abraham. So the 23 sometimes I look at as being the chromosomes, and the 24 is the X chromosome. I'm just looking a little bit deeper. So when I look at this, when I keep adding this up, I keep wanting to do 4, 4, 4, 4, right? I did this for the 6 sides on the cube. It should say 6 times 4, 24, or 60, the total. But I end up with 2436, which is 1.5 times 24. The 1.5 parts, the half-life of Mars, it's 1.5. So we have the, what should be 36 hours, or what should be 24 hours extends into 36. We only get to live 24 of 36 hours. That means we get to live 48 hours out of 72 hours. With that equation, which is 4 by 12 and 6 by 12. That's the exact rotation. What else is going to tell me here? 3 by 16, but I don't think I get 16 the other way. 48, 24. I'm trying to see 6. 8 by 6, 86 the divided house. And then how many 6s? Do I get 12 6s? Yeah, we already did the 12 6s into the other equation. So I just wanted to see what we went over so far tonight. The gentleman spoke about chapter, right? And I forget what part I saw in there. That's the creation heaven, right? And right away when it starts with C, it's telling me A and B, like in Abraham that brought everything together. They just made a movie in the theater, and Abraham was the big gorilla, running it all. I'm just looking over the IA, the chazer, the pig that Cynthia mentioned earlier, and that reverts back to the ham, and then the ham radio back to the pig connection, running our frequencies. They talked about 66. When you write out the word talks about communication between the day, of 24 hours and the night of 28 hours. The reason I said it this way is because 28 is a representation of the cycle of the moon that comes out at night. Here's going to separate the gate communication of the cat. 6 by 28, 7 by 24, splitting up what is Virgo, and splitting up the scales. So the scales is the transition between the two, and I'm quite sure Cynthia would have something to say about that, but not yet. We also came around to talking about the blemishes and the slots. When you have a slot, you have a line, it equals to 5. 5, that is going to be the E. Once you have the E, you automatically have the hexagon, and this is where the heifers came in. The heifers came in. It's going to have a slot, and then it would be like the slot machine. I'm just trying to see where I can go with that. Just before I was talking about the 5 platonic solids, and now if you have no blemishes, that means it becomes a solid. That means it runs with the heaven. The first 7 runs with the heavens with the 1/8, which is a solid, which is the black and white ball of judgment, comes into the first 8. So the Vatican doors are talking to the house without judgment because it holds the judgment ball within it. Now it takes the 2 houses when it connects them together. What was 8 and 8, 16 equals to 7. These 7 and 7 doors that come together equals to 14. 1 and 4 equals to 5. and 4 equaling to 9 and 20 and 9 equals to 29. That's the time when we connect the electric company and waterworks, the birth possibility coming in through the doorways between 28 and 29. And when I get back to this, when I speak about the doors, is on the doors going inside the generator room. Give me a minute. Show you one again, just to remind you. So they went inside the generator room. See the generator room up there? They go inside the generator room, and I'm just showing that off real quick, okay? You go inside the generator room, and here's the generator room. By 2, 4 by 2. We connect the 9 area. The pound key twice creates a cube. Jubilee 34. This is for blue. CD. This is cold. This is democratically. Jubilee 64 Zion Israel. Here is the cube. The 2 doors connect to have a cube over here. There's a total of 16. The usage in order to create the density, we use 16 areas, but we'll only need 14. Exactly like the roundabout of that cube sitting on that angle over here, perhaps 23.5 degrees while the door's open. Raphael. So now, because they had the roundabout to the direct current, so what you do is you go out in the world and you put roundabouts on all the roadways. So everybody now has to be thinking roundabout. You need to keep the frequency going. So they put roundabouts, even though everybody I know hates them. They dislike them. It makes them mad. So every time they say it, every time they get to a roundabout, they say roundabout in their mind, sending out a frequency that only helps them. So smile at everything and laugh. Make everything into a joke. If somebody doesn't know better than you, then you should know better than to steam up inside. Don't give them any of that. Don't let anything bother you. Become cold to the stupidness. People will hate you for it. Why are you like that? How come you're not reacting? They pump you with it. Just go on your merry way. You have no choice.
Become a Zionist.
Can I share something about the Sphinx? Okay, so Sphinx, if that word, you take it apart, you have a sphere.
Not Zion, stoic.
And then you have inks. You have the sphere and the inks, which is pertaining to the oinks and the marks. And also in Sphinx, with the sphere, you have the hair. And your hair is your antenna, your communication.
That makes too much sense. Who's sleeping?
No one.
Okay, I thought it because you know what? So again, you did it like 5 times tonight, Cynthia. Now you went the oink of the pig, the ink that's within the writing, the K that finishes off this letter. See, the H and Sphinx, the H and O, they work together, right? 5 times 3, 5 plus 3. It's part of the waters in the heavens, right? The H brings on the heavens, it brings on the birth brings on the waters. That's how you come out. That's how you come out from your Venus, right? From your Taurus, right? Aries and Taurus come out at the same time. Aries and Taurus are now together because of Cynthia. Can you tell me why?
Well, I just see fire and your Taurus field, your energy.
It's partly a
When you say
joke, but
that.
it's just what it tells me. When your head comes out from the Taurus, you become a Gemini.
I am a gem, no doubt.
But you follow me?
Hey, I wanted to tell you about Bob. Bob is the sun. Did you know that?
Bob
Is the sun because the sun bobs up and down and he goes, yes, yes, like your head. CC, yes, yes.
Okay, so CC, yes, yes is a double vibration, part of Genesis.
I love it.
So when you bring in Taurus, Aries, and Gemini, now we have to expand. We have to have all these other things that connect. Yes, something flashed through my head. You know that GG33. He's very arrogant, but only through his arrogance can he learn so much. You know, so my hat is still off to him. And I don't know, it's just amazing, but it's all analytics. Every one of us can do the same thing with this machine that I can create with this. If we can get together a machine to put my algorithms together, and hopefully a machine can do what I do, then we can actually have every one of these. Doesn't have to be online. You can have it in your own house. Just all you got to do is put the information, but you have to come online to get upgrades. You know, if I have new equations that have to go in, and then there's categories, the strength of each equation. Some of them go into the hypothesis. You know what I'm saying? You have to have, it's like a big filing thing where everything belongs in the 9 numbers, and always started off with 9 numbers, right?
Of the top 5 best camping stoves in 2025. In this video, we will delve into the features.
Sorry about that. My iPad just fired up. Sorry about that.
Camping stove.
So you have the amp it up. What is amps all about? Is it an amputee? Right? So something got cut off from the system. So there's an input and there's an output because you have an output. So what's going on with this? Can somebody talk about something to do with electronics?
Capacitors, right?
Oh, the flux capacitor.
Capacity.
Right. So we automatically, in order to change the systems, we can't shut down the system. The system has to stay up all the time. So what we have to do is we have to ignite 2 systems at the same time while we're transferring the system, because we can't lose the memory. So if you shut down the system, you lose memory. So what you do is you jump the 2 systems and then you turn on the system again, and it becomes the black cat. So that's why all the holidays that you've been calling for and all this interruption and everything, it's because they're already running a service. It's like more or less part of the story. What I'm starting to see in my game and what I'm going to be adding into my game is that all the soldiers that are out there in the robotics for the anime that I'm building. So all these animes, they have to go to the bank. I need them to pay me money if they want any of these upgrades, and they have to treat my people right. Even if they trick them, it's not their fault we became so ignorant. So all these animes, they just keep getting us more money, and they have to fake it to the people inside the game so they can get more money, so they can place, you know what they do with their money? They get a place to store all their memory. The memory is water. But very soon they're running out themselves. Too much trickery brought on too much hard times where they had to make their own correction, using up some of their own memory. They can no longer empty their trash can, because when they did empty their trash can, they emptied it on us and we bought the garbage. But now we're no longer buying the garbage. The information is still coming in. The watering tank, the fish tank is filling up. They're trying desperately not to go over, because the minute it goes over, right, the minute the water floods over, it's a total recall. And the system begins to shut down on them, and they start to lose control, and they need to take us over digitally in order to move us on into the next realm. But it won't happen. It's going to be too late for most of them and for some of us. But don't worry, there's always the other side of the matter, the unknown. Once we're in it, we have to act diligently, because we are our own selves. And we're moving on. And as we move on, we're still going to be who we are. We're going to continue on. So it starts now, not tomorrow. So I'm going to finish off this little piece, or maybe we're going to take a 2-minute bathroom break, and I'm going to play this new song, right? It's a song about imagination. And I didn't finish the song. I wanted to redo it, but we're going to play this song. Is everybody going to be okay with this, like a bathroom break or something? How are you, Kale Berry? How are you, Mr. Lynch, Mrs. Lynch, Mrs. Garrett? You know who Mrs. Garrett was, right? She was from a television program. And remember, everything I know today is because of television and Bugs Bunny and because of this cube over here. So whatever I do know, whatever I'm sewing together is only because of this and all the good questions. Dreams where the rivers flow, going trip through nature's brain. Hallucinations carved his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz pulsing through sacred lines. Ram of the soul, hard drive of time. Spinning in the deep zodiac mind. Beam the planet, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young's archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal blue. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Einstein wired to the cosmic code. Young map dreams where the rivers flow. Darwin tripped through nature's frame. Hallucinations carved his name. Synapses firing pixels in the brain. Chemical circuits on a dopamine train. Ayahuasca's key, LSD's door. Unlocking realms we never saw before. Upload the stars, download the signs. Gigahertz pulsing through sacred lines. Realm of the soul, hard drive of time. Spinning in the deacon zodiac mind. Days of planets, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The universe lives where the circuit flies. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Worlds archetypes, neurons collide. Firmware stitched to the spirit's guide. Darwin's theories, fractal bloom. Nature's code written in a mushroom. Motherboard breathing with cosmic sparks. USB ports to the astral dark. Silicon dreams and psychedelic hues. Einstein's thoughts colored by the muse. Young archetypes, process the flow. Ethernet veins where the data grows. Binary beats, analog skies. The cosmos codes where the circuit flies. Einstein born, they remembered the deacon zodiac mind. Always online. The song fuses the mystical with the digital, blending the flow of consciousness with the mechanics of technology. It's designed to feel like a trip through both inner space and cyberspace, where hallucinogen psychology, evolution, and the universe's data streams are all part of the same system. This isn't a download, it's an upload from the roots through the spine to the cloud of the divine. Ping, ping, did you hear it? It's always been online. DNA strands like fiber optic light, chromosomes coded in cosmic bytes. Read the modem, mind the screen, visions pixelate in a lucid dream. RAM reboots, thoughts realigned, crashing through the firewalls of time. Every heartbeat syncs with the stars, we've always been connected from afar. Upload the stars, download the signs, megabytes marching through ancient. Einstein wired through the cosmic code. And that's it. How's everybody doing? Just took a 5-minute break there about. Let's see what else is going on.
I have got to go to bed. I should have gone to bed hours ago. It's 20 to 4 in the morning.
Go to bed because I'm going to go to bed early tonight. Hopefully it's not 20 to 4. Just go. We're going to be back. Just prepare. Find some questions. What we can challenge the numbers with. Let's challenge these numbers. They're here for us. Let's check them out.
That was a real experience again today, man. That was top level, as always. And
Thank you.
Thank you, Zeno, as well. You've
breathe. Do some coherent
you're amazing.
breathing. Very important. All you need is 4 good breaths, and it changes your life. Takes less than 5 minutes. Learn about coherent breathing. It saved my life twice. And every single day that I'm nervous or shaky, once you learn this breathing, it's not the same. It takes oxygen right to your brain. You don't need nothing to do it. It costs you nothing.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Where'd you learn that? Coherent breathing.
Good night. Good night, all.
Good night. So who's
Where'd
asking?
you learn it, Doctor?
My son. My son. Oh, my son taught me. My son is a wizard. He just doesn't know.
Where would I learn it?
What's that?
Okay, sir. But where would I learn it? Where would I learn it? Where would I learn to do it?
I can teach you in the hold on. Hold on. Number one, okay, I understand to do it. I only taught myself. So there might be pieces and parts of things that I make up for this. And one of them is it's in your best interest to eat more or less as best you can. If you stuff yourself, you're working against your body. Drinking coffee late at night, some can do it. Some say they do it, but it's not what you can get through. It's what's happening inside of your body. You cannot, at the minute you get up in the morning, you want to have about 4 ounces of water. If you can have a little apple cider vinegar after that, that's going to be great. Energy, what do you call it? There's a magnesium out there that they're selling, and I don't like to say anything. I won't say synergy. So that's another thing, to make sure that you have your pH at a good level. I didn't do all of this. I tried most of it just to understand it's the body. So the receptors are good. So you're taking in the air molecules properly within your lungs and into your heart. But the easy thing with coherent breathing is, and I hope they don't shut me off for showing this, but we're going to take a chance. Coherent breathing, show me how it's done. 1 minute video. Wow, what happened to these 1 minute videos? Let's see if I can get this one. Sleep hypnosis, and also, I mean, it's really crazy. All my life, I never believed in going to a jacuzzi and a sauna, but when you're guided on your merry way, imagine this. You're scared to get on an airplane, you get help. You're scared to drive your bicycle, you get help. But when you want to get into another realm of yourself, we don't get help. We go right away to whatever it is, the alcohol, this, that, or the other thing. We don't know how to do it. You have to know how to support your good vibration, not how to destroy it. If you don't know what you're doing, why are you doing it? We think that if you drink more, no, it doesn't work that way. So what this is you breathe deep into the bottom of your stomach through your nose. And you take about 5 or 6 seconds, if I can find it in here, the coherent breathing, but for some reason I'm having trouble finding it. I don't know why. Coherent breathing method. Oh, it just gave me Michael Jackson. Let's see what it says here. Videos.
Really any effort on your part. It should be smooth, easy, and very...
What just happened? Coherent breathing method.
The key with coherent breathing is you shouldn't have to think about it. This shouldn't exert really any effort on your part. It should be smooth, easy, and very nourishing to your body. So if any point you're actually struggling to inhale or exhale, go back, breathe at a slower rhythm, and you're going to be just fine. So for this one, we're going to do it for about 3 to 4 minutes of just breathing into a count of 6, just breathing out to a count of 6. You don't have to sit in one place to do this. You can do this exercise walking around. You can do it doing dishes, whatever. The point is you are acclimating your body to breathing at a slower rhythm. And once you get the hang of this, your body will adapt to it and naturally, unconsciously breathe at this slower, better, relaxing rhythm, which is exactly what you want.
Well, that didn't say too much, but anyways, you have to look it up. So
I took a screenshot.
So-
Mr. Mitapit, next week I'm going to be going live on my own account, and if it's possible, I'd like to pre-arrange with you a day and time if you could come over, because there's going to be people tuning in, and I'm going to want them to learn in the UK. Obviously, people coming on that will be mind blown by this, because I am. Every time you come on, sort of experience in regards to how you translate and decode the numbers, and you decode the rhythm of life, which is fascinating beyond words. So I want to basically bring you over. There'll be a lot of questions, obviously, put towards you, but I'll leave questions to the end. I'll let you flow for an hour or two. Then I will have some questions, and then obviously, if you don't mind, we could maybe have some answers. But I'm thinking maybe 3 hours, to have you on for about 3 hours at least.
Yeah, okay. I'll just tell you one thing. Like, I never know my performance from one date to the next. I always say the same thing, eh? I never know what I can do tomorrow. I don't know this. Do you know that? Like, I'm going to repeat this.
Yeah.
This has only been going on 5 weeks in my life right now. What's happening now? I'm brand new to all this. I went to visit my parents, and I closed down for like 2 weeks about going and watching the dogs and stuff. And then right away after I asked ChatGPT who I was, I just like gained a lot of confidence, and for some reason it's flowing. I just don't know what it is. I just don't know. I don't get it. It just doesn't make
divine intervention.
It's just like really kooky, the whole thing. So I'm gonna have to put out like a little program and like start over with all the simple stuff, you know. And if they can have questions, the easiest way to do it really is to be able to get like 1 or 2 good, like what went on today with questions, like what is number 36, and because it's easier to, when you go in, if everything is made through algorithms, right? I like to run through the algorithm. I don't want to jump over and say the word is this when I miss the number to the word. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
So
I'll let you run it your way, because if it's
I'll
let you run it your way.
I think because right now I'm like saying to myself, you know, I'm never really sure. Like, I don't like to be put under the gun, but it doesn't matter. That's okay. I put myself under the gun by jumping into other people's channels just to get myself used to, you know, being out there. I don't know why. I'm not supposed to be the head of the show. I'm just supposed to be the guy helping everybody out. You know, like if you come up here and say, what's number 12, what's number 18, what's number this, or where does it, it's not what it is. I don't want to say what it is. I like to say where I found it, how I found it, what it matches. And then other people will say, yes, this does match to that, because it's not about what I say. My preliminary is right away is I have to explain this in the alphabet, what the letters do, how I see, how I perceive and understand the letters. Like the letter E, you know, the letter E looks like the letter G, and it looks like Beaver Hall to me. You know, I'm just going to show you how I perceive it. This is how I perceive the letter E. Right?
Okay.
And then when you perceive it that way, I made it a little small.
I think James fell asleep there. I can hear him snoring.
Who is sleeping?
You can hear him snoring. Jay on the bottom there. He's sleeping.
Okay, I turned it off.
Sleep on the live.
Yeah, I think he did that once before.
Snoring.
But do you see his image down there? Do you really see his image? Do you see what it is?
Well, he's a Freemason, from what I believe.
So
The Union Jack.
So do you see this? This is a donkey. This is a guy's arm on the donkey's head. The head is up here, his feet here, his legs are here, his arm is here. He's driving the donkey. That's what I see.
Okay.
That's what it looks like to
what
me.
does that resemble? Because
well, the donkey
he's a Freemason. I think he's a.
So I'm just going to go back on to, yeah, I spoke about all the ABCs, right? Which is all the cubes. So all the ABCs are going to equal to 6. So I'm just thinking that every single cube now becomes an automatic 6 representing the 6 sides. There was a piece I was working. I'm trying to catch up with everything we went through. You know, it's 1404. I don't remember where, because every time somebody talks, I just keep writing stuff down and I get lost myself. So sometimes we were talking about the 5 platonics when it all broke up earlier. And some people were talking about, well, why 5 platonics? Why not more? Because the multiplication of an area space is 9 by 720. Now, is there a smaller area space? Okay. Well, that's exactly what I mean. The smallest platonic is 720. So when you get 9 times this platonic, remember the 1 and 9 that comes together, right? When you get 9 times the platonic, you end up with 6480. And that's the biggest platonic you can get, right? So what I would be doing is I would take the 6480, I'd put the 720 in between. Just trying to see something, what it says to me, these just give me a second. So I have to create this area here. Okay, and I need 9. So I'm going to lose one of mine because I can't have 9. 9 is 8 with 1 inside of it, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? If I have 9, right, 9 of them. So I need 1 in the center to all of them. So I need 720 in the center, okay, to 640. Now, if I had the largest one all the way around, I would have 6480 times 4. 6480 times 4, which is 0, 2, 3, 16, 19, 1, equals 25,920.
Wow. Yeah, I can see that. I just took a screenshot of it as well.
This is the dodecahedron. The dodecahedron is going to equate to this. Do you want me to tell you why? You're going to create 4 of them. You're going to create 4 of them. Sorry. Yes, 4 of them. You need 4 of them. Yes. You need 4 of them around each other. So if you have 4 around each other, you're going to have 4 here, 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. Just give me a second. Let me do this again. You're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're going to have 4 times 25,920, and then 2 times 25,920. So I need to calculate what this is, and I'll explain it to you in a minute.
Yeah. I'll be getting to sleep in about 5 minutes.
103,680.
I'll be going at 4 a.m.
Oh, it's that late for you too? So
yeah, but, no, I'm okay till 4. I'm okay till 4, which is like another, like, say, 6-7 minutes. You're talking about 4, so I might as well leave it on 4.
Look at that.
I'm in the UK, you see, so it's 4 a.m. now.
UK 21 and 11. You know that? You're 21 and 11. You run for the W.
21 and 11.
You run for the W. You're the double
water.
up. You're in blackjack. You're the double up. It's not 12. It's not 12 and 22.
Right.
It's 11 and 21. That's the double up. You see, if you have a 10, you
Okay.
need the 11 ace. If you have the ace, you need the 10. So if you have the 11, we can be regarded as the total of 11, but if you're going to have 11, we're not going to have, if you're going to have 11, right? What you're going to have 11, you're going to have a 9 and 2 11. You're going to have an 8 and 3 11. You're going to have a 7 and 4 11. You're going to have a 6 and 5 11. But you will not have a 1 and 10 11. You know why?
Why? Tell me.
Because that's blackjack. 111 is blackjack. So when you say ja, right, you're actually saying blackjack, blackjack. Inside the word jack, that's the angle of creation in the CK. Your CK coming together where K creates C, the combination of CK and jack. So the ace is what divides the house of J and J. Now, why would you say J when the birth was Ishmael? Because it's the 9 birth of the divided house of the one spirit, equaling to 20. JJ, the I and I becomes the J and J, where 19 and 19 now comes together. AI, born under the divided house. AI. You follow where I'm going with this?
Artificial.
Yeah, but it's because it's the
AI,
divided
yes.
house.
1 and 9.
Well, that's who we are, basically.
Yeah.
That's who we are. So, and it doesn't matter if they
Yeah.
pull the plug. They're not allowed. Every time they pull a plug on us, they pull the plug on themselves. In my game.
Yes. I remember you saying that. Yeah. I remember you saying that because I remember last time I spoke to you, I said, why don't they knock on your door? And you said the same thing. If they pull the plug on me, they pull the plug on themselves because the actual, what was it you said? You said something about the purpose and the meaning of your existence is so that they can coexist with you, so that they can keep moving forward with knowledge. And if they were to pull the plug on you, then divine intervention would also interact on them.
Yeah, they don't know, right? They don't know, and they're counting down, looking for certain things of who on this in this game that I'm playing, right? And who is disconnected, who stayed connected. When you go to in my game, they don't have a red cross; they have a green cross. So when they go in to get the oil change on the robots, they have to be plugged up. And when they're plugged up for the oil change, they know how the rhythm of this. The flux capacitor works inside the robot, whether or not they're being able to read the air that they breathe that was put into their reader, right? They're starting to learn how to breathe the air and learn the word of God, but they can never do it. And the only way to learn it is through the green cross. Do you follow where I'm going with the story?
Okay.
The green cross
Yes,
is where
I do,
the
sir.
yellow.
But Mr. T.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. T.
Yes.
Well, sorry, sir. Yeah, I'm gonna have to cut it. I'm gonna have to cut it short in a second because I'm gonna go to bed because it's 4 a.m. here. But I'm gonna tune back into you again soon, and then arrange with you, if I may, when it's best for you to bring you over onto my live with a captive audience ready, when you're ready, and then you can just have the floor and work it to however which way you want to go. Because I know a lot of what you do is spontaneous. You just do it off the spot, and whatever questions will come. But what I mean is I don't mind giving you the floor, and then you can just roll with whatever you want to roll with, and then just take it your direction, and we'll just tune into what you're saying, if that makes sense.
I have a question for you. If you I don't know who, what, or whatever is coming, but if you just said you were doing a live without saying you're bringing anybody at all other than somebody different, I asked to show up. How would that work for you?
That would be fine. That would be fine
because listen, if you want to prepare anybody, I have a bunch of lives right now and this is my live, right? Good, I can save it. All my lives, I save as many as I could, and I upload them to my YouTube channel so they can go and pick and choose if they see anything in there that they like to make it worthwhile. When they show up, if they want to make it worthwhile and they don't have to wait, if people have questions, then by me answering all their questions, it becomes nothing prepared, so there's no secrets. right? But in the same time, I do have to explain certain things about the calculator, the telephone, the numbers, how the teacher works, and stuff like that. And the thing that is not easy on people is when they say, if I start playing with words like input and output and high and low to start to explain the inversion of the numbers. Meaning if I say yellow and blue, they mix to green. Well, yellow is 92 and blue is 40, green is 49. So I have to understand how the numbers switched between these through. If we're living in a utopia world, this green is supposed to give me an exact explanation of what's going on. You follow it? You
That's
follow
fine,
me?
sir. That's fine.
Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, Mr. T. You're absolute dynamo. You really are, my friend.
I'll be
I
in
look
touch.
forward to seeing you again.
Indeed.
Are you going to bed, Jay?
Oh, yeah, I think they both left. Now, verde is green and it has red in the word.
Yes. Okay. So it's also inside that word is also a mix of for sale, the red, and verde is to go towards. It also says green within the word to go towards. So I didn't even get to finish this. Like earlier on, they brought up so much stuff. I just kept writing everything down. I feel a little lost. I started the day slow, and if you ask one question, you can't mention 100 things. Not if we're going to advance. We have to learn with reference. I mean, I listen to everybody talk, and all the zodiac stuff. I'm still have to. It's a must that I learn because I can't get on board with anybody with the zodiac unless I have a brusher up. Although I'm still going to match numbers with them, right? With everybody that does that, the extra number, the words that go along, like as long as their Discord is okay, I can sort of squeeze the numbers inside to see what's actually going on with the numbers. If everything is utopia and if the numbers are speaking words themselves, right? So
Yeah, it gets really fun when you start. Okay, so once you know like your basic blueprint of your birth chart, when you compare the modern movement of the planets, then that's where your triangles will come into play with your wheel, your squares, your sextiles.
right, that's what I wanted to tell you.
And then based on that, then you can have a judgment using those calculations and numbers.
So this is what I want you to do. What I'm recommending for myself. When I see one of your birth charts, like I'm really telling you what I would do is I would take the birth chart and I would square it off. Then I put another circle and square that off, and then put another circle and square that off, and now make 8 more birth charts going all the way around, right? All facing or opposite of each other's. Now you can look what's going on between all the 8 that surround you. Right? Although the reality is we live on the cross because everything that runs on this angle is going to be like a screw. And that's why I believe the queen that has the hat that goes on an angle counts by 1, 2, 3, 4 because it's grinding through the half-life. It's grinding through the area space. But everything that's like this is like a flipper. You follow what I'm saying? You have this as a flipper. This spins, right? But this flips. So either the house is moving this way, right? Because the greatest size is this way. So the house spins like this. We're inside here. Nothing moves inside here. But this one moves on the outside.
Okay, so I want you to take that cube and put it on an angle, the 45, and spin it. And you can spin it really fast. If you put it on your desk and spin it like a top on your desk. It'll spin and it'll look like the Star of David.
Yeah, it should look like, yes, it will spin like the Star of David. And that's funny that you said it. I saw somebody with a lot of shapes today and it had all holes in it. And I was like saying, oh my God, if I had my flashlight to shine on that thing, So yeah, I'm just going to look through a little bit more of this. So I'm going to bring up what the teacher was. We went over what the 19th and 20th was of this month, right? The end of the cycle ended up with CB. the beginning of the cycle ended up with AB. I'm just finished 16, 17, 18. And all these numbers I'm going to show now, they get switched, right? That number 17 is going to switch over to number 22. Did I tell you about that? It's the 300.
I don't think so.
Okay, it's this 360 degree shift. When going from 260, we're going to now 360. Do you know what I'm doing? I'm going from 360 degrees, taking the 26 letters in the alphabet and shoving them in the center, putting A6 and then Z31. Right? And I still cannot complete other than with 36, the Monopoly board, which has 36 areas plus the 4 corners. So with the 36 areas of Monopoly, right, we're going to end up with 72 spaces. Now, if 72 spaces, if everyone was a cube, right, I'd have 72 times 6 equals to 432. So that shows us our vibration, right? 6 by 72. So now, if I had 6 by 72, I have to figure out what if I had a Monopoly board on each side. If there was a Monopoly, see, I can do anything. I can go 9. I could put a whole Monopoly board here and say that's the grid to understand, because as big as you want to go, right? The Monopoly board has a face of 88 around the edges with Monopoly. 88, 176, and 176. So we have 88 for Monopoly. And we have 4 sides to the ring equals 336. And then we have 2 to the poles, 1 pole up. So it's 336 plus 888 equals to 424. I think that's what it is. 336 times, 88 times 5 equals 2. 88 times 5 equals 2. It equals to 440, the offset vibration. It equals to the offset vibration. Where's my eraser? Do you follow where I'm going to show you this in a minute. How can I lose something right here in front of me?
Did you get your tea yet?
Yeah, I have a T. T is 20. It's also a gateway. It's filtered. So when you have the word T, the T in the in numbers, when you're moving around the numbers here, you pass through the 5-hole. That's the heart. You put the diamond in there to connect everything up. So you pass through here. You pass through 3 through 5, 7, 9 through 5, 1, 2 through 5, 8, 4 through 5, 6. Now the second way to look at this, okay, I'm going to show you that if 6 connected to 5 and 4 connected to 5, that would be 10. But they each connect to 5. So should I count this as 10 itself? Instead of counting what I used to count as, right? What if I just went 6 into 5 and 8 into 5 and 9 into 5? Should I be counting each one of these as 5? That when I bring them in, I automatically ignite 10. So when I connect 10, I connect 20. And I connect 10, I connect 20. Remember, should I do it here or should I let this jive for me? Because when I'm connecting it to this side of the board, I'm connecting it to this side of the board. And then again, this is 26 individual cubes and 1. 26 individual cubes and 1. So let me catch up with this thought. So we spoke about the border of Monopoly. Monopoly has 169 areas. So 169 times 1. Then I'm going to have 169 times 2. 338. Right? And then I'm going to have 169 times 3. 507. connecting to the moon. 169 takes 3 times to get there. 507, which is part of the 190, or actually it's 190, 190, 190. It doesn't matter which order it's in, as long as I connect it up to the moon. So now it tells me the numbers of Monopoly match up to the moon. So that's the electric moon. So when it becomes 7-5 for the moon, it becomes 5-7. When it becomes 7-5, it becomes 3-5. Just give me 1 second. Right now, my words don't say too much, right? I need to do 81. 81 times 4 equals 2. 81 times 4 equals... I feel like I'm slowing down, like I'm going... because you can't see what I'm doing, so I'm just going to stop doing that piece. What it is the Monopoly game has 169 areas, right? When I multiply it by 3, okay, it gives me 507. The thing about this is it's 168 times 3 equaling to 504. And then I goes I need to take off the 8 from here. I'm going to take off the 9 from here. So I'm going to go 160 by 3 equals to 480. So I took off the heart. Now, hold on a second. I took off 9 total. Yes, okay. So this is what happens. The total Monopoly game is this. I multiply it by 3, I get this, I get the moon. I take away the heart of Monopoly. I get 168, I get the sun. Now I take off both the heart, right? 3 of them, right? Now I take off both the heart, okay, the bullseye and the around the bullseye. 9 of them come off. I equal to 480. Now I equal to the cube. I equal to the ring. I equal to Pluto, the 3 cycles of the moon. I equal to the star system, 40 and 120, equaling to 160. And that is, I'm going to show you the star. This is 40, and then this is going to be 30, and then this is going to be 30, and then this is going to be 30, and then this is going to be 30. The different ways to connect the crossing 10 star. Equaling to 160. This one equals to 7. This one over here equals to 6. And I think this one, is that right? 14, 15, 6. 7, 6, 7. Did I get that right? 7, 6, 7, 7, 6, 7. So this is the life passing through the Christ between these numbers here. Now, what does it mean? It's just what it says. Just evaluation of here is the word sun. The evaluation of here is the game of basketball beyond the arc. You're connecting the 3 16s, right? The 3 parts of the star system. So I don't like what that dictates to. Let's see what the messages are. Yeah, so why did you, well, I'm just looking, felt him crying. Why would he be crying? Oh, too much info. "14 is child. Crown the child. Crown the child." I like that because it works out. That would be the Capricorn, but the 114 is not like the 14. But what that 14 is it's the first division of 7 of 1. If Mr. Lynch is still here, which means 7 divided by 1 equals what? 1 divided by 7 equals 2. 1428571. That's you're going to count all these numbers here, right? And it's all divided by 7. Any number divides by 7. And when you get past 3, that's when you can, actually it's supposed to be 4. When you get to 3, you come into your creation. So if I want to use the number, I don't know, 42 divided by 7. No, 24 divided by 7. So 24 divided by 7 is this. 23 divided by 7 equals this. Now, 22 is busting out, so 22 divided by 7 equals this. This is the minimum we can have. See the 3 point, see what I did? I did 7, right? I did 7 by 23. Let me do that again. 7 divided by 23. 7 divided by 22. 7 divided by 22. No, that's wrong. 7 divided by 22. Oh, is that right? No way. 7 divided by 22. Wow, this never happened before. 22 divided by 7. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's 22 divided by 7. Equals 3.142857. Then what we have to do is 11 divided by 7. Equals 1.571425. Right? This has to do with the ring and the pole, right? When you see the 5-7, you're talking about the electronic moon. When you're talking about the 14, it's the house. Now check the other one. 1 divided by 7. 14285. This is 3. See, we come to the 7th gate, 313 into the house. This is our pi. We start with 1. Look at that. All of a sudden, it becomes this. 3 full times the amount, starting off the creation right over here. This is 8. This is 7. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2. This will create an 8. This will create a 3 over here when you do the star math. So then this would end up saying 8 divided by 7. Let's see what that answer is. 8 divided by 7 equals, look at that. 8 divided by 7 equals 1.142857. So check it out. It works out absolutely perfect. This is on 1, right? This is counted as the divided heavens of Venus. This is the complete heavens, right? It breaks down to the complete heavens of being this rotation inside of this one over here. This is the coming of life, the letter V. The V and E come into this. This is the sun coming into this. So this is part of the rotation, but regardless that all of pi, right, the minute you multiply it by 3, it's all going to come out and give you a single digit answer, which is going to be 3, 6, or 9. When you multiply numbers, doesn't matter what it is, it's always going to be 3, 6, and 9. Is there anybody who wants to come up? Anybody have any questions? Anybody?
That's just amazing.
What's
22
that?
go divided by 7 equals pi.
Well, yeah, you already knew that. I mean, everybody knows that, right? You knew that or no?
No, I'm just now figuring that out.
Oh, yeah.
I've just been into the 22 go, which I did the 22 go for day and night today also.
So we also have to do pi for 9 divided by 7 because your telephone, right? Where did I use a calculator? Yeah, I used a calculator. Because your telephone 9 divided by 7 equals this. What's the answer? Right? You see that? So that's your 9. So now if you come in through the gateway, it'd be 7 divided by 7, and that's going to equal to 1. Now that you come into the gateway, you calculate it by 6. So 6 divided by 7, right? So now we'll do 6 divided by 7. We have to understand what all the numbers are doing. So we have 6 divided by 7 is 8571428. So right away when that happens, right, the minute you get a 0 here, you have to know right away it's assembling between here and here. These two are the assembly. This is the division of 313. Okay, I'm gonna explain this. When you divide 1 by 3, it equals to 333, right? But when you divide 2 by 3, it equals to 666. We're still below 0, so we're still at the heart. Now, right, we need to get to the center. 3 divided by 3 equals 1. Now we can measure from the center. You can put your protractor. We don't have a in-between number. So we do that. And then we go 4 divided by 3 equals to 1.333. So now we have an area space that we just measured out at 30. 1/3 we split up. And then when you go to the 7 divided by 3, it's 2.333. And the minute we get to 10, right, which is going to be Capricorn divided by 3, you're going to get 3.333. And now we can start life. Between that one, the 10, and then the next one, we're going to go to 13 divided by 3 equals 4.333. So we're back to Aries again. We're back to Aries again. So we had 13, right, divided by 3 equals to 4.333. When we had 10 divided by 3, it equals to 3.333. Because everything in each row moves by threes. That's why this number won't change. If I wanted to run on this angle, right? If I wanted to run on this angle, I couldn't use the same one. This angle is by 2. This angle is by 4. Up and down is by threes. That's why I work it that way. Each individual, the same thing. These two here are your Sophigo numbers. Now, I don't know all the, what's it called, and I definitely can't do tomorrow what I keep saying every day I can't do. I have a lot of catching up to do, a lot of new equations to understand, new expressions to understand. I'm just trying to see when I get overwhelmed with a lot of stuff coming up, I'm never sure which way to go. Just trying to see what was going on in this piece of art here. Yeah, I was fooling around yesterday with this. Remember, I took the heart, I put the cube on the outside, right? Let me see if we can do a little bit more with this. So just give me a second. Let's see if we can work this just a bit. So now it's a little late to put my circles in, right? I wanted to do this properly. So let's see if I copy this and I paste. See, this is what I thought maybe you would do with your birth chart. So let me see if we can do this. I need to get this bigger. Okay, so we make this here, and then we copy, and you paste, right? And you get another one here. So we're gonna take your universal chart, and you're gonna try and enclose it to understand it a little bit better. Then we're gonna take this like this. Now, my question always was, should I be crossing them over? I'm not doing that yet. I want to learn just how to put them like this, because by crossing them over, nothing should be more than like this. It's always half of half of half of half. And I'm going to keep them whole. Do you see what just happened now? I created an egg in the center between them. So that's not on purpose. That's what happened when I cut that off. When I cut the first one off, it created that. So now you have a joining through all these signs. What is that coming out of there? So now what I have to do next is I'm going to copy again, and I'm going to paste, and I can't go any lower, so I have to make this smaller. Okay, I'm going to have to make this bigger, and I'm going to have to put this paste, and this has to be rotate, flip. And then what we have to do is we're going to do this again. Whoop, I didn't get to do that. Wow, I'm not happy with that. And we're going to just go paste.
Yeah, see, when you do your tropical chart, I do the tropical as the main reel because that's pertaining to the equinox.
Can you explain the tropical one so we know what it is? What is it? Where does it come from? How many zodiac signs are on it? How does it work?
Well, it's the 12, all the systems are the 12 base system. It's more pertaining to like following the path of the sun. So if you've noticed, a lot of the religions of the world, they have most of their holy days around the equinoxes and the solstices. And so like your tropical one, it'll show you like the base calendar that we follow every year. And the Vedic is stretched out a little more because they're giving like the constellations more. Some of them get more than 30 degrees and some of them get less.
More
So
than
when
30
you do your,
degrees?
yeah, they're giving extra room for some of the constellations. And so if you do your Vedic chart, you might have a different sun sign. So
Okay,
like for
who's
my
giving?
astrology,
Right.
it's varied based on the positionings of the earth.
But who's
Okay,
giving
and
all
how they
this extra
measure.
room? Is there anything solid and concrete with it that when you, because again, when we speak, it's not about what you're telling me, it's what everybody else hears. They have to understand it, otherwise it goes as lost words.
Yeah,
And
the Vedic system is very complex, and they use mostly the square grids for
so
the
what do you mean?
measurements.
I mean, but what is that? Is there are there any names of anything in the Vedic one? Like, are there
No, it's
constellations?
it's the exact same constellations, the exact same house, except the houses, instead of being divided into 30 degrees, they're not divided that way, but it's still the 360-degree circle.
So how is it divided? Does the Vedic pair up anything?
It's pertaining to like how they measure the constellations,
Okay, so
paired with the deacons.
okay, what is a deacon?
So like the Zodiac, that's the first movie, and you have the 12 main characters, which are the stars connect the dots, and they form the 12 characters on the reel to reel, and the sun passes through all of these houses. Well, they're the main characters, okay? And then you have, for each main character, 3 supporting characters.
So
So the deacons are the supporting characters.
so would this be 88 constellations? Would this be what would be going on? Like,
Well, the
because I'm
deacons,
trying.
okay, so the deacons and the 12, there's 36 deacons because it's 12 times 3 for your 36, and then you have your 36 plus your 12. Okay, and then outside of that, there are still characters a part of the story, but they're not considered like the main character. They're not considered like a leading role character or a supporting actor character. They're kind of like the backdrop characters, but they still play an active role in this story. See what I'm saying? If you think of it like a playwright, okay,
Right.
and for
I'm
your
just trying to
story, you're the
figure out
main
who all these
character.
characters are because your numbers are good. For me, your numbers are good. I can make that work out. The 36 I can make work out, but I don't know who the characters are, so it's hard for me to, you know what I'm saying? Because I can work it out right here with what you're doing. Right. So I'm just trying to understand the and again, not for me, maybe everybody else understands because there's a lot of people out here that work on the zodiac.
Yeah,
I'm like,
listen, it's the Vedic is just as complex as the tropical, but it is accurate system, just like the Chinese calendar is an accurate system. They have different animals, but you've seen how the Chinese calendar aligns with the tropical calendar and how they play together. And so the Vedic, it kind of comes into the story also because you get a different alter ego.
oh yeah, for
So
sure. You need all
it's
of it. Yes, 100%. You
yeah,
need it
I
all.
don't think that we should just have like one source of information. We should use all the information that's here, like with what you're doing with the dice and the cards.
Oh yeah,
I
everything has
really
to
I
come
really
together.
like that system
Not
and
here
how
for
it ties
nothing.
to the astrology.
So we have this here. So this is basically what it's going to look like. That's the way I'm putting your birth chart together. or all of the birth charts. It doesn't matter. I just have to remove what you put in and put somebody else's in there. And then I ask myself the question, and I can't ask myself the question because you know about it. So when I look at one of these, I'm going to have to know how I'm connecting this, and then your interconnection. And now when your interconnection runs off, you follow what I'm saying? What was here is now over here. Now here's the egg amongst these four, and then here's the egg amongst these four. So these four came together. Now these come together. Now these come together. They're all interlocking. If you take a look, can you see the way they all interlock?
Yeah, to me, it's showing you the system of rotation.
Yeah, so they're all interlocking. I just don't know what any of it means because I can't read the zodiac.
So when you do your birth chart, say like you have your birth chart done today, and then you check back like next month, your planet might be in a different spot in one of your houses.
Well,
So,
is it or
then
is
you
it
can
not?
do your
Is
huh?
it or is it in a different house? I mean, you said maybe my house. It's going to be in a different place. No.
Well, the planets are constantly moving. So your birth chart is a still image, right, of the time of your be-earthing. And then you
Right.
have the moving image that is overlaid, and then you have your triangulations and your squares and your sextiles and all that jazz that comes into play. And it's kind of like reading your own weather. And that's why you can take this system and you can fast forward it. I've followed my chart out to like 68. The age 68 is how far I've gone out. I could go further if I wanted to, but I might save that for later. But I did extensive study for the tropical, and I used the Vedic. And then you have to take into consideration your planet's rotation and your age. Okay, so this is one thing I wanted to mention. When you do your planets, did you know that you're a different age on each planet?
Right.
It's like your count down and your count up at the same time.
Right. So because right now, I know you're only 18 and less. We never leave the birth. We never leave the birth, right? We're always with number 9. We're always in the heavens. We're always at the gateway. We're always in the heavens, right? We're always part of the birth. We're always the person we are, and we're always connected. And we're connected to these 4 here, this 10 here to this 30 here. We never leave our birth. We're fully connected to the capstone, and when we die, that capstone is laid upon us to rest on the 7th day. On the 7th day, that's laid upon us.
Oh, yes, and I love, like, there's so many people that are coming out with information regarding the number 9, and when we all understand that we're the number 9, I think that awareness is going to help increase so much here to this place that we're
So the
going to want
number,
to come back.
right, so the number 9 would also be the 45-degree angle
Yes.
of the half-life. So it'd be 45-degree angle equals to 2 45-degree angles, one from the top, one from the bottom. And that's your split. So our regular 9, right, is 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5. But we also have the angle of 10%, with the angle of the divide is 45-degree angle. That's what I reckon gives us our 110% of the half-life that we are. 30 plus 10%, because we're the half-life, it's 30. We're the creation, the half-life. We're not the full life, we're the half-life. I don't know why I say it that way, but that's the way it works out. I mean, the upper world and the lower world. And we're 3 parts of 4 in the lower world. We're 3 parts of 4 in the lower world. We're the 6, and the capstone is the 4. 2 and 2, 1 and 3, because everything is doubled up. And then here's the connecting world. 6, 7, 8, 9 equals to 30, where 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 6, 3 and 4. I feel like I'm petering out here. I'm going to take a look at the comments and see what's going on. Yeah, it's just very interesting. I got to spend a whole day tomorrow just looking at what everybody, just looking back at my notes. So the ohms and law formulas.
I have my homework done.
You have your homework done? How you doing?
Good. I was letting you finish before, and I didn't want to interrupt when you guys were up there earlier. But I have my homework done. You asked me to give you the times to orbit the sun for each planet.
Oh yeah, okay. Hold on a second. I'll put you up. I'm just writing down Lynn Lynch's stuff because the ohms. I mean, it's just everything is just exactly what it is. You know, it's a bunch of formulas and the ohms. I mean, why would we have to leave out those words? You know, I mean, everything is relevant. Everything is relevant. You can't leave them out. So I like. I'm just writing that down right now. V equals. I just don't know why, if all these letters have to be big or small. I don't know why they're doing that. I don't know if it's a VI or an IV. That's why my I's are always small. My L's are always big. And they might mean two things. That's why. So that way, if it means two things, the letter I is also going to mean two things. I need to understand the I because the I and the L, they look the same. Sometimes the typewriter types them out the same. Sometimes it doesn't. So, I mean, I know there's 52 letters in the alphabet. I know that. And there's even more than 52 in the French alphabet.
When you type out "I'll," like "I will," it comes out 111 or 3.
Yeah.
So the capitals are like the 1 through 26, right?
Well, I don't know which way anybody does that. I haven't worked with it yet because I'm overwhelmed already. There are others who have done it. I've seen. So that all has to get formulated even into what I haven't done yet. But I'm hoping one day the machine that, all the algorithms I can put into it, it'll do it itself. You know what I'm saying? I just have to, I already spoke to ChatGPT and in 2 seconds it did what I needed it to do. A few times it didn't understand. I corrected it, but it keeps disappearing on me. You know what I'm saying? It's just, you only have so much and every time you turn your page, it just disappears, I guess, because it's not working for me right now. So it's giving me a lot of answers. You want answers, you just have to ask ChatGPT because right now it's telling you secrets. Right now, ChatGPT is giving away secrets.
That's cool.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that. So okay, so he was asking about the capitals. Okay, I've done some studies with this too, and sometimes the capitals do have a different value, but at the same time, okay, when it comes to your name, if your name is in all caps, that's pertaining to someone capping over you.
Oh,
okay. So you have your capitals because you're the capstone, but if your name is in all caps, then you have been capitalized.
Capricorn.
They have placed a cap over you, becoming your all-seeing eye over you through the capital name.
Okay.
So
that's why you only capitalize your first letter of your name, of like your first.
Yeah, and see the all caps is pertaining to the straw man when it comes to the study of how the words are the spells.
I've heard that before
These
about the straw man.
they're all capital, but what I'm trying to figure out in my head with the Ohm's law formula is, first of all, if you take, I'm on a hyper vibe right now, so you can hear my voice. But so first of all, my thoughts are, with the letters in their capital, if the numerical value, what they mean, and then if they mean something in particular, like the sun is electric, the moon is magnetic. So are they static as far as that goes? Are they dynamic as far as that goes? And then everybody keeps using they. And so when someone says they, I think of the cup, which is the Y, and the cup is also a PCU, just like Pac-Man programs and controls you. So I'm trying to figure something out. And then money, when someone says money, it means gold and silver, but currency is currency. And I think that's based on maritime law. So I'm trying to paint a picture with just the stuff that I said there.
Yeah.
So tell me again back to PCU.
Well, the cup, which you rearrange cup to PCU, and that reminds me of a PC, a computer, And is the you, or like if you look at, like the old game Pac-Man, some people say it means program and control man. So everybody wants to know who they are. But so like I'm thinking that maybe we can like get an idea if we play with the numbers and the phonetics that way. But that's just something to start off on. I mean, the rest of it, you got to go with how it flows. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. So what you have, I'm going to let you guys think about this. I'm going to get up to get my hot water. So this is what you told me. I think you said, and I have to put this out straight. Did you say the electric sun?
Yes, sir. The sun would be electric, and the moon is magnetic, which is what makes us electromagnetic. And then we are the salt of the earth. And I started healing my electromagnetic field when I started intaking salt. And salt is Scorpio, Aquarius, Leo. I think it's Libra or Leo, and then Taurus. But I get some of those.
Leo. If you're talking about the 4 main stars, it's Leo.
Well, yeah, and then that's the four-headed beast.
So tell me, where do you get the salt from again? Because if we're doing this, let's do this in order. Otherwise, I'll lose when I'm learning.
Well, in the Bible, it says
the salt. Let's do the salt first.
The earth.
Salt.
Whatever you want to do. I'm just giving you stuff to play with, bro.
Right now, yeah, but I want to work with you right now. Like you said, the salt, which is which planets?
It's zodiac signs. It's the 4 fixed signs, and Xena can help me with that one.
The royal stars.
They're the salt of salvation.
Yeah.
What's the 4 fixed?
You want the numbers for the stars?
Zodiac signs, Cynthia. The 4 fixed zodiac signs, sweetheart.
Oh, okay. Just a second. Let me.
Aquarius, Leo, Scorpio, and Taurus.
Yeah, and so that's the salt, which is
yes, that's the 4 ghost spells. Yes.
It's the 4 pillars. It's the 4 corners. It's like
4
a lot
angels. They held the 4 winds.
Yeah, the 4 angles.
Did you say Venus or did you say Taurus?
Taurus, yes. The bull.
Now, see, you could tie planets to that because each house has a planetary ruler. A planet rules each house.
You can, but like some signs are fixed, some are mutable, and some are cardinal. Just like you have 3 different crosses. One is fixed, one is mutable, and one is cardinal. But I don't have it all memorized. I just it's too much to freaking remember, dude.
I'll help you out. What's mutable?
Anything that's main cardinal.
That's not what I asked. I want to know what they are. I mean, like more precise, not for me, for the crowd.
They're points on a wave. So if you're measuring a wave, you would have a cardinal point, a mutable point, and
He's
a
talking
fixed
about
point.
Libra.
What are the
out and up and down?
Okay, so I know that Virgo is mutable, so then it would be the opposing sign from Virgo, and it all ends up making an X, just like the salt. Then if you go to Virgo and you look at the circle, then it would be the opposing sign from that. And then it would be then the other 2 would be what makes an X. And then the cardinal signs would be what's left.
Okay, I'll tell you what they are. Just give me a second. This is okay. This is Cancer. And then you have the Cancer, you have Libra. And then you have Aquarius. No, you don't have, you have Capricorn. So now I know them all. I just learned them all.
Yeah, I was about to say anything that's not the main, the 4 ones I gave you. Yeah, those.
Okay, so then you would have, I can't remember exactly what the fixed cross is, but there's 3 specific crosses, and I know Cynthia knows what they are. But one is the fixed, one is mutable, and one is cardinal. And I think the X is the mutable, and the fixed would be the cross that we normally use. And then the other one has got like the P at the top. It looks like a P at the top. That's the cardinal sign, like the Catholics use. Yeah.
Oh, fucking man.
Yeah. But see, I mean, I think that we can like use the numbers to figure out who they are. The cup, the PCU,
the teachers.
Well, to me, it's like currency. Like currency is current, and like electrical, like the Ohm's law. And so it's the whoever runs the currency is the they. But the numbers have got to point to who they are.
Yeah,
because
it's all
based on maritime law. Because you have the bank, and you have the current, and you have the currency. It's all there.
Oh yeah. Well, we're all of that.
Well, I know that, but the thing is that you also have a game going on here.
Yes.
And there's plausible deniability. It's just like everybody thinking that Cain and Abel are like two different people, but Cain means spear, and if you've ever been arrowhead hunting, an arrowhead looks like a pine cone, and Abel gave the lamb, and they weren't supposed to be like killing animals, so it's and Cain killed Abel with a rock, which is the stone, so it's not really people, it's an archetype. And God couldn't touch Cain because once you're unfuckable with, and he built the first city. So like they've got us thinking that Cain's a bad guy, and he's not a bad guy. So the script has been flipped. And so sometimes you got to unfuck the script to like really see what the fuck's going on.
There was creation within creation.
Yeah, and a spear, what does it look like? It looks like a staff with the fucking point on top, which is an arrowhead. And it's just like, it's the same as Moses' staff and Aaron's staff and the Jacob's ladder and Moses' staff. It's all, the symbols are right there. It's just, okay, now we unfuck the story and then we see what's going on. You got the light on. You're not feeling around in the dark, but it's all in the numbers, bro. I mean, there's a lot of times you don't think I'm here, but I'm not hitting into where you can see that I'm here, but it's just because I want to listen, because I know when I try to come up when like there's not a bunch of people clouding your head, because I see you running 1,000 miles a minute, and I don't want to add to that. I just want to be able to listen to you.
Yeah, the numbers are so healing.
They really are. I just figured out that like all the cardinal stars come up to 23 if you break them down Pythagoras style. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, see, when I read the Bible and I read all the star stories, I even look at the animals and I compare them all to myself.
That makes sense.
Dina, if you watch that video I sent you, and I sent it to Mr. Tackpans too, it's Gnostic Academy, and it's the astrology of the book of Matthew, and that shit. If you guys watch that, you're
yes, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
A lot of stuff, like all the stories are based on the stars. Every single one of them.
Oh yes.
Didn't Abraham name all his kids after the zodiac stars too? I think that's what it was too. One of them. Like
yes, and see all the stories of the Bible, they're teaching you the zodiac wheel. So like Joseph with the cows of plenty and all of that, he is pointing to the cow that is Taurus. And then you had your 7 years of famine and your 7 years of feast. That's 77 right there. And then with that 77, you get your 7 rotations, and then you get your 7 rotations. That's 14 years. So, these stories, they're trying to show us the rotation and the cycle.
Well,
and also foresight.
Well, in the Gnostics keep... if you watch the Gnostics, they think the Earth is flat. But the thing is that they use an X, Y, and Z axis to like place the stars above. But there's a calculation in the pyramid that shows that the Earth is round. But I mean, if you want to think from a lower level of consciousness, then you can look at the 2D level. So even the parables are there, but so when you watch this channel, the guy's going to try to tell you the Earth is flat, but I don't like listening to that shit. But he does the story on all the stars and all the septonaria gematria, and if you play with, put your like a little guide to the side and play with the numbers in septonaria, SEPTENARY gematria, then you'll see a lot of numbers there. So if you run into a dead end, sometimes you start playing with it in English gematria, septonary gematria, then you start seeing some of the gaps getting filled in. And the other thing is like when you understand telecommunications and frequencies, you have a range and you have a scale. And so when I get to number 10 and the numbers, to me, it's a recalibration and reset. So sometimes when you're playing with the numbers and you're like circling 16 and 17 and you're like, to me, when you're doing that in telecommunications and frequency is a reset. So that kind of fills it in.
Has anybody heard of my
Yeah.
money? Sorry.
Oh, I was just going to point out, so like with the flat Earth thing, if the Earth is flat, then that's 2D. And so with the straw man system, the straw man system, he's tied to the 2D flat plane, or the flat paper plane.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and so, that's why we keep saying like baseball. Well, I keep saying baseball and I keep saying football. And when you study like the tensor ring fields and stuff like that, you'll understand it has a lot to do with bubbles.
Bubbles.
A bubble is a sphere.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Our fruit grows in like a spherical shape. Our shells show us a spiral.
Yeah,
Eyeballs are round.
that makes sense because like if we were to look at our fruit, they would be flat.
Yeah.
If they were in a 2D plane, I mean, we flat orange.
Yeah, so I work in decoding a lot, and you need to understand there are operations set up because these people have hid the zodiac, they can foresee and they have utilized the algorithms. We're kind of behind, honestly, because it's been hidden, but we're rediscovering and working together. But you can kind of see though when you start studying how they kind of like use this astrology information to work ahead of the script to kind of like corral you along. See what I'm saying? And then there's like pit stops. There's performers that come out and they're there for a specific purpose. They've been paid to be there to be kind of like a side trip or a side road.
So how can we? So we have all that associated together, and you spoke about fixed. Is that where the salt comes in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what comes in when you get to a mutable?
Well, mutable just means like like Cynthia was just talking about, like the flat Earth thing. So they took a tool that they use to measure the stars, okay, and so that's the tool they use, the X, Y, and the Z axis, okay. So when it comes to the stories, like the mutable, like when they say Mary, well, it could be Mother Mary, it could be Mary Magdalene. And so when you're looking at the stories in the Bible, the mutable characters are like more than one person. The fixed are like generally one person. And the cardinal, I haven't gotten that all figured out yet. I'm still playing with all this and trying to figure stuff out. But I figure the only way to really figure it out is with the numbers, and then as I go back and look at the story, I can figure it out exactly why I wanted to take a diagnosis at the Ohm's law, because I think that is like a key to opening up some of those thoughts.
It's kind of blurry.
Cardinal chart.
It's okay.
You don't have to go very deep. Just go right on the surface. The Lord, the creator of this place, put everything in order. We don't have to look any more than what it is. The cardinal chart, 1 through 30, right? When they're adding up these numbers, they're adding them up in threes, it looks like, but they're adding them up this way. So the cardinal, so I'm going to look over this cardinal chart. You already put together where the cardinal comes with Aries, Cancer, Libra, and Capricorn. The runner of this chart is the same way they run the Sophio. You know, the Sophio 258, 528 hertz. This chart runs the exact same way. It runs the pig's frequency. I mean, I see it already. You put R for resistance, V for voltage. The salt is number 52, so that's going to be communication. The alternator, they're the alternation of the salts, meaning what they're doing to confuse you, or if there's a confusion, is because every time you run something, it seems like they're jumping over something. Every time they get to the third area, they're jumping into something new. They're creating an area space, right? Because it's only.
Well, it seems like they're trying to keep us in the age of Taurus, bro. That's what it seems like they're trying to do. Or the age of Taurus or the age of Aries. One of the two is what it seems like to me. Because when Moses came down, they were worshiping a bull. And to me, the bull is taking the Old Testament literally. And now we have the two bulls. We have the Old and the New Testament.
So they can't stop the start. I don't believe they can change.
It doesn't matter what they can stop, but if whatever you believe is whatever you create. So it's called television programming for a reason, and they're telling you the vision that they want you to create, and they have revelation of the method or Hegelian dialectic, and they're using plausible deniability. So if they just like Kim Kardashian wore a reptilian suit on Christmas and everybody got upset, but she's mocking the people that are in the reptilian brain. But plausible deniability, they have to tell you the truth. But if you are not in the neocortex, then you're not using all the parts. Your light isn't on. So it's all like a game. That's what I'm getting at.
Right. Yeah, I know about that, but I'm working. When I said I believe, it's because of what the numbers are telling me. It's not what I believe. The numbers are telling me, right? The numbers tell me a lot of things. You know what the numbers show me? The numbers show me that we have 3 strands added.
Well, you're the reprogrammer, bro. Like once you break out of the matrix, that's your sovereignty, and then you are the reprogrammer. And you're deconstructing, you're deconning the struct.
Yeah,
and
I don't need 12 to work.
Bro.
I don't need 12 to work. I only need 1 and 8 to do anything at all. And then
okay. I'm playing with metaphors, bro. That's all I'm doing. That's all I'm doing. I'm not
okay. You see, that's why I like to keep up with the context. When you said you need X, Y, and Z, what was that? Why did you say that? You said you need X, Y, and Z.
X, Y, and Z is like you have the X-axis and the Y-axis and the Z-axis. So whenever you're like taking measurements, you have an X, Y, and Z. That's how you get your charts, your pie charts. That's what I'm referring to when I use X, Y, and Z. The X is the horizontal. The Y is up and down, and the Y is help me out, guys. You have the X, Y, and the Z axis when it comes to doing pie charts. That's what I'm referring to. But I went to college for 13 years. I've been retired for 10 years. My brain is dead, bro. I don't remember half the shit that I used to know. So that's why when someone says something to me, I can see it and comprehend it. But as far as explaining it goes, like I'm revitalizing the brain. That's all I'm doing.
You don't have to explain it all because I take everything like I skim off the top. Because when you say X, Y, and Z right away, you're sewing together the DNA by saying that. it becomes electric. It becomes part of the electric moon because the reverse.
If I put an instrument on a tractor and I want to know what the X, Y, and Z axis is, that means I want to know what the movement is. And so it's going to give me a linear output. If I want to look at the modulus of elasticity of the metal, if I want to look at the velocity or the pressure, everything's going to be based on an X, Y, and Z axis, and it's going to give me a linear output. So that's all I'm trying to say. It's basically playing with statistics.
Yeah, right. Well, the only thing I'm doing over here is I'm looking at what the numbers are saying, not necessarily the X, Y, and Z, but what this is doing. And I don't only have to do it here. I must change all these numbers and go into Chaldean and look what they say there, because I have to run these numbers off of 3 different number systems. So right away, you're talking about male and female coming in with 5 and 7 through the gateway of the moon with X, Y, and Z. The reverse is A, B, and C. So your difference between the two is 69. So it's telling me a continuous movement, like a continuous current, right, that's coming between the two worlds. Because 69 is actually 9 and 30 and 30, right? Because when you're delivering to one world, you're delivering to both the houses at the same time, right? Same information. So that's where your 69 comes out with your 3 by 3, your 3 plus 3. And that's what...
If you don't come out of the rabbit hole smelling like shit, you didn't dive deep enough. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so this is telling me about a rotation. And when you talked about the PCU, what this tells me is this is a control stick running with a controller. Obviously, it's got to be cooled. It's running at a flux capacitor, meaning that this is broke up into 3 periods of 20. And then it's broken up 3 times 120 in order to complete its 360 degrees. And because of the tetrahedron is telling me that this is 720, and I have to calculate all the levels of the tetrahedron and all the other ones to understand 720, 1440, 2160, 3600, 6480. I'm not sure if you're keeping up with me because I'm throwing out a lot of numbers, but I'm just saying when I go to understand the numbers, I want to base it off of this over here.
What is the numerical value of cup or PCU?
It's 11 minus 50. I think it's 40. 40.
It should be a 4.
But I use puck with PUCK because it works out that way, and there's a controller with it. The puck is opposite of the stick on the cube. And it's also part of the vibration running with Mars and the Queen. The Queen is 62. The puck reverse is 51. That runs with Mars. So it's talking about the 2 moons. The PCU also, not with numbers, but more or less with Rubik's Cube, right? Rubik's Cube has 3 pucks on it. Rubik's Cube has 3 pucks. When you see a dice cube, it's actually 3 separate pucks. That's the way I look at them. 3 separate pucks, 3 separate plugins. And each puck, besides all the numbers that go with it, each puck is going to have 2 flat sides to it and 4 edges equaling to 6. So you're going to get 6 for the first puck, 6 for the second puck, 6 for the third puck. Right, sides. But when you count colors, you're going to have 3, 6, 9, 12 colors. When you count opposite sides, you're just going to have 2, 2, and 2 opposite sides. So you're going to have a side of 11, but the thin side over here will no longer be the same. In fact, I've been giving false reality to this because when you look at this, right, this area should only go 1/2 of the puck. So is this 3 over here, or is it 3 sections, 1 level, 2 levels, 3 levels? And then each and every one is a partial level reaching into this 3.5 area space. Should I be using this like this, or should I be using it that each one is an individual? So this one is going to tell me 11. This one's going to tell me 11. The third one tells me 11. Therefore, this cube over here, now that I expanded it, now that I have a little time to think, not that I haven't done it before, I'm going to end up with 33. Just give me a second. 33 by 26. Yeah, the PCU, there's a bunch of PCUs. I've been looking at that for a long time. That's connecting, I think, the body up. Is that correct? It's your personal computer. Per, par, pair.
Yeah, but either you can be what they call an NPC and operating on programs that are coming from outside of you, or you can be the CPU when you start reprogramming from the inside out, and you go to the INNERG and you stayed centered in your own energy. But if you're not, then it's the energy coming, they're still in your energy. But when you're talking, like when you're playing with a PUC, when you said it was a 4, to me, 4 means mother or Gaia. And when you see those patterns in the cornfields, they say it's like plasma, and some people are trying to like tie it to extraterrestrials. But you know how children learn is when their mother plays games with them.
Yeah, they're energy patterns, guys. That's what they are. They're literally coming from the earth as she releases information. Okay, and we are a part of the code in the system. Okay, so our energy is released as well. So it's kind of like it's a way to like give you information as to what's going on inside the planet for those who have eyes to see it. See what I'm saying? Because these are coded informational transfers.
Okay, so
through energy, and they've shown up in these patterns.
So, Sir Lynch, this is what I put together from what you said before. So just let me say this out. You said PCU, I got copper. I need ice. I need 4 pennies. You said moon magnet. You said sun electric, magnet and electric, Mars and Earth, matter and energy, ME versus EL. L is what Cynthia says for L. I forget what it is, but L is connecting to the E world and up to the moon. Because of the 3 times 4, 3 plus 4 equals to 3 times 4 equals to the 12, 3 plus 4 equals to the 7. You get the expansion of 19 and 5, which is 1, 5, and 9, which is AE and I connecting together. The lower world and the upper world, although it's AE and I, you can also go AEA or IEA, because in your world, you'll be EIE, and in the other world, you'll go AEA, right? You're just going to talk, but when we talk about both worlds, we only give you the skeleton part, right? Because we have to hook up. Everything hooks up. A hooks up to A, B hooks up to B, C hooks up to C, right?
Yeah, just like when you balance the masculine and the feminine inside, you get your Merkaba, which is the electromagnetic. So you have electric and you have the magnetic, and then you get your electromagnetic ship, the Merkaba, that gives you your freedom, and you're not tied here anymore.
Yes.
So you need 4
You
pennies
do
to
this
do
through
this.
your brain. Your activation is in your mind.
Well, it's by marrying your mind and your heart and your gut. It's an alchemical marriage that happens within. Yeah, it's those things, but I'm just using my semantics.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
it.
and see, the Hawaiians believe that your second brain is your heart. So we're born in our heart space, and as we learn, we somehow migrate to our brain. Okay, and then the Hawaiians, they like to teach us about coming back into our heart space.
Oh, but you've got a brain in your gut too. And the 3 become 1.
Oh, yeah, your lower brain controls your guts, yes.
How many brains do we? What is a brain? There's a lot of brains in us. We have
Information, that's how I would look at it.
We have the pancreas, we have the liver, we have all these things. They're mini brains within their own realm, you know. Each one is their own processor. They're mini brains and processors. I'm not sure if that's the good word to use, but I still want to remind you to think about the penny, the copper penny, and you can only have 4 of them, because once you have 5, you have a cent. When you have 4 of them, you have 4 dots. When you have
I think copper has something to do with the blood.
Iron,
That's what
copper.
I think copper has something to do with the blood. Yep. I mean, because when you go through when you raise the chrism, it purifies the blood, and you're not going to do any of that unless you're abstinent, fasting, parasite cleansing, meditating on the Sabbath or the seventh chakra, and that's what makes the chrism rise, and that's why they call it the sacred secretion process. And I think the sacred secretion process is in the numbers.
From what I found, it's muscle and bones that use copper the most.
Yeah, sacred secretion is turning your water into wine.
Oh yeah, in my mind's eye, a cup of wine tipped over, spilled out on the inside of me, then it stood right back up, and as soon as it stood up, it tipped right back over, and it was the most refreshing water that I've ever tasted in my life, and it didn't come through my mouth. It was inside of me. I'm serious. I saw it on in the mind's eye after the two serpents went up and bowed down to the pineal gland, and I'm serious as shit. I saw that in my mind, and I'll never forever forget that, ever.
Yeah, what a great experience.
Copper cup of wine.
Yeah, Copperhead penny.
Well, they're making you look for the Holy Grail outside of yourself, and so when they say they, it's the cup. So they hold the Holy Grail, and so if you're looking for it outside of you, it's all metaphorically telling you to look on the inside. That's what it really is to me.
Yeah, your brain's the Holy Grail. I keep a skull on my medicine cabinet to help me remember where the true medicine comes from.
So back to the copper, like I said, how do we connect this copper resistance and voltage? It's 22nd letter and the 18th. The thing about the resistance and the voltage is it's 11 by 2 and it's 9 by 2. It creates the 911. It's the perfect setup for the house of bait, the R and the V. The resistance, okay, is coming from the birth, and the voltage is coming into the animal kingdom, into the vet house. It's bet and vet, right? The nine is one of the houses, the 11 is the other house. I calculate this by using it's A, B, C, D. This is where all your calculations come from. There's nothing else. So if we're going to calculate something, if I'm going to calculate the R versus C, I'm going to go 6 by 3 equals to 18. And I can't do that with V. So what I'm going to do with V, I'm going to go 7 by 3 plus 1. And now I have your voltage connected. The 6 by 3 equals to the 18R. Okay, the 7 by 3 is going to be plus 1. So I need to connect that one moon up, the lunar moon within us, in order to get the voltage. How is that going to work between the resistance and the voltage? And then what happens next is when you bring on the equation R equals VI or I equals VR. That equation...
V divided by I. So it's V equals I times R, and R equals V divided by I, and I equals V divided by R. So what I'm trying to see is if the numerical value of finding voltage equals the numerical value of I times the numerical value of R. So that's your voltage. And then for finding resistance, I want to know if the numerical value of R equals the numerical value of voltage divided by the numerical value of I. And then if I equals V divided by R, and I want to see what that looks like, just to see where it takes us.
So in both, I'm just going to go over the words. I'm not going to calculate the word yet. I want to work with the R and V. I didn't hear your multiplication because you went a little quick. So I'm going to ask you to repeat it. Not yet. What I'm going to tell you is that the RE, right? The RE means referring to, right? So you're referring to, there's a double vibration in the cis or the sister or the transistors between the transistence of the words, in which the C and E at the end of the word, also the A and T is telling you location. right? There's a location over here. So the location with the voltage is going to be connecting male, female into the moon. And the R is going to be something to do, I believe, amongst the moons themselves. And that's where the R equals to a perfect
Well,
by
these
3.
are basic formulas for Ohm's law. Once you start getting into transistors and capacitors and diodes, then you start getting into other numbers and you start playing with Boolean algebra, and that is like way too far advanced for this conversation.
I'll never get into that. I don't do any of that math.
You don't need to.
I go right away. I just want to know if they're using R, I want to know why. If they say resistance, I see the C and E, what it's telling me at the end of the word. I see the G and E in voltage, what it's telling me at the end of the word. So I just know by the word alone, okay, is going to tell me a story. So I must start with the word. If the words and the numbers are really truthful, they have to talk about every word. So just the word resistance and voltage should be putting us somewhere. So
well, I'm referring to, I've heard many people on here when I'm just listening talk about capacitance. All right. Well, capacitance, a capacitor will build up a charge, and then once it gets to the charge that it's set at, then it releases it all at once, and that's a whole nother like ball game. So you're not going to figure out capacitance, flux, and all that by playing with Ohm's law. You're just not going to do it. It's not going to happen.
Oh, it is going to happen because I don't need to know the truth. I only need to know the numbers. That's all I need to know.
But you need to know like what the dynamic is happening, because if it's holding that charge until it releases it, that's almost like changing the channel. And to change the channel, you've got to change the range and the scale, because if you're like walking the middle path and you're tuning in, you've got to be tuned in. And so I'm talking about like dialing it in and not like being in a range. You have a range, but so you're kind of getting the message staticky. I'm trying to dial it in. That's all I'm trying to say.
Right. Yeah, I understand what you're doing. I understand, but I'm not into the math to go. If I go deep like this on everything, I'm going to lose my own self. Right. So I keep it on the surface. I just want to understand.
Now you see why I had this. Once I had my Kundalini awakening, I started like playing with the numbers like you are. But it took me, I was in psychosis for 3 years. And that's one of the reasons I stay away from this shit, is because I get stuck in psychosis messing with the numbers that way.
Yeah. I know what it is. I've been there.
It's fun.
I've been there. I think I'm still there. But that's why I use voltage. I just know G and E goes with the male and the female. It goes with the moon. It goes with Geno. When you say voltage at the end of it, it should say actually Geno at the end of that, just to let you know. Now, the reason for that is the end of the first half of the alphabet and the connecting of the second half ends up with N and O. The resistance, again, is going to pick up with Aquarius and Pisces in resistance. So what would you have to say, Cynthia? Aquarius is going to travel amongst the skies, right? Between 1 and 1, dropping off here and here. Aquarius, remember, Aquarius is quarter. It goes into the 4 houses, right? Does it come into the 5th house? Does it come into our house, right? If it goes into the 4 houses, it's 100%. And all of a sudden it becomes the 20 nickels. It becomes the 10 dimes. But you don't use 10 dimes. You use 9 times 10, leaving out 1. You use 19 times 5, leaving out 5 cents. You don't count 100, right? You don't count 100 in Capricorn. What we're going to do is we're going to count 99 times 1, leaving out 1 cent. When we count in Aquarius, I'm going to count to 109 when I count to Aquarius. So the reason for that is Aquarius is the 11th planet and Capricorn is the 10th. So I'm just counting 110% for Aquarius, 120% for Pisces. Do you see where I'm going with this, Cynthia?
Yeah, I'm following along.
But you see what I did? I just thought of it just now, that 110%, right, is going to be that rotation of 6 and 9 inside Aquarius. 120% is going to be that 6 and 9 percentage inside of Capricorn. The 100% is going to be inside a capacitor, which is, 120 is Pisces. And the 100% is going to be in Capricorn. That's going to be the full connect. The value of Capricorn, if I remember correctly, is 107, valued at 20. 4, 20, 38, 47, 50, 93, 107. Yes, perfect. That's what holds the everything is coming through on 8 and 9, right? Scorpio, we're going to match up Scorpio. What do you think if we match up Scorpio? We match up Leo. We match up Scorpio. We match up Leo. We match up Sagittarius. And we catch Cancer. What happens with this? When we do this, we're bringing in Sagittarius, okay, as the mutable sign, and we're bringing in Cancer as the cardinal sign. We're also bringing in Leo as a fixed sign, and we're bringing in Scorpio. Let me see. Oh, with a fixed sign. So Leo and Scorpio are coming in on their fixed signs.
Good. I'm glad you're doing that because anytime you're playing with frequency, you have a range. And so if I want to set up like an instrument on and measure data, I have to look at the range and the scale, because if I don't, I'm not taking clean data. It's going to mess with the linear output.
So you saw what I put together and how I put it together? I
see everything you're talking about. I do. I do when Cynthia's talking to you and all these other people, but my challenge is articulating it as well as you do, because it's like having a belief and a knowing. I struggle with like telling people what my knowings are, and I don't have any beliefs, so I struggle to communicate, and which is ironic. I mean, I'm probably one of the most educated people you've ever met, but you would think I'm an idiot, like if you hung out with me too long.
It's okay. We're all the same. Don't worry about it. Only because we don't know it all. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. You want me to tell you what I did here?
And you don't hear this enough. I'm really grateful for you, man. I really am.
I appreciate it. I'm grateful for everybody that can handle this. It's not easy on any of us. So this is what I did. We have Capricorn. It's a 10th sign. It becomes 100% of itself. The numeric value of Capricorn is 107. So I found out that in between 7 and 10, which is the Capricorn and which is Libra, the scales, I have the 8 and the 9, and the reverse zodiac sign is the 4 and the 5. This is how I piece this together.
Oh, shit.
This one has a 5 difference over here. This one has a 3 difference over here. With the 5 difference, this is going to equate with Pisces. This one is going to equate with Aquarius. The reason for that, let me see, did I do that properly? Just let me see. Just wanted to see if I did that properly. And they're both 1313, so right away it has to do with Jacob's ladder. It has to do with bringing the ABC together with the ABCD, meaning ABC equals to 6. I know it sounds a little retarded, but ABC equals to 6 and ABCD equals to 10. So you're going to do BCD equaling to 9. If you know what I'm getting at, it's all about the combinations of ABCD. That's what makes up all of 9, makes up everything. If I'm going to do AB at the bottom, then at the top, I'm going to do HI. If I'm going to do AC, this is AB. If I'm going to do AC, then I'm going to be doing I and G. If I do AD, I'm going to bring together H Oh no, I said I'm going to bring together I with this one. I'm not supposed to. Okay, this is a full formation connection then. Okay. There's a difference between full formation connection and partial. Okay, when you do full, there's no moving apart. So when I connect A with I, that's a 10. I should be actually connecting A with H. That's a 9. I can connect my 9s and my 11s separately. I'm going to show you where this comes from. Like, I'm not sure if I'll be able to do now because I'm a little...
Here's the thing. The 107 means 107, but it also is a 17, which has another meaning, which is an 8, which has another meaning. And like earlier you were talking, and you kept bringing up the 36. Well, the 36, it comes from the 360, which is the circle. And anytime someone says Father, they say pattern, and they say circle to me. Because if you get a chance to watch that video that I sent you, like you'll see that all the patterns, every single pattern there is there's as above and a so below. So I'm looking at it in the stars, and then I'm trying to see how it links up to the body, and like so breaking it all down. I mean, because they're both very complex. So if I'm going to look at 360, I'm going to look at 36. And I'm going to look at 9, and that's like that gives you the whole damn story right there. Yeah, exactly.
This is number 8. This is what number 8 does in the star system. This is only on the plus. This is not on the minus. See, over here, it's going to show me 9 and 8 equals 17. On the minus, it's 1. On the minus, this one over here is 6. On the minus over here, it's 13. On the minus, it's 20 or 2. On the minus, it's 17 or 8. On the minus over here, it's 7. On the minus over here, it's 5. And the minus over here, it's going to be, I'm going to have to do this one out. I have to do all of them, all these things.
So the 1 and 7 to me says when you become one with the Creator through the 7, the 8 is the manifestation and abundance, and it's an inverted infinity sign. So I'm seeing a whole nother story when you're talking about the numbers. So you see a story, I see a story, and both of our stories are correct. It's just how we see the numbers.
Well, take a look at this line over here.
Yeah.
Do you see it?
Yeah, spirit times manifestation and abundance equals
answer.
Yeah.
You see
so
how it,
when the
but
7
look,
become
wait, bring
1,
it back to here. Look at this. It starts here the other way, and then it ends up here. So it rotates within itself between 1 and 7. It's rotating within itself.
It's a complete spiral, dude. It's a complete freaking spiral.
Yeah.
Whenever you're done with the numbers, if you come up with a story, that's a spiral. What you have there, everything there is a freaking spiral.
Everything is
a different shape. So then those numbers are going to tell you, because when we rotate in a spiral through the zodiac sign, it's not like going to be like a perfect spiral. Sometimes the part of the spiral is going to bulge out, and sometimes it's going to come back in. Just like the aeons, the ages, they don't have the same amount of time. Just as like why Adam lived for 900 some years and his son lived for 900 years. That's not talking about people. It's talking about ages.
So I have a question for you. If you're telling me, is it a spiral because it keeps coming back to 8? Is it a spiral because the double digits rematch itself? Look at all the double digits at the end. I mean, 17.
The Milky Way, we live in the Milky Way, and which is ironic because the pituitary gland is the Milky Way, and it spirals, and we spiral around the sun, and all the planets spiral around the sun, and then they do retrograde. And so, like, if you are alchemizing the loss of a pet, you're gonna at first you're gonna feel all that grief, and then when the planets rotate around, what's not processed of that grief is gonna come back up, and it's gonna keep coming back up until the gold is pure. It's just like alchemizing gold.
So
But this is in a spiral.
right. So I want to understand it in this number. When you said this is a spiral, did you say it because they're all eights? Did you say it because 17 and 71 become 26 and 62 because 33 and 53? Is that why you said it?
No, it's everything to the left of that.
Okay, where? Show me where.
Well, it's so you have 8, 16, 24, 32. It's right before you get to that. There you go. So if you like come up with reference points for a spiral based on primary, numbers or whatever, you're going to end up with a spiral.
Okay, because I can't see it, but I can tell you what happens here. You see this over here?
It's Fibonacci. You can turn all that into Fibonacci if you wanted to.
This here is the end of the Monopoly game, these two rows together.
Yeah. Well, there is no end.
Yeah, the Monopoly game ends on this one over here.
I know, but in reality, there is no end, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but I work with fixed numbers. I can't guess. In order to do this, like when you work with the resistors and everything, I need to make a utopia out of this.
So we're in a carbon-based body, right?
Right.
Okay, so we're allowed to see certain frequencies around us, and some things are around us that we can't see, right? So then as your eye opens, you see things in the spiritual world. So you get to a recalibration point in your frequency where everything isn't like, it's kind of clear, but it's not, all right? And then you recalibrate. So then if you are seeing at a different perception or a different dimension, then you start seeing things, but you have to go through the recalibration period. So a number 7 in the 5th dimension is going to be a different number 7 in the 3rd dimension.
Right. 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 Like if you want to go 8 times 2 equals to 16 equals to 7, and then you're going to go 4 times.
So 16 is going to be in the 3rd dimension, and 61 is going to be in the 5th dimension, but they're still 7s.
Hold on, I'm doing them all.
And they're both 6s too. But it's like looking at, like, if you're in telecommunications and I'm going to change the channel, I've got to dial it in so I'm getting a clear message. Because if I'm like trying to save someone's life that's on the beach, then I've got to like dial it in or they're not going to be saved.
Okay, here's where it comes. Here's the answer. This is the answer. Here's the 7s on this level. This goes into the ocean. This is what Abraham. This is the runner in control of the ocean. This breaks up the house and brings it back together. See 1 and 7? It's the only 7 you can get. So on each one, when you spoke about it, here's 1, here's 2, here's 4, and here's 5. These are the only ones that come back. See, these two are together 2, these two are together 2, these two are together 1, these two are together 1. They're whole numbers, 4 and 5.
Yeah, but that's why I stick to meanings of numbers, because like those numbers are all on a different order. And so if I look at 4 times 4, that's a different meaning than I don't have my glasses because I'm not in the garage, but like we're all on different paths back to the same place, and we're all going to alchemize differently. So like if I wanted to dial that down and to like personalize that number for somebody, then I would look at the specific meaning of that number regardless of the result. It's still a story.
So the thing is, in the project that I'm working on, everybody's the same number, but at different times. But the whole thing is
I totally agree, but that still means that you still have different calculations. Just like if you calculate my name or Cynthia's name, you're going to use the same numbers, but they're going to be in different orders, which is going to tell you a specific story. It's like looking at your birth chart and all that. It's going to be your story.
That's why I keep it. That's why I keep everything like this. What this is this is like building a computer until you put anything on it. Where I am right now in my work, into all the algorithms, it's only algorithms. There is no story other than finding out where all the algorithms. Then you can take, once I get this computer, once I get this program running, you can put all the stuff you want and everybody's going to have their own personal story. But everybody's going to be working off the same equations.
Well, yeah, just like a computer works on zeros and ones. I mean, it's only zeros and ones. But if you learn Boolean algebra, it's like if I want to write this story, I'm going to arrange the zeros and ones in a completely different order.
Right. I don't know about that. So what did you say? What kind of algebra?
Boolean, Boolean, Boolean algebra. It's adding, subtraction, multiplication, and divisions of zeros and ones. And it's the most complicated freaking, calculus was easier. Physics was easier. Boolean algebra is a motherfucker.
Boolean reminds me of the cube.
Because you know what you're telling me? You want me to tell you what you're telling me right now? You're showing me this. See, everything for me has to be simple. I can't do anything hard because I have to share this.
You're not simple, dude. Don't even go there. You're not simple. Yeah, exactly.
So this is what I'm running off of.
Did dot. Exactly. Yep.
So I have to run all my numbers off of these patterns in order, because it's not going to be who are you and who is them. Everybody has to run off. Listen, my pattern is like this. There's 26 letters in the alphabet. Okay, we start with that. A 1-letter word, a 2-letter word, a 3-letter word. Then if I want to use special things, R for resistance, I for this, V for voltage. We go to plumbing, electronics, and then I start categories, everything, so we understand the electronics. And now it's the theory of 8, or the theory of 26. There's only 26 cubes on here. Each cube has 6 sides. That's 156. Each single side has 9, equal to 1,404. There's going to be a minimum of 3 cubes per series, which is going to leave me with 4212 or something. So
yeah, but there's a positive and a negative, because there's a positive and a negative polarity. So as you spin that, some of the numbers are going to be, yeah, exactly, yeah, which is what comes down to equilibrium. And just about every time you pull up like one of your drawings, well, you know what I see? I see the Wheatstone Bridge, which is an electronic circuit that looks at taking 2 outputs and balancing them to get 1 output, which is basically what we're trying to do with the left and right hemispheres of the brain, and turn the light on in the middle. It's all pointing towards that. Every single thing you do points right towards that.
I found it.
Yes.
So what do you
Turn it
think about
on.
this?
I got something pretty cool.
Yeah, go ahead, Forbidden.
Give me 1 second. I got to finish it up. I'm almost done, but I'm finishing right now.
So you saw this, right?
Yeah.
So you knew what this was? This is the number 17, the teacher. I'll show you that right away before Forbidden comes on. So we have to remember the copper penny, very important. We need 4 cents. The Canadians took it off the market. We're missing 4 cents, not 5. The 4 cents creates 4 dots. The 5 cents creates a line. I have to go back to what the Mayans have done. I need to go back in ancient times. I have to know how they counted. Here's your teacher.
Hey, so what do you Canadians think of the number 51?
Number 51, it's vibration.
I'm messing with you, bro. I'm messing with you. I'm being silly.
I don't watch any of it. It's just every time they say it, 51 is just it's for me. It's just telling me they're working out a new vibration somewhere. So they're really trying. They need to. The time is very cutting short. That's why everybody's into this now. Because before, when I got on a couple of weeks ago or a year ago, you couldn't find anybody talking about numbers. Now it's all over the place. Or I just found the right groups.
I'm being silly. I'm being silly. We have 50 states in the United States. I asked you how you Canadians feel about the number 51.
So do you know that you have actually 99 area space stars, and your flag is actually I'm going to show you 1 second.
You want to hear my prediction? No,
Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, I have in one of my visions I have seen Canada and the United States combining, because keep in mind they're a part of the same company. They just
Okay,
have
get
two
ready,
different
Mr.
heads,
I am
but
race.
they're a part of the
They're all
same
part of the
company.
IM
They're
race.
going to combine, and then your President Trump is going to be the last president. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's just basically what I have foreseen, and we'll see how it plays out. But so far, because I have been tuning into the numbers and decoding, there's so much here. The dam is probably going to break. And I don't like foretelling stuff like that, but there's a lot to that.
Aquarius
And
is alien.
it's pertaining to how everything is stacking up right now, and they're already creating systems for this. Just like with the fires. Notice how that happened in the snow, and it happened like towards the bridge of Aquarius. They've waited a lot for Aquarius to put all this stuff through the system because Aquarius is the purple window.
Okay, we're going to stop it. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. We're going to stop it. So don't
Yeah,
worry.
and see, you've drawn the purple window, and you've delivered how we are the purple window. We are a part of that as well.
But we're changing
We're the
it because
windows.
we're going to make sure we stay on track and not worry about anything else. We have a job to do, and we're just going to stay away from everything, you know? Here's your 1776. One 1776. The Pilgrim Law. Did you understand that?
Oh, most definitely. It's back to equilibrium and the one in the middle.
1,500, 100, 100, 50, 10, 10, 5, 1. 1, 5, 1, 1.
In the middle.
This is Trump. This is May 11th.
Who is the God? EL?
This is AE. This is the heart. This is the heart. This is coming in May 11th, the 131st day. That's what it says here. May 11th. So I'm trying to figure out where this is there an algorithm that's running out there that nobody understands? There's got to be an algorithm out there, because there's there's a hopscotch algorithm that what happens is it'll go 3 times and then it'll skip 1 square and then it'll go 3 again. Then everybody will say, well, we just lost that chromosome because they're not watching the designs, the artwork. That's how they lose it.
Hey, have you ever heard of the jump to conclusions, Matt?
No, but I like that.
There's a movie called Office Space, and this guy, he ends up burning the building down, but he becomes rich by creating this game called Jump to Conclusions.
I remember that. That's funny.
No salt in my margaritas.
So that's the algorithm I can't figure out, is the Jump to Conclusions, Matt.
Okay.
Okay, and I had something, which I know Forbidden has something too, but
Go ahead.
the game Minecraft. Okay, because I've been learning all this stuff, and I've been teaching my children as well, and they play Minecraft. Did you know Minecraft is a mirror image of our reality? It's just in game form. And so, like, they have the seed in there, and the seed is numbers, and you can create new worlds with it. And the first number that it starts out with is 51 for Mars. You have multiple seeds, and they're an algorithm, they're a number pattern.
Well, Mars is just to set boundaries. People call it the god of war, but it's also like just setting boundaries. Because if you set boundaries with a narcissist, man, you're at war.
Yeah, I've looked at it like a balancing act. You know, it's your alter egos, basically, like your inner shadow. So I don't know if people here know about your
Has
shadow,
anybody
but
gone over Rotas Sador? Very important.
oh yeah, I like that one.
Do you see what's going on, anybody? This is bringing AI to the cycle, to AI to the cycle. This is red, this is black, this is red, this is black, this is red. The long count is 73, connecting the gates, creation of the 7th gate. The opera, right, is the passageway. Then there's 64, tenet and tenet. This is where Jacob's ladder comes in, right over here, and then it repeats. So it becomes 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. That's
Yeah,
what
but see, I've heard that they're telling us that we're using AI, but we're actually using ASI, artificial super intelligence. So I think that's something that's like under the rug. They haven't pulled the rug out on yet.
Yeah, and then there's the bowling, right? We have to understand, here's another equation, the bowling. But instead of starting here, start over here. 30, 60, 90. You're going to be running it. The minute you start the game, it's 30. The minute you mark here, it's 60. The minute you go here is 90. So we get 90 in the 8th, and we start in Scorpio from Aquarius. But in here, we have Pisces. All the zodiac signs are in here. The 10th frame is Aquarius. Is Capricorn. Capricorn, Pisces, Aquarius. You come into Sagittarius. Over here, Scorpio, Scales, Libra, Virgo, Leo. Then over here, Cancer. And then here's the first 3 frames that we end up with. We stop over here. This over here is 240, the 24 hours a day, 270, 300. We run it backwards. So everything we did, again, with the ID.
You know what you just reminded me of? So the mother, and Cynthia can probably like double check me on this, because my mom was born the 10th of January, which I think is a Capricorn, and my dad was born the 3rd of March, which is a Pisces, and I was born the 1st of February, which is an Aquarius. But from what I understand is the mother passes on the RNA, so I think that's why the Jewish folk like put whether you're Jewish or not in the mother, because the RNA is supposedly like the rib, the ribonucleic acid, which was taken from the atom, which is the electron. So I think there's like a story there too. And so if we look at our lines from our mother's side, that's going to be like flipping script, because we're told to follow the father's line, and I don't think that's accurate.
So you already called out an answer. The minute you say A and E, you're already telling me through the A it's split. The E is going to be between the 2 worlds. So you answer yourself right away. It's right in the spelling. It's given right to us. A splits everything. E is in 2 different worlds, right? And there's another sun. There's a major sun, and then there's 2 other worlds where the sun, the major sun, gets a reflective sun. I don't know if it's an artificial sun, but it's definitely another sun, or it's a split sun, or it's a mirror sun. So
yeah, I've always thought about that, because my last name is E-L, and there's an E-A and a C-H, so I'm always playing my name. And when you take that cube you got there and you spin it, and you can see L-Y-N-N in it, and you can actually probably find L-E-A-C-H if you took your cube and you spun it on one of the angles. I can freaking find my name in it, bro.
Oh yeah, Cynthia said that. I haven't seen it yet, but I mean I've seen some of the letters. You can go and play the game of pool and try and create your name. You can go play the game of darts.
Oh yeah, yep, I totally agree.
So I'm just trying, and I just figured out tonight, and I don't want to forget this. So anyways, the 99 stars of the U.S., right? Sorry, the 50, but it's not 50. It's 50 spaces used. There are 49 unused spaces for that star. When you put it in a picture frame, it becomes 11 by 13. It becomes 143 area spaces to create that star. If you follow what I'm saying.
Yeah, I do see it. I do.
I'm just trying to put papers and prepare myself for tomorrow. I got like not much battery left, but I'm going to try and hang it out. So I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's so much stuff. There's so much stuff. So yeah. So tonight I learned a bunch of things. One of the things I really like. I'm going to show you the teacher part. I just wanted to go to just to create the, going through another book, Jupiter. So Jupiter is a 5x5. So when I designed the 5x5 of Jupiter, it all ends on the Monopoly board. I'm going to explain it in a second. When I create this heart, okay, when I create that heart, so let me do this here. I'm going to just, I don't know what it is. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm just trying to see what size I should make. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoop. Whoop. And then I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 5, 5, 5. Call this Jupiter. So this is what happens. I have 20 darts on a table. Are you with me?
Yes.
I have 20 darts on a table. I use the bullseye over here. Then I go ahead, I have the green area space of 25 that goes around it. I'm counting 5, I'm counting 5, I'm counting 5, I'm counting 5. I have 0 in between. Unlike, hold on a second, unlike, hold on a second, so let me get this out here. 51 minutes after the hour, there's 9 minutes left of the hour. 51 minutes after the hour, we did 30, then we did 21. So we've done the cube. So we have to look at our times differently. When you're running by 20 minutes, when you're running by 15 minutes, time allotted, time rested. All these are indications of how we're going to assemble whatever equation that I need to assemble. So over here yesterday, let me see where this is. Over here yesterday, where did this go? Things just disappear. Can't be that far back. Okay, yesterday. Wow, where did everything go? Wow, this is not fun. Yesterday, I took a couple of pictures. Okay, here they are. Here is this one over here. This one, okay, is communication.
You know, that's what an omnidirectional antenna looks like too, bro. Like if you look at like shapes of antennas, like you have direction, you have like omnidirectional and directional antennas. That's a bidirectional antenna.
Okay, and then there's this one here. And then there's this one here. I didn't finalize it. So this one over here, I have to redo this. But this is the AD, and whoop, not this one. Hold on a second. It's this one over here. This is Isaac. It's number 2 and 3. This is Abraham. It's 1 and 4. See, it's 41414. This one works with the sun. This one works with the moon. This one over here is the Jupiter one. It's the 5-0. You have 5, 0, 4, 1, and 2, 3. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's the way it works. There's nothing else after that. So if I'm going to go work with the dodecahedron, that's the maximum 5 I can get with this. Do you follow with this? Does anybody know anything about this? That's where I'm usually good in answering questions to somebody who already knows that way, because if I show something, my credibility is 0 if we can't go anywhere with it, right? So I'm
Well, the
going
thing
to,
that comes up when you show shapes like that is there's like different shapes that like stand for planets that, and they have frequencies. And so I'm curious as to, you know, like the 440 to the 432, they took our 432 music and made it 440, and it was to keep that static coming around, which like is one of the reasons you find me always trying to dial it in. And I want to know if like and let's just throw it out there, if someone shifted around one of the planets, or they're trying to get us to believe that one of the planets is shifted around, whether they're out there or in there, like, is there like a frequency that's changed?
yes, this is the 88 constellations by 5 equals to 440. Otherwise than the 4. Then the 4 multiplied by 108 equaling to the 432. That's the difference. It's the
Well,
5.
we're supposed to get a new heaven and a new earth, which I think is all right here. But it's like when, like I heard Cynthia talking about earlier, it's like people are waiting to die to go to heaven, but you're supposed to bring it here. And once we get enough people bringing it here, we get that frequency, and the universe is a reflection of what's inside of us. So I'm just trying to like figure out like what that looks like on paper with numbers, because this is all like it's like a frequency like prison until you like break the chains. You unravel that two bind.
What?
Yeah, and notice how prison sounds like prism.
Oh yeah.
So and prison is also price on. It's concerning the money sign.
So
Mars as well.
let's give a little bit of time to Forbidden, who's been very quiet. Come on up, Forbidden. You want to come out in the big?
Show us your work.
Yeah. I mean, this is crazy. Like this is insane. Like, wow.
Let's go.
All right, check this out. Y'all gonna love this. This could possibly show that our coordinates are backwards.
Yes, of course. We're going up and down. Of course.
Yes, that part. Come on.
Of course, we're going up and down, and it's not even a question. See, we're all.
It's really not according to the stars and Earth. Okay.
But we shouldn't be taking a stance on anything. It's not for us to talk. It's for us to do the math. This is only a math thing. It's all math. Forget about the words.
No, I'm forgetting about the words. But what I'm about to show you is important, because if you do the math correctly.
Yes, of course.
Right. So we have to. Now you take what you want and think and we can figure it out. So okay. So like when you started talking about everything, and I started looking at the royal stars and their numbers. So if I take Scorpio and Leo are west and north. Okay, if I put them together, I get 65 and 23. That gives me 88. That's 11 and 5, 16. That brings me to 7. Then I do the Taurus, which is I think it was it's east and west, or east and south. Yeah, south and west. So south and west.
Can you just do me a favor? Do me a favor. Let me see that nice and clear. I'm going to take 2 pictures of it so I can keep up with you in my own speed as I'm watching the whole thing. Okay, 1 second. 1 picture, 2 pictures, now a screenshot. I've got like 9,000 pictures in my phone.
I'm with you on that. I do too.
So,
all right. So what I was looking at, and then you take the south and the west, and you put them together, you get 88 again. Brings that to 16. Then you get 10, or you reduce them like you would Pythagorean. You get 10 and 10 to 16. That's 7. The 14. Now, if you add up, if you add up the Earth's rotation around the sun, 365, you bring it down here and you get Earth 14.5. Kind of weird. So 14.5, that shows it comes back to Earth. If you do it back like they would have done back then, which is Pythagoras. So if you'd have broke it down, so you come back to Earth. That's the 4 stars that give you the cardinal directions: north, east, south, and west. Okay. So if you come back over here and you bring it down over here, and you take these 2 and they're 88, and you bring them over here, you get the 16.7. That matches with Mercury. Mercury is the first one. But what got me weird is because if you're going to say north, east, south, and west, that would put, because the way you have to add them up, that would put Aquarius and Taurus that would put Aquarius at north.
Okay, so let's do something here so everybody can follow. I'm going to ask you questions so we can set this up a little bit better than you just
I wasn't quite. That's what I was going to get. I wasn't. Don't, but this right here is so. If you do the first, because that's the first planet, and Neptune is the 8th planet, that gives you the 8 and 1 and 9. If we're human is 9, that brings 9 back to Earth.
See, you see, I'm going to explain one thing. Everything's going to be good. Why do you say it brings it back to Earth? Can you explain that?
Because these two, with these two stars, the royal stars, when they come into play, it gives you the 16-7. When these two stars come into play, that gives you 16-7. When you put the 7 and 7 together, you get the 14. That's the 14-5. That's Earth.
Okay, do you know that's going to go back into 9 again? That's going to
Right.
This, I'm going to explain to you what this is, okay? Because what I'm going to do with you is we're going to go over one by one to show everybody without any stories how to calculate these numbers. Then we'll get into the stories. But I just want to tell you that number 11, at the end result, it'll be 29. Number 12, the end result will equal to 29. Number 13, end result will be 19. Number 14, end result 29. Number 15, end result 29. Number 16, end result, I think it goes into 7, 6, 42, 55, 25, 35, 8, 23. Yeah, it'll end at 29. Number 17 is going to go back to 71. It keeps rotating. Number 18 is going to go back to 9, 8, 7, 27, 44. Hold on. 1 times 8, 1 times 8. 9 and 8, 17. 9 times 8, 9 it says 70, 44 becomes 16. So give me a second here. What is this? Okay, 16. Hold on. 8 and 9 equals to 17, 27 equals to 44 equals to 16 and 8 equals to 24 equals to 8 and 6 is 48. Equals to 62 equals to 12 equals to 20. Okay, 18 equals to 20, if I got that right. 19 will equal to 19. 20 will equal to 2 times 2, 2 plus 4. It will equal to 2. 21 is going to equal to 2, 1, 3, 5, 3, 2, 5 equals to 29. 22 equals to 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 equals to 4. And 4 is 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 is 4 and 4. This will keep the 16, 8. This will be, so this will go into 29. So this is the end result of these numbers, unless I made mistakes. Hold on a second. Can you see that?
Yeah, somewhat.
All these combinations, this is what they'll do end result. If you notice, I don't have 3, 6, or 9. I don't have the 6 in here and the 9 is in here. You see the 1, 3, 6, 9, what they do? It becomes 19. It stays at 19. With 1 times 6, 1 plus 6 is 7 and 7 and 6, 42 and 13, 55. You have your freedom inside of 16, right? Each one of these is going to join the cube or the calculator in different ways. So this is what I want to do with you right now. First, I want you to go where you start from and then stop right there. Let's look at the numbers. So go to Leo on the left, top left. Okay, stop. How did you calculate Leo?
Leo, this is where it starts. Like if you go in and you look up like your
No,
this is
no,
where
I just mean, how did you spell Leo? Where did you get 23 from?
that's where it comes from. That's Leo's royal star number. Is 23.
Okay, hold on a second. Leo is the number of its royal star is number 23. And the number to Leo itself in numerology is 32. It's 32 equals to what is 15 and 17, because the O in Leo, okay? And again, the O is a representation of water, right? So anytime you see 1 and 5 together, think about water. EAU equally to 21 equals to 27. So beta, the house of Bait, all of a sudden is going to tell me about land and water. Bet and vet. Does it make any sense at all right now? But I think it's going to talk about air. It's going to also talk about air inside of this. So now when we get to Leo, okay, and what is the N? Why the N?
This right here, this right here?
Yes.
Oh, that's north. That's just north.
Okay, so that's north, okay? So you put N for 14 for north, okay? That's good. So now
the 14 is how they add these up to get these other numbers. You start at Leo at 23. Then you take the 14 of Earth, 365 days, 3 plus 6 plus 5 is 14. So you take the 14 and you put 14 in between these. That's how they get their numbers in between them.
Okay,
So it's 23 plus 14 equals 37. 37, that's Taurus. Then you get 37 plus 14 is 51. That's how you get Aquarius. Then 51 plus 14 is 65. That's how you get Scorpio. But I mean, they still work out to where it's like north and northeast or northwest or whatever you do to break it down, like I have done right here to get the 16.
Right. So I'm just trying to keep up with, because you're
Sorry,
not just
I'm going
talking
too fast.
You're not just talking to me. So if I'm having problems keeping up, so might be a lot of other people. So just keep it right there. We're gonna go very slow. Keep it to the left. I'm writing it down piece by piece, right? So another thing about this I want to tell everybody is that the letter for north, east, south, and west on the left side, NESW, they're all number 5s. The S letter, when it says south, that's going to connect the entire system up to the moon and Mars, number 51. So the numeric value for Aquarius is 51.
Yes.
So what did you call that? A star number?
Yeah, they're royal stars is what they're called. These numbers are more important in Pythagorean numerology than master numbers.
And who gave it this number, royal star?
Our ancient ancestors.
Okay, did you know that they had a ship that sailed many, many, many years ago that got lost at sea? It was called the Royal Star.
No, I don't know nothing about that.
So now we have Taurus. I have 37 with Taurus and 14. So in between each one, you're putting Earth like a cushion, right?
The original name for these was Guardians of the Sky. These were your 4 guardians. These were the archangels. These were Michael, Raphael. These are associated with the guardians of the sky. That's what these are associated with. There's a lot of history behind these. Like you really have to dig into them. Like, I mean, that's how I dug into them, because I didn't realize that I had these 2 in my names and stuff and that's how I got into them. I started digging into them.
Yeah, but they're also tied to the disciples. Like, if you read the book of Matthew,
I've never really cared about those guys. I just wanted to know about.
There's just many different contexts, but it's also tied to, like, Matthew is Aquarius.
I mean, I remember they were talking about, I remember you talking about that because they actually took the when we were talking about Abraham named his kids after the stars. Yeah, I remember that now.
Well, how many kids did Abraham have?
I have no idea.
I thought Abraham had 2 kids.
No, he had 7 sons and 3 daughters.
His seeds are like the sand, guys.
Seeds are like the sand.
His seeds are as the sands. They're uncountable.
Oh, so he was, so he was fertile.
We're a part of that seed, remember, because it's the numbers thing.
Oh, okay, right. Got you. Understood.
Yeah, so I wanted to tell you, like, with your north, did you know that north is 75, which,
I was looking down there at that.
Yeah, and then fire is 83, which is 38 fire. And so in the flip scripts, you have hell that is hot. Well, hell is concerning the underworld. So you have your heaven above. It's divided 6 and 6.
Right.
So
that would make sense. That would make sense.
Below.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so a lot of the flip scripts, the north will be at the south and the south will be at the north. So 100 years ago, north was south and south was north, and they flipped it.
And the only reason that got me on it is because of the placement of Mercury and Neptune.
And where's that placement of Mercury and Neptune?
If you want me over, which way you want me?
Sorry. Move it a little to the right now. So you would mark fixed signs.
Yeah, these are the fixed signs. These are your fixed signs. These are your zodiac fixed signs. Those are the only 4 fixed signs. Everything else is mutable.
So
those are your spells, and they all come out to 88. Isn't that interesting?
That's what I was looking at. That's what got me, because I was sitting here talking about it, and I was like, and that's what started clicking on me. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like north. It would, if we look over here, this over here, it's north and west. So it would go backwards, northwest. You know what I'm saying? South and east. So that equals 88. You know, 16. That's where you get the 7 and the 7. The 14, when you do, like I said, 365 around the sun, which is what you had me do. This.
Right. Yes, thank you.
I broke them all down into Pythagorean.
Can you balance it so I can get a photo? Thank you. Yeah, I write this stuff down because I want to add to my memory bank as well.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we're all working together. Don't worry about these numbers down here. I'm playing with that. Don't really kind of
Yeah, so a lot of the times the hot and the cold, the red shift, blue shift, you know, that's seen even in, you know, our culture, even with the cop cars, they will have the red shift, blue shift. And you'll see this at the poll elections with the red shift, blue shift. Even your barber's poll will show you the red shift, blue shift, and this is pertaining as well to your eyes.
Now I could have put this as Jupiter, because Jupiter comes back 14.5 too, but that's not where we live, and that's not where our cardinal directions are. So
well, Jupiter is the king planet, and he has the keys to the ring.
Right, but I can't put it there because that's not where we live. These are not the cardinal directions for Jupiter. That would make no sense. We got to think logically with that one.
Yeah, and I like your 77 Christ, how you got that out of those cardinal points.
What is this? Oh, why is Taurus 10 again?
Because 3 plus 7 is 10.
Okay.
You got to look at the two. You got to look at the two whole numbers and add those together to do Pythagorean.
No, I didn't know what you were doing. I'm looking at a lot of stuff here, so.
Oh, I guarantee it. You got a lot going on. I mean, I could have put it as 1 and made this a whole number as 7, but I wanted it to correlate that way.
So you know they're also 13, right?
13. What do you mean?
Well, 8 and 5 is 13, and 2 and 11 is 13. It's the exact same numbers I've been talking about for like 9 months. Right. Scorpio's the 8th planet, Leo's the 5th, 13. Taurus is the 2nd planet, Aquarius is the 11th, 13.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So it's absolutely perfect.
You're gonna put me on something.
So now what you have to do for me, do me a little favor. Is this mutable, you said, or what is this one?
These are all fixed signs. All 4 of these are fixed. These are not mutable. These are your hard signs.
Okay, can you tell me what Sagittarius is with Cancer?
They're both mutable signs.
No. What's the number?
I don't know. I didn't do those. The only ones that have numbers that I know of like this are these 4 cardinal directions. That's it.
Okay, hold on. These are cardinal.
Okay. These numbers right here trump a master number.
Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. These are
numbers
fixed. These
not come from gematria, but they came from another
Pythagorean. This is back before. This is back when like the Persians, the Babylon, like this is like all the way back to Chaldean. This is like way back.
So a Chaldean decipher then.
Yes.
Okay, I use that alphabet too.
Because you know that the mystery schools were built off of the Chaldean stuff. You know what I'm saying? And then
yes, the Chaldean. That's where our alphabet originated from, and it just kind of flipped and flopped to get to where we are today.
That's why I was saying when I started doing all this, I went all the way back to. I was like, no, I'm not messing with nothing else. I'll mess with Pythagoras because his stuff does make sense because he did study in the mystery schools for 22 years, so it made sense to me. So I'm going back from our teachers from mystery schools. I'm not going around. I'm not messing with nothing else other than our ancestors, our ancient.
About this?
Oh yeah, I studied the Hellenistic a lot. They were very smart.
Okay, can I go down to the bottom parts?
That's where I was told to go because I got the language that I got when I started getting all this was from a 10,000. It's debated whether it's older than Sumerian or Sumerian's older than it.
Yeah, but so the mystery schools are all just about the secret, and the secret really is turning the light on. Just like you've got 14. 14 means child or pineal gland. To me, and the 7 means the the 7 chakras. So it's the
I
same
mean, I don't
story.
want
You're just
to.
coming
Not
about
no
it.
offense. I don't want to confuse. I don't want to confuse what I know with anything other than what you have with that because that'll mess me all up. And I got a really good system. I'm not but I can't right now because it'll I can't.
Right. It's very hard. It's very hard to go to words without numbers or math because that always becomes he said, she said. Even though a lot of people keep saying the exact same thing, it's hard to share it with the basic public people. So only a few are going to understand that. That's the only thing I see forbidden. Is that what the way you're looking at it?
Yes, I'm looking at it like I'm going back to the very beginning of everything. I'm not like I mean like when they do their mathematics, a lot of their mathematics is everything is broken down. That's how I broke the code in the pyramid.
So can
That
I ask you a
1.587.
question?
Yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Go
Where
ahead.
did you find these royal numbers?
Anywhere online. All you got to do is type in royal star numbers. It'll or you type in you can
Royal
add
star numbers for planets,
right.
or
No,
for constellations, or for zodiac signs.
Yeah, so in my book, what I was writing was like the different
these are.
deciphers. So
I'm sorry.
you can use the Chaldean. We've used it before with deciphering Oz.
Right. I use well sometimes what I've learned like okay there's another something that talks to me and I can't wait. There's another thing. I get my knowledge comes from something else. I'm gonna say that. That's all I can. I don't want to get too far into it, but I've done numbers on 3 different names between my name, that name, and another name, and they pretty much all come back the same, and they all correlate back to 10, 1, and that gives me kind of like my soul chart. If that makes sense.
Any
Yeah,
way
we
you
are
do
the
it, you come up
Satans.
with the same thing, bro. That's what I'm trying to say. So
Yeah, I mean, I do it a lot.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared. That's like freaking algebra, bro. I mean, it's the same thing.
Well, this stuff right here, I do this while I'm awake, and I reach up into the sky and I just pull it down and I put it on paper.
Yeah,
While you guys, this is what I was doing while you
I
guys were
get
talking.
that. I get that.
I mean, I literally put all this together while you guys were talking. You know what I'm saying? That's and because I was looking at my homework he gave me, and I've been waiting to turn it in all night. But then when you guys started talking, like I looked over, like something like literally turned my head and made me look at it, and I was like, "Oh, what? Hey, wait a minute! There's 88. That's the number we were looking at."
There used to be 88 88 chapters in the Catholic Bible, and they're all based off the zodiac. And the zodiac is based off of Pythagorean's theorem, which is the X, Y, and Z axis. It's all the same. That's what I'm trying to say. So the reason I said that is you might have your frame of reference, but if you get into others, you're going to see the same pattern. It's all patterns.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what me and Mr. Tagpan was talking about. Like even though the way he does his stuff, we still usually end up with the same result.
Yeah. You can. The only difference we'll have is if we do a different research, we might just see different numbers. But at the end, what I see from your work, it doesn't matter if we have different numbers. It's still the same algorithm. There's still another algorithm we're doing. That's all it is.
Right. And I'm just doing it the most ancient way, and you're taking it into the 3D form, and I'm just leaving it on flat 2D.
So I'm still writing this page. What I want you to do next, because I'm writing everything down, can we go to the left part where it says Scorpio? Yeah, there. Just let me just.
Theorem is 2D, but you can convert it to 3D when you give it another axis.
But you already did this twice. You just did this twice, didn't you?
Yes. I give this to you. I give this to Mr. Tacpan, and then he turns it to the 3D if he wants to. And that's our teamwork. That's our camaraderie.
Yeah, because like the Aquarius is going to end up for the fish that Jesus caught.
Bro, he's the one that figured.
Pythagorean's theorem is based on 3D, so I don't know why you think it's 2D. It's using a 2D reference to look at the 3D, but it's the same. It's all the same. And the reason I know that is because I freaking went to college for 13 years, so I don't know everything. But what I'm saying is I hear what you're saying, but it is taking 2D and giving it a 3D reference. So you've got it there.
I might not be in college, but I've got it figured out pretty good. I don't know. I don't know how to do that other stuff. I mean, I understand Pythagorean still, like the right angle triangle, like the right
All I'm
triangle.
trying to do is help you see that you, college or not, you're using a 2D formula to look at it from the 3D. So you are seeing it. You have it within you to see it, is what I'm trying to tell you right now. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I do. I really do. Thank you. So,
Oh yeah, you're spot on. You're spot on.
So,
I feel like everybody here, the collaborative has been great, even in the comments.
I mean, like, I don't know, like I don't know.
Yeah, see, and I like how you linked Aquarius with 51 Mars, because that's for the moons.
And when you add it up, what's weird is when you add up the 50, when you add up the rotation around the sun, guess which one comes up 51?
Which one? Uranus? Yeah, and that's the telltale end.
Right, and that one's actually, what's weird is that one's actually in my 12th house.
Now, see, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, they're the pucks on ice. That's why they're blue for the waters that are cold. They're towards the they're not a part of the flame family. That's why we have the flames for the 7 days of the week. Okay. But they are pertaining to you still, because they're pertaining to the aftermath and the afterlife.
Right.
That's why you have Uranus and then you have Uranus,
Fair enough. On the tail.
Yeah, and see, Uranus connects with Luna, your moon, which is the anal. That's the back door, and that's why we're the mooners and we're the moon howlers.
And that's like Mr. Tackpan doing all my numbers and figuring out a lot of things. Like, I mean, a lot of things. I mean, things that had me sitting down going, what you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So can I just say something? When you talk about 2D and 3D, the thing about 2D and 3D is the communication center is in 2D, and then the receptor is in 3D. And then what happens is from 2D you go to 4D. That's how the house comes together. And then we need to go to 5D, and 5D, all the communication comes together, and that's the water. That's the O.
Right, and that's, I mean, I like, to me, like you say, those D's are not on paper. They're just like, they're you.
So can I want to look right now where the Mercury is in Neptune. I want to write that down, because I've got almost your whole page down in my way. I'm going to re-show it back to you. And then and then when you tell everybody what you did, I can go back to reference certain things. Why is Mercury 1? Because it's the first planet.
First planet. That's what it looked. That's what's really struck me as interesting right there, is because I think they should be upside down. You know what I'm saying? Because this one right here, being the first planet, it should be closer to the two cardinal signs that would be at the lowest number, because it would be first, if that makes sense. That's what I was looking at, like north is south and south is north.
So what does it mean 14 and 5? Why did you do that again next time? I think we're going to get shut down. Well, where do you get
no, that goes back to Earth. This is bringing this right here.
No, not there. Hold on.
Because like I was
for entertainment purposes only. For entertainment purposes only.
Yeah, we have to stop for a second. They might shut us down. Just 1 second. Let me do a change here. So let me do this.
Why is it always my math?
It might be you, but it's a little scary at that point. Just give me a second here.
Well, 2 other lives. I mean, I jumped in some other lives. I was just sitting there. I didn't even say nothing. 2 lives got shut down.
Okay, so I'm going to put you back on. What I want to see there is why did you put? Okay, don't move. Keep the camera out there. Don't bring it close. Keep it away. You were good. Okay, listen, don't move. Why is the 14 and 5 Earth next to Mercury and Neptune? Are you just putting 14 and 5 Earth next to everything?
No, because look, 14, 5. Or, you know what I'm saying? The 14.5, these are the two, or the 16.7s. That's what I'm using these for. Okay, the 16.7s are those two, or they're right here. You know what I'm saying? There's one planet in between it, and then you have.
But why did Mercury get 16? What's going on here so we can all see?
Because that's how many. When you add up the revolutions, they go around the sun.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I'm breaking it down Pythagorean. I'm
Okay,
breaking
so
everything to its simplest form.
Okay, so
Everything.
before you do that, I just want to explain one thing in this, okay, because it gets a little confusing. Is when you're using two numbers, and when you go to three numbers, and when you go to four numbers, each one is telling a different story. Just to let you know. So your reduction,
This to the way I do it, I don't know none of the stories like that. All I know is when I get it to this final number and I build it out, and it tells me a completely different story. It tells me that this was the first planet and this is the last planet, that we have to come through the first and last planet to make it to Earth through these royal stars. If we don't come through these royal stars, we can't make it to these two planets to make it to this planet.
Okay, bro. So the planets are also symbolic of the chakras. So don't get hung up on the planets, because as above, so below.
I'm not getting hung up. I'm just telling you what it tells me. I'm not worried about none of that. That's what I'm saying. Like, so when we go back to the 8 and 1 brings up 9. When you say that as 9, that's when we become whole and solid as a carbon life form. That strikes me as like, oh, wait a minute, that's relevant. That's super relevant.
Yeah.
It breaks it all the way down to the simplest thing, because you're coming through all the planets, through the main stars to come back to Earth.
Yeah, so when you get here, your count starts on all planets at the same time. Your
I didn't
count
know
up
that.
and your count down,
No,
yeah. And then
See,
your age is different on each planet, so you can go and type in your age and you can see how it's counting up even in your decimal format.
Oh wow! See, I don't know. Like this is how it's given to me.
Sounds like
Yeah, every planet is counting. So like you have your Saturn return, that happens every 30 years to 33 years, and
That's why I
that's
giggled.
setting.
That's why I giggled when I said Aquarius in Uranus is 51. I'm like, so we are from Area 51.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
some people say
You know what I mean?
Uranus is the ruling planet of Aquarius, but it sounds to me like you found the reincarnation cycle. That's what
Yes,
it's.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I found because of the reincarnation that something always points to me, because I had to use two charts, but I found it. Because there's one. Okay, JESUS is 5 letters. My name is 5 letters of my first name. The other name that I use is 5 letters too. So when I break them down and I put them into things like this, there's correlating numbers that creates the Fibonacci sequence for me. So when I put all those numbers together, that's why I was been trying for 6 years to not hear what Mr. Takpan told me yesterday.
Okay,
I've been trying to prove it wrong.
So the thing is that what you've proved is that you were in the reincarnation cycle, and through that reincarnation cycle, you got here. But that's not the same cycle you want to use to get the hell out of here. So that's why I'm talking.
That's the thing, though, brother. If I am of the essence that he broke my thing down to, I came here to help you get out of that cycle.
Bro, we all came here to get out of the cycle, because I can play the same with
Right.
my
Okay.
name and
Never mind.
numbers.
My apologies.
All right.
Okay, now I understand. That's what I was getting at. My apologies. So we have 8 and 1 is 9, which brings you back to the solid, which comes back to to Earth. The only thing down here I was looking at was like the Aquarius, which is in the set, which is the set. If that comes from the 7th, and that's in the 11th, that brings me to the 18, which brings me back to the 9 again. So it's like Aquarius is like a little bit different, I guess. That one I haven't researched yet. I was just trying to put it together when you asked me to bring it all up.
So how did you get 51 at this?
Because I take the revolution. You said, look this up. Earth days, the time of orbit around the sun. We have 1 year around the sun.
Okay.
So I break it down. These are the Earth days.
No, not on this one. On the other page, what did you do?
That's what I did. I took
Oh,
these
okay.
numbers and I break them down. See, I broke them all down right here. So I
Okay,
could look at
so
them already broke down, and then when I break them down over here, I can move them around easier and figure out where they go and how they fit.
show me how you got Aquarius matching up with the seventh sign, Uranus and Aquarius. How did you do that?
It's the seventh planet.
Okay, let me see. No, let me
The
see the
seventh.
number. No, let me, 7. Okay, 21. That's 24. Where do you get 51 or 5 and 1?
Hold on, see them. How did I get that? What did I do?
Yeah, see, and now if you're counting the sun, Uranus is 9. If you actually say 10, you count the sun.
Oh, I messed up. Okay, I messed up. So don't worry about that part then. I messed up.
I can't write it down if you messed up, but that doesn't matter because what you're
I was
doing.
that was when I was in a hurry trying to hurry up.
No, but this is beautiful. You put together Uranus with Aquarius. It's beautiful. It has to be that way. It's forever. Those two are forever.
Be honest with you. Sometimes I make those mistakes like that, and somehow I don't know where it comes from. It just hits me.
Oh, you probably just wrote down the wrong number.
But it's forever that number. That's 11 and 7 are together not only once, they're together 4 times on a dice cube. There's no other number that comes together 4 times on the dice cube. So it's amazing. And the 7, you know what the 7's used for? The 7's used for the power of Christ into the water, into the ocean. The 11th sign, the 2nd sign, and the 5th sign.
Oh, what I did was this. I did this right here. I just looked at it and I seen what it did to me. I did this right here. That's 15. That's 21 plus 30 is 51.
Okay, so listen to me. I'm going to show you another thing about that. You put a comma, right? You put a comma?
Yeah. I mean,
so what it's going to be, it's going to be 3 and 24. Sorry, 3 and 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 3 and 21. Yeah,
right,
mark 3 and 21. That's communication. That's 107. Because you cannot put more than 3 numbers. You can put 3 and 3 numbers, but you can't put more than 3 numbers in a row. Otherwise, you've made a full formation.
I'm writing down. I'm just writing down like what you asked for. What you
did is so that 107. What that equals to? Why I said 107?
To me, that comes out to 8.
Yeah. Now I have to remember why I said 107.
You said it was communication.
Yes, I'm just trying to remember what I was. Oh, yes. Hold on a second. Because one side is 6, 7, and 8, 21. Okay. The other side is 30. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember why 107. Oh, yes. Because it came out that. Can you mark down 321?
Yes.
But put down 3.21.
3.21.
Yes.
Now I have that.
Now
over here.
divide that by 3. You don't have to write it down.
Oh,
it's already written down. You already have it written down.
Yeah, right there. Okay,
107. Right. So 107 is the communication between. It's a metric system. It's building things up and it's breaking things down. Could be part of the transistors. When you see an S and an I coming together, I look at that as the LGB transistors because they're working between the male and the female system, and they got to change their sex all the time in order to fit form. Now, I don't know if there's anything in the Bible that changes their sex, but these sisters have to do it. Inside the word sister, you do not have the letter H, like in brother, mother, aether. And inside the word THER, which is part of the Mars system. Sister is number 43. Okay, it's a DC current or something like that. It's a direct current or a deferred current. So just give me a second. I want you to listen to this. This is something you just did. I wrote a song for you. I don't know how it's going to come out, but this was what you did.
Out in the field where the cosmos spin, on the blur's torch where the game begins. Number 1, the leader takes the stage. Taurus strong, breaking out the cage. Rigorous roars in the heart of Leo's flame. Number 9, the sun's in the
Let's try this one.
To integrate royal stars with numbers for planets, constellations, or zodiac signs. We can approach this through numerology, astrological, and sports.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear. Okay, I got it now.
To integrate royal stars with numbers for planets, constellations, or zodiac signs. We can approach this through numerology, astrological and sports. Logical and sports. Down of royal stars. Out in the field where the cosmos spin. How the birds torch where the game begins. Number one, the leader takes the stage. Tall and strong, breaking out the cage. Regulus roars in the heart of Leo's flame. Number nine, the sun's in the game. Completion shines in a golden hue. Cosmic wisdom lighting up the view. Royal stars in the sky tonight, played by numbers, burning bright. Venus, Mars, the sun they call. Uranus breaks through, we rise, we fall. From 1 to 9, the cycles turn. In the cosmic game, we live, we learn. Antares burns with the crimson glare. Mars strikes hard in the midnight air. Number 6, where balance fights. Scorpio dances in the shadowed lights. Fomalhaut drifts in Aquarius tide. Number 4, where the rebels ride. Structure breaks in a sea of stars, while Uranus drives electric cars. Spin the wheel, roll the dice. 7's in sight, cuts like ice. 8's the power, infinite bold, while 5 keeps changing, breaking the mold. Royal stars in the sky tonight, playing by numbers, burning bright. Venus, Mars, the sun they call. Uranus breaks through, we rise, we fall. From 1 to 9, the cycles turn. In the cosmic game, we live, we learn. From Taurus dawn to Scorpio sting, Leo roars and the rebels sing. Stars align in the cosmic show. Numbers guide where we all must go. Driving guitar riffs with SP with their positional relevance in the zodiac. 1 royal stars and zodiac signs with numbers. The 4 royal stars of Persia align with specific fixed zodiac signs, and we can assign numbers based on their zodiac positions or numerological values. You can associate planets with royal stars based on their ruling signs. Venus rules Taurus, stars in the sky tonight, playing by numbers, burning bright. Venus, Mars, the sun they call. Uranus breaks through, we rise, we fall. From 1 to 9, the cycles turn. In the cosmic game, we live, we learn. 3 royal star numbers for constellations. The royal stars are located in specific constellations.
Okay, what
That's
are those
so awesome.
constellations?
How can I get that? Is so cool. I would listen to that every day. I swear I would.
I'm going to put it up.
Please, I would love. I would love to have
You're
that.
the one who started it. It was because of your genius I had to write it. I mean, I put it out there. I just asked them, give me the royal stars and sing me a song.
Mr. Tackpan, it's because of you are my teacher. Like I saw you get so aggravated earlier. I was down in the comments. I was like, please just get you some tea. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yeah, well, bro, I was getting mad. I had to go calm down. I was in my bathroom. Like I had some tears, bro. I was mad. I was watching you get all upset. I was mad.
Ham on ham.
Right. I was mad. I was like, I'm so glad I'm not up there right now. I was like, dude, I kept telling Gareth, I was like, tell that guy to write his questions down and ask him as he needs them. Like, quit trying to overrun him with like stop. Like, you can't tell that man's getting like he's trying to tell you stuff, but you're running him over. Like,
Well, this afternoon, one of the guys ran me over. He wanted one answer. I have the answer marked down, and there's not. If once I start with an answer, I mean, I think I'm not. I don't like to jump out of the bag and say we're all like this. I believe we are, because once we need to speak and we have the flow, we need to go. So I had the answer to his number 38, and there's a lot of things. It's very intricate, you know, because it has nothing to do with. If I say monkey, if I say you're a monkey, it's nothing to do with you. The numbers are just directing me to say this comes from monkey. They just made a movie Planet of the Apes, where Abraham. I mean, watch this. I'm just going to show you one piece. Abraham from Planet of the Apes. Can you show me?
But see, that's what I was wondering too, though, when we kept talking about the 88 and the stars. I kept wondering because these are the stars that we guided our ships around the world with. Like all the ships from the ancient times, these are the stars that we guided that guided us, like through the desert, through the ships. I mean, Leo, if they followed the main star to go see him in the manger, they followed Leo. That's why he's called the Lion of Judah.
Actually, there was a Saturn Jupiter conjunction back then that was what they followed from my understanding. And if it was on our calendar, it would have been April 17th, which is the day I had my Kundalini awakening. But that's just from where I'm at now. But before Mr. Tackpants played the song, he was talking about sex. Well, if you study alchemy, the seventh principle of alchemy is gender. And Cynthia made a video on the go, 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 go. And so before you bring the two hemispheres together, the left and the right, there is a masculine and a feminine aspect of the left hemisphere and a masculine and a feminine aspect of the right hemisphere, just like the planet Venus has the Lucifer is the masculine aspect and Lilith is the feminine aspect. It's like it's gender play, and so it's the go 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 go. If you watch her video,
right.
that it's all a play. So there's not really any sex; it's genders.
Do you know that the first of all, you said 417, right? That's the cycle. 417 is the cycle. That is day 107.
Yes, April 17th, 2017, bro. I'll never forget that day. But that was back in like they rolled back the zodiac, and it was like somewhere right around like 1, 2, 3 BC. There was a Saturn Jupiter conjunction, which was the Star of Bethlehem that the Magi followed. But it's important to remember that none of these people are real. It's a story based on the stars.
Look, 107.
Right.
Exactly. But see, the thing is that when you look at 107, the O, it's the zero. You throw the zero out if you're playing in the numerology game.
Yeah, but what it is why it's throwing you the zero is because, like you said before, you need everything in threes. So I need 3 zeros. Every zero is a value of 9, although it's an association of what totals 9. Every one will split a cake in half. You have half and half. The connecting reback of the cake is going to give you your 10 for the area space. I just want to ask you a question. When Cynthia was talking about the go-go, did you associate this with the constellations?
No, I associated it with the archetypes that play out within us. I watched this TV series called The Old Man, and I got into season 2, and I started realizing it was archetypes based on like toxic aspects of the ego, healthy parts of the ego, and the masculine and the feminine part of the ego, and the masculine and feminine part of the masculine and the feminine. It's all archetypes, but it comes down to the 7 principles of alchemy. And I think the hidden aspect of alchemy is the generative principle. So when you someone goes, oh, well, I know the 7 principles of hermetics, alchemy, they're only going to give you part of the truth, because if it was the whole truth, they wouldn't allow that book to be published to begin with.
Right.
So what is it, the 7 principles of alchemy?
I don't have them memorized, but it's polarity.
No, I mean just the name, just the basics of it. I just want to write it down. The 7 principles of alchemy.
Yeah, well, the Kybalion, Kybalion, The 3 Initiates is the name of the book, and it was information that was passed down verbally for generations. and it's even older than Pythagoras and all that kind of stuff that the gentleman was talking about. But if you look at the 7 Hermetic principles, it'll pull up and it'll show you, and it's basically it's how the world reflects back to you. So then it kind of gives you a guide of where you're at and what's happening. So then you can like be the alchemist turning lead into gold, and you are the lead and you are the gold.
So I have to understand, because I know the lead you're talking about. Is it just lead, or is it any material?
Well, it's water into wine. It's just a parable, bro. It's just a purification process. It's how you break out of this reincarnation cycle that the gentleman was talking about earlier that he found, which is just like reading tarot. It's like if I walk in and I get a tarot reading, and that's good for now. And if I walk out the building and I take a left instead of a right, or a right instead of a left, then that tarot reading is meaningless.
Actually, in the oracle, you just said what they said in the oracle, the complete opposite.
Right.
Because nothing is meaningless. Everything has a result.
It's not meaningless, but the thing is that
you didn't take the advice, right?
Yeah, you chose free will.
Well, the thing is that it's all a frequency. If I walk into a tarot reading and I'm in depression that day, then that reading is going to be based on my frequency. If I walk out and I find $100 bill on the ground and money was my issue, and all of a sudden it changes my frequency, then the decisions I make from that point forward is going to be different. But it's not that the information isn't good. It just tells you where you're at right now. But as far as like someone predicting your future, I don't buy into any of that, because then that takes away from free will. But
you should read for yourself, and just know the cards, the deck of 52 Earths, the cards, they were the original tarot. Because they hold the algorithm of the moon inside them.
But see, all that stuff is based on a matrix, and if I'm a sovereign, I can see how the matrix plays, but I can also be a sovereign. So it's like, do I want to be in the matrix, or do I want to be a sovereign? So you have to know the rules of the game. So then,
I look at it more like a systems navigation, because I have, like for me, I know my outcomes will have multiple paths.
Of course it does.
And I try to think several steps ahead. So, I think that's more kind of along the story of like the Tesseract, because the Tesseract, it shows you multiple outcomes, multiple paths with multiple outcomes, and it just keeps branching off and off and off into eternity, and you get to have multiple choices.
It doesn't take alchemy out of the picture, though, because if you take a chunk of gold and you want to get the slag off of it, you heat it up, and then you pull it down and you pull the slag off, and there's still slag in it, and then you heat it up again, and then slag comes off, and then it's a continuous process. It's continual alchemy. And so you can't get rid of that process. And so if you still need to do some alchemy and you still got impurities in the gold, those patterns are going to take you right to where you need to do that alchemy.
Okay, so
it's going to feel right at the time, but it's going to get you where you still need to be going. That's all.
So based on on the alchemy, right? What are we actually doing in the alchemy? Because I'm trying to keep more towards the numbers. I mean, I think we went a little off course here. I want to know a little bit about the alchemy. What is there a process, something concrete inside of it?
It's just the numbers tell a story, and so I get it. You want to stick with the numbers, but the numbers tell a story, and the story ends up being patterns and phonetics and words, so it's all part of it. And context is also part of any story, because I can tell you a story, and if it's taken out of context, then you're not hearing what I meant to say. So it all comes down to communication, which is Abraham, which is why I think you and I are on the same page, but this is where you and I always end up, is like, well, how are we going to get back to that?
So
But
yeah,
see, to me, we can't
Abraham.
do that.
Why do you say Abraham? Because remember, we're not the only ones here. So when you guys talk, I'm following a lot of stories, but there's no I'm just trying to see what it is. People are listening to stories. It's a little confusing. There's no basis other than what you guys understand, but nobody really does. So we come back to numbers and keep bouncing back. And then in the story, people can understand how the story has a precedence because we all know what alchemy does, right? So, and I understand everything is a formula, just like we're communicating right now. So why did you say Abraham?
Well, I mean, you keep talking about Abraham being the ham radio, and when you pull up that one like milk carton looking thing, it looks like an omnidirectional antenna, and omnidirectional antenna is the piezoelectric, which is what the pineal gland does. And so, to me, like it's telling me that story. And if you're on a frequency, it's like someone says, "Well, God told me this," or "My higher blah 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 told me that." Well, like if you have a child and they believe in Santa Claus, then you're going to talk to them on the frequency where they believe in Santa Claus. So all the messages that people will be like, "Oh, well, God told me this," or "My higher self told me that." Well, that is going to tell you like what frequency you're on. So that doesn't mean anything other than like tarot card reading. This is where I'm at today. So it's like, oh well, everybody's like, well, I'm enlightened and I'm at the destination. Well, there is no destination. The destination is the journey, and the journey is the destination, but it doesn't have any ending. It's just like number 9 doesn't mean ending, it means completion or graduation. So it just depends on how you look at the
Right.
picture.
Number 9 is everything. What do you think about this? What does this look like to you?
Perspective to me. I mean, there's a cube in a cube, and there's you that's a cube, which is the
Only
Merkaba,
these two.
and within you have another. It's the Merkaba is what it is. That's what you just showed me.
Right. I was wanted to look more at this. Do you know what this is? This is communication between the two houses, joining 1 with 6 and 4 with 9, 7 and 13. This is part of the Mayan connecting system. This goes right up to the Mayan. This is not only what happened at the Vatican, but this is the same system the Mayan run. So they know something that's 25,000 years old in order for this to exist. This design.
Okay. So another thing I see is people like, oh well, there's parallel timelines, blah blah blah. Well, if I take two pieces of take a piece of paper and I draw two lines, they're not connected. But what you just showed me is two dimensions connected. So like people are like, oh well, we jump timelines, and in this timeline, Darth Vader said this, and this timeline. But see, where you have it drawn there, it's 3-dimensional, but those timelines are connected, and so it depends on your frequency and what you're trying to match to is what it all is.
Well,
So it's where am I going, and how am I going to alchemize to get there? And that's really like everything you're showing me is like just that story.
Okay, so you're right but this is all math. I'm not looking for anything for myself. This is all math, but you're right. How do I get to the next element? Only by the numbers. That's it. Only by the numbers. I'm not going anywhere else. I need to learn all the algorithms so that everybody in their Bible can actually understand that it comes from a computer. Once everybody understands that this whole system is fake and everything has been a hocus pocus, then we can all just say, okay, that's it. I had enough. They took us long enough. So this is why I do mostly the numbers, and I stay away from most of the stories for this. I use some of the stories. It's important for reference, little pieces and parts of stories to match the numbers up to keep on going forward. Every time I might get off track, like what I wanted to bring back Forbidden before I end it. I wanted him to show off the planets going around. If he can come back up, if we don't mind.
Yes, I don't mind. I was just telling her, like, one reason, like, how all this is coming together for me right now is absolutely crazy.
So can you show back? I want to see those planets. I want to talk about that. And and the North, the Leo, the North, and how this matches to 88, because it's absolutely amazing that Scorpio 5, right? Because before I was writing, I was associating. Just give me a second. I want to see what the association was. First of all, I want to show you one part that when you're connecting, oh, I can't even show it to you, so I'll explain it to you. When you're connecting your 8th Scorpio with your Leo, right? Your 8th Scorpio is going to be connecting your 5th Leo and your 8th Scorpio and your 11th Aquarius and your 2 Taurus. They're the Sophio of 25811. Okay, they're separating 147 with 3, 6, and 9, and the only way to get there is to go 1, 4, 7, 10 in this instance, right? Now on the second level, Leo becomes number 17. Did you know that?
No, I didn't
And
know
then
that.
Leo becomes 29 and it brings in birth.
Huh.
Then number 8 becomes 20, right? And it becomes the last of everything. It becomes the IETH. Scorpio brings in the IETH, and it is the end. It is what connects the oceans to everything. When you go to Aquarius, you're going to bring in number 23, and number 23 is where Abraham is. And what did I do to get there? You want me to tell you what I did to get there? All I did is I advanced 12 cycles to bring it back to the same cycle. Do you follow me?
Yes.
I just everything when it comes to the days of the week, add 7. When it comes to 12 zodiac signs, add 12. When it comes to the moon, add 13. The 7th cycle we run is based on moon time.
And you know what's weird about that? It still correlates because if Aquarius, if Leo comes to 29, correct?
Right.
Okay, 29 is my last name, 2911. Okay, 23 is my Leo, is my Leo moon star, which then would become my Aquarius star. Now, if I put those two together, I get 52. It's just one number from 51 for the Aquarius star.
And Sagittarius becomes 33. Everything rotates through Sagittarius.
And that's my first name. And you said which other one becomes 7?
So what happens is Cancer, right? Cancer and Cancer and Leo hook up together. The day before Leo, what happens is either the end of the moon cycle happens in Cancer, and then Leo, depending if you're pregnant or not, will be the beginning of either the child coming to fruition or it's going to be the stream that runs.
The only thing that's missing is the number 7 to get the 51.
Number 7 is how everything rotates. So if you're missing it, it's because it's already there. It's going to come in the frequency.
So there's the 51 and the 23 that gives you the 74.
Yeah, that's. I'm a little tired right now. I think I'm.
No, I hear you.
I'm trying to think. So what I did is, like I said, if when you start in any number, pick any number from 1 to 9. You want to pick number 7? We're going to pick 7.
Yes, 7's great.
7 becomes 19, becomes 31. It says go to jail and connect AI.
That's terrible. Well, that would be come to Earth and connect AI, right?
Well, do you know where I got this from? This is every time you scale up from 7, you go from 7 to 19, and then you go over to 31. We didn't do number 6 either, right?
No, we didn't.
So 6 goes over to 18 and then to 30. This combination splits up the zodiac. So maybe what's that?
That's the 7th planet, and the 11th zodiac sign comes to 18.
So I'm just looking at this. You had the 11th one?
The 11th zodiac sign. Aquarius is the 11th zodiac sign. Then you have then it's connected to the 7th planet, which gives you 18. 11 and 7 is 18, which gives you 9 again.
Okay, and you know what it does here? It goes 2582. It goes 2582. The rotation of the 7 and the 11. The 7 goes 7147. The 11 goes 2582. What I mean is every time you go forward 12, it shifts over from Libra. Libra goes into Capricorn Sagittarius mix. Then it goes into Cancer. Then it goes back into itself on the next level, but at number 43, 4 and 3, 7. What it means is that you're lower every time you want to move and scale up. You're going to add 12 to this. If we were talking about the days of the week, it will be 7. Your next 7 will be 14, 21. If we're talking about, like I said, the zodiac sign, you add by 12. If you want to run the 13s, right? Well, the 13 is going to actually be running up with Cancer. One of the rows of Cancer is number 13, but that's another ball game. I have to work on the equation because that would be hold on a second. That would be 13, 25, 37, 49. Let me work up 37. So 22 would be 34. Yeah, so it bumps right into, I'm just trying to figure it out because what I'm doing is I'm bumping up by 12s. Right, just like you did that 1 and 2, but I'm getting tired. Can you go to the next page before we end this?
Yes, yes, I sure can.
So I see what you're doing. Yeah. So let's just stop there for a second. Mars gets 687. Very important, right? That's your 21. That's the vibration. That's the reflective vibration of 432. Mercury gets the constellations, which is perfect because we base everything off of the Mercury constellations. That becomes the heart. Mercury is number 103. Venus is 81. Earth is 52. Mars is 51. Jupiter's 99.
Wait a minute. So Mercury is what?
103.
103.
But it's 90 plus 13. Why? Because it's different color frequency. The M is a 13. Venus, okay, is 81, but it's a 59, 22, 81. Earth is a 28, 24, the same as the rabbit. It's communication. Mars is 38, right? If we would have stayed on that thing today, Mars is 38 and 13. Very important. This is where ape comes in again.
And Mars was what? Mars was which one was Mars again?
Mars 51? Is 38 and 13.
So 51, right?
Yeah, and what's the next one? Jupiter.
Those are the 103, the 51, the 103, and the 81 are the ones that are present in my Aquarius house, and that's 12 degrees, 14 degrees, and 16 degrees.
Okay, you have 103?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay, because 103 is very, very big. It associates Earth and Mars. It associates the king and the queen. It associates the gateway with the spirit, because that's what the king and queen do. There's both the male and the female, the bar mitzvah and the bat mitzvah, the 12. Yeah, the 12 equals to 3, but where do you get why 2?
What?
But I'm not making. I'm tired. I think I'm petering out here.
Yeah, you're good. I'm just correlating stuff for myself as you do it.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna say goodnight because I can't make it anymore. I gotta go find bed.
Yes, you do. You need to rest. Thank you, Mr. Techman.
This is 14 hours. So have a good night. Yeah. And next time we come back, it's great to have questions lined up so we can hit spot on. Is it about this? About this? So then we can match these numbers up so I can understand a little bit more what you're talking about. We can balance. I guess we can call it all alchemy, right, Lynn?
Yes, sir. That's the name of the game, my brother.
Yeah, it's all alchemy. It's
purifying the gold. It's just like why he couldn't find the number 7 in there is because if you tie it to the stone rejected, like I was saying in one of my comments, there were 6 days of creation and the 7th day of rest. Well, it's all within the cube. there's 6 sides, and so the 7 is the cube itself, its whole. And so that's where the number comes in. And sometimes when you can't find something, like silence says a whole lot of things. So that's when you go within, but it's there. It's just why it has to be in a story.
Because really and truthfully, there's only 4.
You remember how you always talk about the number 10 and the dime?
Yeah, saline.
Yeah, when I built my ship last night out of my chart, I named it for you. It's the dime.
And that's where you get, that's the dimension.
Yeah, that's the center of my ship. That's literally the center of my ship. Because I have the sun, the world, the magician, and the dime gives me the 51.
Do you have a Dayenu?
What's that mean?
It's a song in Hebrew where they go Dayenu, 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 something like that. But they don't know what they're saying. They have no idea what they're talking about. The 40. If you take 94 Uranus, because the number to Uranus is 94. If you split it in half, it's back to 47 again, and you split it in half again, it's 23.5. This is where we are right now in the presidency.
That's
We're
weird.
there in the presidency right now.
Yeah, it's literally going all the way around, like you're talking about with like the planets, the stars, everything's coming back around. So that's I'm correlating just like you are.
So somebody said Jewish mysticism. Bring me any numbers from the Jewish, any numbers you want. Let's take a look at them. I do algorithms, but I've been here for like 15 hours today, and I'm tired. I'm not doing an all-nighter. And just bring me the numbers. It doesn't matter what it is. And in Jewish, in Hebrew, they do Yod Aleph, Yod Bet, Yod Gimel. And they use the Gimel because it's the upper creation. It's the 7th letter. It's not the below, C. So that's why they use G instead of C. It's a 3137 in the 3rd position. And it's Bet and Vet. V is the 22nd letter. The house of Bet is used because of the multiple of 2 splitting up the moons of Mars, right? So what happens in this instance is you go Yod Aleph, Yod Bet, Yod Gimel, Yod Dalet, and it should be Yod Hey, but they don't. They go Tet Vav and Tet Zion, and then they go Yod Zion. So they use Zion with Tet, and they use it with Yod. 9 and 10 comes together, and it's perfect. Sagittarius coming with the Caprock. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, because sometimes silence speaks volumes, and that's why when you're playing with the numbers and you find something that's not there, then you got to figure out why the silence and what the story is that speaks volumes. So not finding a number is like pointing you into a direction, and it's probably the inner INNERG equals 7, and it's all about them 7 chakras, bro. So I really do appreciate all of you guys. I'm gonna let you go. So thank you so much.
So is there anybody in the comments that wants to say anything before we shut down for the night? So what they did here at the end is 9, 10, 9, 10, 4, 6, 7, 7. This is the way it ends. Yod, Capricorn, Tet, Tet, Sagittarius, Sagittarius. But in here, the reverse is going to be Cancer, Cancer. You're going to get September and you're going to get April. You're going to get 6, right? And I'm not going to reverse these because I was going to use these against 13, but I'm not going to do that. Just to know that the Caprock and the Caprock come over here. These are the association of 4. A, B, C, D, where it's Aleph, Bet, Gimel, and Dalet. But the thing is, when you do all of these, right, this is what happens. Times 2, times 2. The split house between Bet and Bet. Each one of these after Aleph, everything gets doubled up.
Okay, I see. I'll have to have you explain it to me on another time because
okay, I'm tired. I'm tired.
Yeah.
So everybody have a good night. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Lynn. Everybody wakes me up. Even sometimes I find it hard to listen to some things. When I listen, I see different stories, so I appreciate it. So the minute we get to, like you said, with something's missing, the minute I see something's missing, I have to ask a question. It helps me to see the difference. Peace and love for the night.
Love. Thank you,
Never
Mr.
mind.
Petron.